Morning, Councilmember Trayon. Are you there? This is Marquez from the council. I'm trying to do a mic check and video check.
Check 1, 2.
Yep. Can I get you to come on video just for a second?
No, I can't do video right now.
Okay. Well, I can get your voice. Did you get his voice?
Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2.
Thank you. We got that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good morning.
All right, good morning.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, April 14th, 2023. The time is 9:58 in the morning. This hearing is being conducted largely virtually, but partially in person. There are several council members who are in the council chambers, room 500 of the Johnny Wilson building, and we have several witnesses from the executive who are also here in the council chambers. Thank you for your presence. But we have a large number of witnesses today, 156 signed up, and we will hear their testimony virtually. I was actually asked about this yesterday by the mayor, why we are still having virtual testimony. And while the council is still figuring out the best way to transition out of the pandemic, there's a view that there's greater accessibility by the public in terms of their ability to participate if their testimony is virtual. But there are advantages to being in person, which is why a number of us are in person. The subject of this hearing is the legislation submitted by the mayor pertaining to the budget. The Bill 25-202, the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act. Bill 25-203, fiscal year 2024 Local Budget Act, which is the actual appropriation bill. Bill 25-204, fiscal year 2024 Federal Portion Budget Request Act of 2023, which is our request to Congress with regard to budgeting local agencies that are funded out of the federal budget, such as the courts. Bill 25-205, the fiscal year 2023 revised Local Budget Emergency Act, which is what we often refer to as the supplemental. It revises the current year budget. And Bill 25-206, the fiscal year 2023 revised Local Budget Temporary Act of 2023. This hearing is different than the hearings that the committees of the council have been conducting for the last couple of weeks, in that this hearing is about all of these pieces of legislation, about the budget more generally, and the Budget Support Act to support the overall budget. So it's not, this hearing is not focused specifically on agencies that are under the purview of this committee, or as with the other committees, under their committees. The mayor was required to submit this legislation on March 22nd, 2023. As of that date, our 70-day clock started. The committees are conducting hearings now and will be marking up their recommendations to the Committee of the Whole on the week of April 27th. I think that means like April 25th, 26th, 27th. The council will have an informal budget work session scheduled for May 3rd. And our first reading, that is our first vote on the legislation, will be May 16th. We probably will not vote on the supplemental budgets on May 16th. And we probably will not vote on the Federal Portion Budget Request Act on May 16th. But we will have first reading on the Budget Support and the Local Budget Act, with final reading on the Local Budget Act on May 30th. That would be very close to our 70-day deadline. So the purpose of this hearing is to hear from the public with regard to any concerns they have regarding any aspect of the budget this year, next year, the legislation. But also, I had asked that the city administrator attend and answer some questions at the beginning of this hearing because of concerns that I have on behalf of the council with regard to the what was submitted to us on March 22nd. So the council has 70 days to act on the budget. That's what the Home Rule Act requires. 70 days, that's a little over 2 months. We spend roughly the first month with the committees having hearings. And we have to, because we vote twice, we have to vote the first vote roughly the 56th day, which is less than 2 months after we get the budget. However, I had a hearing on April 6th with the Office of Budget and Planning and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And at that hearing, I asked, when are we going to get the attributes that explain to us what is specifically is proposed with regard to the supplemental? And I asked, when are we going to get the narrative that explains what the mayor's intent is with regard to the supplemental budget. Those are the changes being made in this year's budget. Actually, I asked about both when the mayor presented her budget on March 24th and was told at that time that we would be receiving both the attributes and the narrative the following week, which means during the month of March. We received these materials on April 7th. What we received with regard to the narrative was not very helpful. The budget and all accompanying documents were due to the council on March 22nd. We waited 2.5 weeks until last Friday to receive the narrative on the supplemental budget. This narrative had little new information in it and seemed to use jargon to try to obscure very deep cuts to very important programs. For example, the narrative for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, provides no more information than was provided in the Emergency Act. It stated, and I quote, decrease $13,656,712. Local funds reduction of $150,000 for vacancy savings and $4,914,516 in savings for several ARPA SLFRF projects under local revenue replacement. Federal payment reduction of $8,592,196 for ARPA SLFRF projects. Unquote. This was the narrative we received explaining. Not very helpful. After digging through the budget attributes provided to us separately from the OCFO, also received last Friday, 2.5 weeks after the budget was due, we were able to discern that the $13.5 million of ARPA funds taken from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants was really from $6.8 million reduction in domestic violence housing, $4.2 million from reentry grants for returning citizens, $1.9 million from trauma response and community engagement services, $500,000 from private security camera reimbursements, and $150,000 from the Access to Justice Homicide Data Project. I think I just gave considerably more narrative than what we received on April 7th. There have been some additional challenges with regard to what we received. For example, not that I like this practice, but it is the mayor's authority that if she wants to change the funding that is otherwise required by law, that in the Budget Support Act, there will be an accompanying provision. That's what the Budget Support Act is about, to support the mayor's proposed budget. And so the funding for schools under the Schools First budgeting law that was adopted by the council, that was not followed. And yet there is no subtitle in the Budget Support Act that addresses that inconsistency with the law. HPTF. So every year, what the law requires is that any budget surplus after the annual financial report, or determined by the annual financial report, that half is supposed to go to the Housing Production Trust Fund. And over the last few years, what the mayor has proposed is to not do that. And but there should be accompanying in the Budget Support Act a provision that gives the legal authority for that budget reallocation. There is no provision in the BSA we received. Now, we've identified these, but it's not on us to identify what should be in the mayor's proposal. And then we have problems with the designated fund sweep. So what am I talking about? There are a number of special purpose funds that are set up. Revenues go into those. They're dedicated for a particular purpose. It's not unusual that the mayor would propose, or the council even would propose, that some of those funds be redesignated for other purposes. So we received a proposed budget that has a number of designated fund sweeps. For example, the opioid settlement fund. And it is our best information that that can't be swept. And so that raises a question about where the legal consistency review took place. The hearing I had on April 6th with the Office of Budget and Planning seemed to indicate that The challenge for them in giving us a budget that has fund sweeps that can't be supported, that has budget proposals that are not supported by revisions in the Budget Support Act, that are missing attributes, that are missing a narrative, was that up to the last minute, the OCFO, or the Office of Budget and Planning within the OCFO, was still getting the budget figures and changes to the budget figures from the mayor, which suggests that this process is messed up. And the victim in this is the council, which is not getting its budget as required by law on March, in this case, March 22nd. The Home Rule Act is very clear that the mayor has to submit the budget by a date determined by the council and has to include with that submission information that the council requests, which the council requested by resolution last December. And that did not happen. So I will have some questions for the city administrator when we get there, but let me turn to colleagues. I did not note, usually we keep the record open for 2 weeks. April 28th. And the council work session is May 3rd, so all that's timely. Let me turn to Councilmember McDuffie if you have an open statement.
I do, and thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everyone, to the witnesses, to the public witnesses who will join us soon. I want to thank all of the 156 witnesses for signing up to testify today to share your recommendations on the district's fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan with the council. I've heard from many of you during the performance and budget oversight hearings that my committee held over the past 2 months, and that's the Committee on Business and Economic Development. You shared with us your ideas on how to support our small and local businesses, how to revitalize downtown and enhance public safety of commercial corridors, promote equitable solutions to mitigate the climate crisis, and budget transparency. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from the public today on investments the council should be making in areas like education, violence prevention, economic security and family services, housing affordability, transportation, and health. Second, as I stated before, each of my committee budget oversight hearings, we must all acknowledge that the government of the District of Columbia is in a different place financially than it has been in many years. All the money that we've received in federal funds in previous years to assist with pandemic recovery efforts are sunsetting. And according to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's February revenue estimate, the revenues for the fiscal years to come are hundreds of millions of dollars less than we had anticipated previously. As the council enters this markup of the mayor's proposed budget, I again must emphasize the urgency of focusing on our most underserved and vulnerable residents and businesses, which has really been the hallmark of my tenure on the council and as chair of this Committee on Business and Economic Development. A few years ago, in fact, my committee, with the assistance of the Committee of the Whole and my colleagues on the council, fully funded the Child Wealth Building Act, commonly referred to as the Baby Bonds Program, allocating $32 million across the financial plan for babies trapped in poverty throughout the District of Columbia. However, during the fiscal years 23 and 24 budget formulation, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is now acknowledged and neglected to incorporate the cost of this program into the financial plan for fiscal years 26 and 27. When this oversight was identified, neither my office nor the council were notified. And as part of the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget and financial plan, which is now before the council for consideration, the executive made the policy decision to defund this program. I'm disappointed that an error by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer has prompted the executive to eliminate this critically important program. This action reneges on a promise that the district made to provide a more equitable, opportunity-rich future for the children of low-income families in the District of Columbia. So on Tuesday, I sent a letter to the mayor requesting that she use her forthcoming errata letter to right this wrong and to reverse course and fund the Child Wealth Building Act for fiscal years 24 through 27. I look forward to working with the executive and working with my colleagues on the council and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to restore funding to this critically important program. First of its kind around the country that invests in historically underserved families and making sure that they have a sense of hope and some greater resources to be able to stay in the District of Columbia. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to make an opening.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Tran White. And good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to the 150 plus witnesses who deem it important to add value to our budget, which is $19.7 billion budget. I do want to say that I struggle to respond to constituents why they don't feel included in the equity that we tout every day in DC's budget. It had record surpluses each and every year for the last 6 years that I've been here. In order to be brief, I want to focus my comments and questions on 3 particular items: education, public safety, and housing. As many times stated, this budget leaves Ward A schools with less money than we had in the FY23 budget. Despite the law being passed, that this council wrote a law to avoid reduction of funds available to schools when enrollment does not decline in a material way. This budget also underfunds the State Board of Education, which fills the gap and provides advocacy and hearings to hear from residents and parents and stakeholders to address critical education needs. We are facing a critical public safety needs in the district that affect our communities and our schools in a major way. We've had crime has risen the highest it has in the last 3 years, in the last 20 years. I saw significant cuts to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and violence interrupting programs and grants. And we're just getting started with some of these programs. So now is not the time to pull back, but to push forward. There are many additional routes and staff needed to ensure true public safety is happening that is inclusive of all stakeholders and all government agencies in the district, not just the Metropolitan Police Department. This budget does not adequately address those issues. With regard to housing, I'm concerned about the loss of funding to ERAP, or Emergency Rental Assistance Program. $8 million is a drop in the bucket when it comes to the needs of residents needing the government assistance to be stabilized coming out of a pandemic. We know that housing instability is a precursor to instability in employment and one of the biggest vulnerabilities of working families and vulnerable communities. What this budget is not reflective of equity and inclusion and a strong vision for those, especially indigenous residents of DC. I also want to mention a group that I met with last night, the owners of River East and Grandview condominiums on Talbot Street. We are trying to find solutions for Black homeowners, 46, who are in jeopardy of losing their home to no fault of their own. Many of them are first-time home buyers after the city approved a building that has material structural defects and it has the potential to fall down and collapse. They had to vacate this property. It is my hope that we can help residents like this when we talk about creating housing for home ownership for Black residents, yet these residents can potentially be left out in the cold. We often say that the budget is a policy document or more document, but it's also reflective of our values. If we truly value equity and access to the middle class, our budget needs to reflect a commitment to meeting the housing, education needs, and ensure that people are safe and feel safe in District of Columbia. I'll digress for the sake of time. I know we have a lot of witnesses, but I want to thank you, Chairman, and I look forward to hearing from our residents today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the panel that is before us and to all of the members of the public that will testify today. I'm here to understand this supplemental budget, to understand really how the Budget Support Act can better inform the public as to the needs that our government is attempting to meet. And so I'm all ears today. I don't have an opening statement. I think the budget documents that we have before us and have been released to the public speak for themselves. And so now I want to hear from the public, especially as to their thoughts about the budget. My colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, was very clear in some of the issues that we are hearing in the public. So I'm expecting to learn even more today. Most importantly, I'm expecting to hear a little more from our government witnesses about, how they see us moving forward. I know that they're committed to the document that they have prepared for us, but I want them to be in the shoes of the average resident of the District of Columbia and better inform us, as we had to make some very tough decisions, thinking about our sources of revenue. So this is a very important meeting, and I hope that we'll all glean some new light from the testimonies that we received today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Fruin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our government witnesses who are testifying today. Thank you to all of the public witnesses who will be testifying later today. I'm going to hold off on a substantive opening statement. I want to hear from the government witnesses and may try to incorporate substantive comments into my first round of questioning. But thank you for being here, and I look forward to learning a lot today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, I want to thank the many people who have signed up to testify today, as well as our colleagues who are before us now. And I just would echo what has already been said, that budgets are about choices. And in the budget that we have, while difficult choices were necessary, it begs the question why there were such significant cuts to essential and life-saving programs. Just to name a few, this budget cuts the baby bonds program, Metro for All, our public school funding, notably emergency rental assistance, as well as legal aid to tenants facing eviction. And the backdrop of that is we are now facing a looming rent increase on rent control properties that the administration failed to take action on. There is also transportation cuts, and notably public safety cuts with the elimination of violence interruption programs at a time when residents across the city are concerned around public safety. There are also legal concerns, as was noted by the chairman, around the not adhering to the school's first budgeting approach, and something that hasn't gotten a lot of attention, a sweep of funds of the opioid abatement fund. This just seems to be a clear decision not to follow the law, and it is a troubling pattern. I am also interested in quality of life issues, where agencies like DPW stand to lose some 60 FTEs in their solid waste management division. Those are people responsible for picking up trash. Many residents are complaining about that now, and with the loss of up to 60 FTEs, it begs the question how that would impact residents' quality of life. Last but not least, there was also a decision to implement a Medicaid reimbursement cap on local hospitals. Ward 5, home to Children's, and many other hospitals face a troubling future with that cap in place. And I want to get clarity around its impact. And so again, budgets are about choices, but I want to make clear for the residents that are tuned in today and who will testify that some of these choices were unnecessary and will cause irreversible harm. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will stand in the gap. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. City Administrator, I understand you have a statement.
I have a short testimony.
Please.
First of all, good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee on the Whole. It's very good to be with you in person today. I'm joined by Jenny Reed, our Budget Director, and Barry Kreisworth, my General Counsel, who are all here to answer questions along with me. I'll give a very short statement. But on behalf of Mayor Bowser, I want to begin with a few words about her proposed FY24 Fair Shot budget and make a few highlights about the Budget Support Act. So as you know, the FY24 budget focuses on investments to accelerate DC's comeback and prioritize the most critical investments to make Washington, DC a place people want to call home, do business, and visit. This budget was the most challenging budget, in my view, since the Great Recession. And I served in the Office of City Administrator during that period of time. It required us to make tough choices. It requires the council to make tough choices on what programs to maintain funding for, what to expand, and what to reduce, and in some cases, what to eliminate. During the course of the council's budget oversight hearings, you heard from a number of individuals who agreed with or disagreed with some of the choices we were forced to make because of this new financial reality. We face significant cost increases, as you know, such as a $1 billion fund collective, $1 billion to fund collective bargaining agreements with our labor unions and employees' retirement accounts, $722 million to fund necessary increases to schools, leases, utilities, and Medicaid costs, the influx of federal funding that once poured more than $16 billion in grants and direct payments to the district, not all DC government to the district, is ending. And as is becoming more apparent, WMATA has indicated they face a $750 million fiscal cliff. Our bill for that fiscal cliff next year will be $250 million in 1 year alone. These are some of the sobering financial realities that we face developing the 24 budget. And I will point out that a number of these facts only emerged in the weeks leading up to the submission of the budget. As a result of the February revenue estimate, we faced an additional challenge of having 2 to 3 weeks to close a $1.7 billion gap that resulted from reduced revenues and better clarity on what the costs are. I thank our budget team for their extraordinary work in putting this together and delivering a certified balanced budget on time. Although we have these sobering financial realities, the mayor's budget does push forward a number of critical initiatives to help the city. And it does prioritize reducing racial equity gaps. I'll just name a few of them. We fund the Housing Production Trust Fund at $100 million. We've increased the child care subsidy limit from 250% of the poverty line to 300% of the poverty line, allowing 2,000 families to have access to low quality, high cost childcare. We've increased Medicaid rates for services in the behavioral health sector. We've increased special education enhancements and funded dedicated childcare slots and out of school time slots for children with disabilities. We provided money to more small and minority owned businesses to purchase their own properties. We've added families to the Career Map program at DHS to help them overcome barriers to getting higher paying jobs. We've grown the HPAP program to help close the racial home ownership gap. We've made a down payment on increasing access to high quality, accessible aftercare as part of the mayor's commitment to making this available to all DC residents. And we've made a pledge to buy down as much as $90 million in medical debt for thousands of DC residents. So this is an exciting budget, despite the tough choices. I do want to highlight a few Budget Support Act proposals, as this hearing is often a hearing on the Budget Support Act. And I'll just highlight a few. One is the Housing in Downtown Tax Abatement Amendment Act of 2023. We believe these changes will help create a vibrant downtown that can once again provide critical revenues necessary to fund the programs and services we value. The School Resource Officers Amendment Act of 2023. As you all know, the district is not immune to the national spike in crime, including violence directly impacting our students in schools. And I strongly urge the council to listen to our school leaders and support this provision, allowing schools to continue this critical program. The Chief Technology Establishment Act of 2023 enhances critical cybersecurity protections. And we in the district have unfortunately been the subject of some of those attacks. This is why we need a provision to strengthen Octo's security related authority. So all agencies, including independent agencies, must abide by the same cybersecurity standards that the Octo requires for all the mayor's agencies. And a number of BSA provisions around the Department of Forensic Sciences will help move this agency forward in increasing the ability for us to collect crime scene evidence, carry out health work, and have the agency focus on the critical task of getting accredited again and doing its core function of testing crime scene evidence. Before I close, I do want to acknowledge concerns I've heard from you, Councilmember Mendelson, on the timeliness of the submission of the supplementary budget requirements. As you are aware, the work done by your own budget staff, the tremendous amount of work goes into the formulation and finalization of each budget proposal. And each year, the council does add some additional requests that we pledge to submitting to the council. We don't take these requests lightly. They do require a significant amount of work from a small team that is working around the clock to meet tight deadlines, often while also incorporating changes in financial information. As I noted earlier, as a result of the reductions in the February revenue estimates, this team had 2 weeks to close about a $1.7 billion gap. In addition, the exact same team had to scrub and correct a number of adjustments in the overall financial plan that had to be incorporated. This is not to cast aspersions on anyone, but the work is extraordinarily detail-oriented, and a single oversight on a spreadsheet can have implications across the entire financial plan. The budget staff on the executive council and the OCFO, who are some of the most talented, hardworking civil servants I've ever worked with, all work incredibly hard on this task. That said, the timely information to council is important, and we respect that process. Director Reed and her team are already working with the OCFO on process changes that will allow for more timely submission of information in future years. In developing those changes, she is working with your budget team so everyone has the same expectation for a smoother process. And we look forward to working with you and the OCFO during the summer to examine the budget review timeline and council requests so that the information that can be produced can be done so in a realistic, timely manner. Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to give this short testimony. I and my colleagues here are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator. And put me on a 10-minute clock. So I'm tempted to get into some back and forth regarding budget proposals, but I'm going to try to stick to process here. So why is it that you couldn't have pencils down, let's say the Friday before the budget submission?
The pencils down. So, and I'll, after the February revenue estimates were put out, there was a number of very significant changes that still had to get clarified that affected pencils down. One was, and importantly, what the retirement contribution requirements would be for the city, which ultimately turned out to be several $100 million over the course of the financial plan. We also had to have the CFO really clarify the revenue that we were going to get from the ATEs, which obviously affects the entire financial plan. And those are just sort of two items of a number that ultimately affects our ability to close on the budget. The third one I'll point out is a number of those items directly affects the ability to have engaging the size of our capital budget. So on the capital plan, we had to understand what the spending rate would be, which would drive what the capital investments that were required. And all that was taking place on a fluid basis all the way until we were able to finally close the budget and move it over to the council. Well, but at no point did we hit a point where the pencils down, I think, could have occurred before it actually did.
Well, my impression from our April hearing with the Office of Budget and Planning was that pencils got down didn't occur until maybe Tuesday before the Wednesday budget submission. But like the ATE, theoretically, you could have come up with that proposal last November and had 4 months to work on it.
It is not up to the executive to score the amount of revenue that the ATE cameras will produce. So a number of things happened late in the processing, very notably including DDOT being able to move forward with the contract to install the ATEs that had a very direct effect on the confidence of the OCFO to be able to score revenue. And that was all playing out. So and I did watch the back and forth you had with the OCFO. I think the notion that the budget is with just one entity, being the executive, isn't accurate. There's a fluid back and forth that takes place between the two teams.
We need a deadline to work against. So we have a deadline of 70 days based on March 22nd. And there needs to be a deadline before March 22nd. I'm not sure what that is, which means I'm going to be a little callous when I say this, but I don't know that I care how much back and forth on ATE. You've got to have that information timely so that we get our budget timely, complete. But the retirement, because you cited retirement, the retirement board tells you the annual contribution in January.
Yes, and all the way until maybe a week before our budget submission to you, the question was still in play with the OCFO whether or not they were going to make adjustments to what the retirement contributions would be.
What does that mean?
The retirement board put in place very, very conservative estimates about return. And the OCFO was working with the retirement board to see whether there would be any changes to the contribution requirements that came from them.
Well,
Ultimately, there were not, but that was one question that was in play.
Isn't the law clear that we, the government, has to fund the retirement funds consistent with what the annual required contribution, I believe that's what it's called, and we don't get to second guess it.
No, we don't get to second guess it. We do have to fund what is required by law. We were having conversations up until a week and a half before we submitted the budget that was clarifying whether or not there would be any adjustments been made by the retirement board on what we would have to submit.
Which is to say we're required to fund what they state is necessary, but there were efforts to get them to restate what was necessary. And I don't want to suggest that that's inappropriate, but there has to be a deadline. And if they take too long, we, the council, shouldn't suffer because we get incomplete information. I mean, there just has to be a deadline. I suppose we could change the law and say that we'll submit what the budget submission date is, and you will have your pencils down 1 week earlier. We could put that in the law.
Then you're good. So there is, I want to lift up because I understand your frustration. To me, there are three factors that weigh in that we have to all look at going forward. The one factor that I don't think can change is how hard people work day and night. The budget team at the OCFO is talented and works constantly leading up to submission. The mayor's budget team, which I think is the most talented that I've ever seen in those roles, work day and night. The mayor has a budget director to my right that's probably the most talented person to occupy that position since home rule. And I don't think there's any question about that. So the three factors I look at is we do have to look at our process to be able to have a smoother process. So there are fewer moving pieces leading up to the submission. Two, I do think it's worth looking at what the requirements are as for information in to supplement the budget itself, because some of them were put in place a while ago and they may not be as necessary or relevant now that would free up time. And third, we do have to look, I think, at what the deadlines are so that when the council creates a deadline, I have full confidence that we're going to be able to meet it. But we do have to look at all three of those. But what can't change is the hours in the day and the commitment of the civil servants doing this between the two teams, because they were working around the clock. As difficult it was as in terms of the information you're receiving, at no point were we slowing down the level of work to add to that difficulty. We only hurt ourselves when the council cannot understand what our intent is. So the work is done constantly, and we have to look at those three factors to make sure next year we have a smoother process.
Well, what I'm hearing is that there were some choices made, and you being the executive certainly have the right to make choices, but there were some choices that you made that required more time. And that can't come at the expense of the council. What I'm not hearing, and I'm suspecting, is that there are also issues with getting accurate information from the CFO.
I think this year in particular, because we had to find money in base budgets that we really didn't have to do in the past, we were coming up with ideas and proposals that they needed to be able to also vet. So anytime we would have a way to be able to narrow a gap, they had to make sure they were willing to certify what the idea was. So there's a fluid back and forth that was more acute this year because the direction of the budget was down and not up.
Well, I don't want to be so polite that they're off the hook, because if they're should be on the hook, then they need to be on the hook. Correct?
And we are happy to work with you, and I mean this very, very authentically, your budget team and the OCFO, to make sure that we learn from this year and able to answer all the questions you have on the budget.
So why on March 24th was I told that we would get the narrative for the supplemental the following Monday, and we didn't get it for another 2 weeks? And what we got says so little. So I gave the example of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, but here's another example from the Department of Employment Services. The narrative states, quote, local funds reduction of $6 million in savings for ARPA SLFRF projects under local revenue replacement, unquote. Now, I'm rhetorically, what does that say? After digging through the budget attributes, which we received on April 7th, 16 days after the budget, we were able to figure out that this is actually a $6 million reduction to participant wages for this summer's Marion Berry Summer Youth Employment Program. Summer jobs keep kids busy off the streets and puts money in their pockets. So I get that this would be a delicate program to touch. It's certainly the mayor's right to propose a reduction, but why wasn't that stated clearly in the narrative that we received April 7th? That could have been given to us on March 22nd because it said so little.
Providing more descriptive elements does take more time. The same very talented small team was working around the clock on concurrent deliverables. So we made statements that we stated authentically, and there is an enormous amount of work to be able to do following that submission on March 22nd. So had you received more information, it would have taken longer to do. And as I said, we're committed to working with your budget team on looking at the process and the OCFO to make sure we can simplify things moving forward.
Well, I just read to you a paragraph that consisted of 2 sentences. After digging through the budget attributes received from the OCFO, we were able to figure out that this is actually a $6 million reduction to participant wages in this summer's Marion Berry Summer Youth Employment Program. Summer jobs keep kids busy off the streets and puts money in their pockets. I doubt that that took a very long time to write that paragraph, what I just read to you.
You also selected one element, as you know, of probably over 100 moving pieces. So replicating that for every single budget facet and supplemental would take more time. And we can work with your office if that's what's helpful and needed to make sure we simplify the process moving forward so you get more information. But as I said, and I reiterate, the things I cannot control is how many hours in the day. We have the most talented team possible doing it, and they work around the clock to get it done.
Well, I have many more questions and I'm out of time, but my last question is, how do we fix this process?
I think we have to look at the number of requests made by the council and seeing if there's some that require a lot of work that may not have a lot of value. We have to look at our process to improve it, including working out some of the issues in the diff system. And I think we have to work with your office to make sure that the date set by the council is one given the reforms that we can make to requests and our process are ones that we can provide you with what you want to have on that date.
Let me just say something on that one point. I introduced a resolution in November, the budget submission requirements for FY24 resolution. It was adopted by the council in December. There were several weeks when you guys could have commented on it. To be truthful, it's a long resolution. It is largely based on the previous year's resolution. So I don't pay close attention to every paragraph on every page of it. I'm also not wedded to every paragraph on every page, but I don't recall that we got any comments. So if you don't like the date, we can change the date. If you think that what's required in section 34D21 is unnecessary, you could tell us, but I'm pretty sure we didn't get any of those comments.
Chairman, so your office does work with us. They do send us drafts. We do provide comments and feedback. We did talk about the date this year. I think had I been able to foresee all of the significant challenges that we would have faced in the last 2 months, I would have requested a different date. I can't foresee that in November and December. In hindsight now, looking at the process this year, we will go back and look through the different requirements and make suggestions for things that maybe take up a lot of time, like the fee and fine schedule, that perhaps if we don't make any changes, we cannot do anymore. That'll free us up to do other items. And then we'll also take a closer look at the date and the realistic timeline of once we get the revenue forecast, what is realistic in terms of turning around for pencils down. When there is a drop, we have to build a budget starting in the fall, assuming what we're going to get in revenue in February. And we have to work along that process all the way while also closing out the prior fiscal year budget, implementing the current fiscal year budget, and stopping for the ACFR. So there is a lot of things going on our plate at the same time. Once we get to February, we find out what the real revenues are. And when there's a big drop like that, and you have the big increases coming in, even if it's at the end of January, that causes a lot of work to happen. So again, had we foreseen a $1.7 billion gap in November and December, we would have treated that very differently. Now that we know, we can make those changes going forward.
I want to be polite, but I'm not completely buying it. I mean, the cost of the wages going up, the collective bargaining agreements, which is a major factor, the ARPA money going away, which is a major factor. All of those were known in November, December, January. Well, December because of WTU in January. They were just known. The only thing that wasn't known was the revenue estimates, which if I remember correctly, dropped a couple $100 million from what we had thought they would be, a couple hundred. That's not 1.7 billion. I realize it's just a piece of it, but you know, a couple years ago, we changed the submission date, if I remember correctly, to April or June. It was because of the pandemic, but then you wanted the revenue estimates. The date of the revenue estimates changed, and I don't mean to phrase that as if there was something wrong with wanting that. You want the revenue estimates as close to your submission date as possible, so you're capturing, if there's revenue growth, every penny of that growth. So you're always going to have a tight time period between the revenue estimates and the submission. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Tran White.
I did have one question, Chairman, to the CF, is to, I guess it can be to the city administrator. It is alleged that we have a $1.8 billion deficit. And I'm trying to figure out, we had a $17.5 billion budget last year. We have a $19.5 billion budget last year, a $19.7 billion budget this year. And I understand inflation and those type of things, but I'm trying to figure out where did we get that $1.8 billion deficit from? And mind you, in the last 6 years, we had over average of $500 million surplus every year. So I have never understood that. So if I can get some clarity on that, that'd be helpful from the budget office or city administrator.
I'll give a brief answer now. I'm happy to provide sort of the walkthrough even today in writing, so you can kind of see how that came to be. But in short, our revenues declined largely driven by the fact that fewer people are coming in person to work to our downtown commercial properties. That affects the long-term vision on commercial property taxes. That was meaningful. Two, we negotiated successfully more than a dozen collective bargaining agreements for our hardworking civil servants that guaranteed them pay increases and retroactive pay. That was very significant. And third, the retirement board looked at the return they were getting on our pensions in the stock market and their investments, and required an additional significant investment to be able to make sure our pensions are fully funded. There were other moving pieces, but those are the three elements that really increased both the costs and reduced the revenues that led to the number that I gave in my testimony.
Thank you. More specifically, our revenues declined from what to what?
Council member, we'll get back to you with the specific numbers, but it was about $390 million across the financial plan.
Right. And I'm just trying to figure out how we got the 1.8 billion from that, from what I've been seeing, even with the pensions, even with the teachers' salary increases, the back pay, though. I understand. I've been reading through all that, but I'm still not sure, like,
logically and looking at the numbers, how we got to $1.8 billion deficit and with all these significant cuts, because the budget actually was 19.5 last year, around that range, just roughly around the same thing this year. And I understand that everything goes up, all that, but I still have not gotten. I asked this at the mayor's budget conversation at the library, which I was told I was going to get that information, and we a month later, and I still don't have it. So it's, to me, is I don't know how real it is, if it is.
Councilmember, I'm happy to follow up and schedule some time to walk through. The 1.7 is really when we looked at the February revenue estimate and we looked at our expenses at that point and the revenues that we had available, that was the gap we had to close. There were a number of things we did on the revenue side. So for example, we've already talked about the ATE revenue. We also used the fiscal stabilization fund. We maximized federal reimbursements. So there were a number of things that brought up the revenue side. And then at the same time, there were a number of things that brought down the expenditure side. So removing vacant positions, reducing programs. So all of those two levers kind of work together to close that 1.7, but that was not something that was obvious at the time of the revenue forecast, because you all weren't seeing internally the costs we were seeing. You weren't seeing the collective bargaining increases costs yet. You weren't seeing the retirement costs yet. You weren't seeing the increases in Medicaid, utility costs, et cetera. So the 1.7 billion is where we were in February. But I'm happy to walk through in more detail with you sort of how those lined up.
Am I correct in saying we had almost an $800 million surplus last in our last?
The surplus at the end, I believe in HPTF and PAYGO was a little closer to 450, and we ended up sweeping both of those funds to help close the gap. The year before it was closer to 800.
Councilmember White, I think you're frozen.
Chairman, can you hear me?
I just heard you ask if I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. I didn't hear the last thing. But also I'm concerned that the council put forth legislation to keep education funding stable. Yet we expected, first we were told that the budget numbers, we did a budget hearing in Ward 8. And I guess Ms. Reed, you explained that though that was an error and that will be changed. But even still today, a month later, we're still seeing over 70 schools budgets cut significantly. And the numbers, like we have some schools that have more or the same or not a significant decrease, but the budget is significantly lower. And I have not gotten a complete explanation of why that is. And it's a formula that's designed to, and a law that's designed to keep schools functional. And let me just say this before my time is up, because I've been around a little while. And I remember when DC closed schools. This was prior to this administration. And they were using the term, we're doing a consolidation plan, saying we are consolidating schools to one school so we can over-resource the schools because the school's capacity is lower than what the school is able to hold. And so pretty much the public has been lied to. And then we're talking about 10 years later, we're still cutting funding for schools and have a whole different narrative when we have the richest budget we ever had in DC history. And so we're not building a strong foundation of education for our next generation leaders. And I'm not sure what we're really doing. This is a more document. And so I'm still waiting to hear the justification and why these schools' budgets was cut significantly without being corrected as was told to the public.
The city, I want to address your question. There were schools that lost money, but I do want to start with sort of the fact that the mayor's budget included, between the DCPS and the charter sector, more than $250 million additional dollars When I look at the growth in schools dating back to say 2019, not that long ago, the year before the pandemic, we have grown the DCPS budget probably more than any other city budget. There are more than 2,000 more educators working in DCPS than there were even 4 or 5 years ago. And the mayor's budget also included a very significant investment in equity around increasing the amount schools get who have kids who are considered higher risk, have IEPs, or have English as a second language. Now for the BSA, which again is traditionally what this,
I need to stop you
This-
real quick because you said that these schools that have basically at-risk funding, if what you're alluding to, and I'm talking about schools like Johnson Middle School, Anacostia High School, Kramer Middle School, Hart Middle School. Their budget, that's a few of the many schools that were cut. So how is this a reflection of equity? If you can be specific to that and help me out with that.
There are schools that received a tremendous amount of federal aid that was always going to be time limited. And the vast majority of schools, most of their change in funding really is a change in the fact that federal aid was never going to be there in FY24 and beyond. It wasn't an action that we took to remove. However, on the BSA question, where you sort of, I think, started, we put in the BSA for legal sufficiency that which the OCFO or the OIG requires us to put in the BSA. I have concerns about the specific school funding budget the council passed because I believe that the mayor is the one in the Home Rule Act that has the authority to formulate the budget. But at the end of the day, I don't make that call. The OAG and the OCFO do. They did not require us to put a provision about school funding, and so we did not include it in the BSA. The budget does include a lot more funding for the school system.
I can't see my time, Chairman. So it's you telling me that the mayor put more money in education, yet we got over 70 schools that lost funding. I'm not sure where the money went.
Is that a question, Councilmember?
No, it's a statement, Chairman. I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thank you, Mr. City Administrator. I do have a couple of questions. What is the dollar value for the 3,000 vacant positions that you identified throughout the government? And then if you could also tell me the dollar value of the 700 or so that you removed from the government agencies that you're proposing to cut.
We'll have to get back to you on that. I think that we will have readily at hand the dollar value of the positions that we chose to eliminate to balance the budget. The value of the remaining vacancies is something that may take us more than today.
All right.
And I do have the number for the vacant positions that we did propose to eliminate. So that is about $57 million. But I will get back to you on the approximate cost of the 3,000 or so that remain.
Okay.
And just to be clear, these are all locally funded positions.
All right. And so you just mentioned 3,000 that remain. So there are actually 3,000 vacant units that remain after you subtracted the 700, I think 739 or something like that.
Again, locally funded positions only. There's about 20,100 locally funded positions. There are about 3,500 of those that were vacant at the time when we were finalizing the budget. And we proposed to eliminate approximately 622.
622. Okay, I just want to make sure I have the correct number. So it's 622, not 700. But totally it was 730 some.
Yes, there were other vacant positions that were eliminated as part of the quote unquote sort of regular budget process. We did a specific exercise to look at vacant positions, and those are the numbers that I'm referring to that didn't come through sort of with other reductions from agencies or vacancy savings.
All right, thank you. That's very important as we're thinking about how we might switch up the budget plan. So I just wanted to be clear as to what the equation would lead us to. And 57 million doesn't get to where we think we need to be, but it is a chunk. Can you tell me what is the amount remaining in the federal accounts? I know that most of the federal money we received has been depreciated. I think you said we received 16 billion over a period of a few years. Can you refresh my memory and the public's memory as to what we have to work with and what we had to work with?
I can give you a broad answer and then we can
Okay.
follow up with some more specifics. So the
Right.
$16 billion that the city administrator referred to is really inclusive of all of the federal stimulus bills that were passed since the start of the pandemic. So I think there are about 5 or 6 different appropriation bills that they did. That would be inclusive of everything from the original 495 million in CARES funding that we got, that we were shortchanged on, to the 2.3 billion in American Rescue Plan funds. That would also include money that went directly to residents or businesses in the form of the Paycheck Protection Loan Program or the economic stimulus payments, SNAP benefits, et cetera. So if you take the approximately $8 billion that came to sort of government and weren't direct payments to individuals, a large share of that came through the district government, but there was a fair amount that went to other quasi-governmental entities, WMATA, our universities, especially UDC, DC Water, et cetera. The vast majority of that funding is either spent, obligated, or being wound down. So for example, the $2.3 billion in ARPA funding, we are expected to expend all but 355 million by the end of this fiscal year, and then expected to expend the remaining amount of that funding in FY24, although it might change a little bit based on what the council ultimately decides with the budget. We will have some other major grants out there. For example, the ESSER grant that people talk about a lot is still available through FY24. That funds a lot of services in our schools. Our childcare block grants are still available for another year or so. So there are lots of direct grants that will continue for another year or so. But for the most part, by the end of 24, they're not going to be able to be spent anymore.
All right. And so the ESSER grant what is the value of the ESSER grant today?
I'll have to get back to you on that
Okay.
specific.
And you'll also tell me what the child care grant is also. I think that's important. I like to know what I'm working with. Give me the universe and then I can deal with the pain as it comes. And that's why I'm asking these questions. And I think the public needs to, digest the fact that, the city administrator made a very important comment. He said it's the most difficult budget since the Great Recession. And for older residents in the city, they have some reference to that. And so it's like, wow, it captures your attention. And so I really want us as a community to at least have the benefit of what does that really mean in dollars and cents. So that's the nature of my questioning this morning. I'm sure we're going to hear more specific comments from the variety of witnesses, but that was very important to me to know that. I do have just one other a question as it relates to the collective bargaining and retirement funds. Could you, of course, break that down for me? I'm sure you have it. Kevin's testimony was, very general. 1 billion. Can you sort of give me those categories again? And I'm assuming these are numbers you're holding fast to now, and these are the numbers that we would have at the council to work with.
I do believe they're numbers that you have in the council to work with. Obviously, the OCFO obviously always has those numbers. If they're not able to provide you with the breakdown, we're happy to fill in the details of the CBA contribution to the additional funding we had to identify for our personnel and salary costs.
All right, so you don't have the numbers with you this morning?
That's something that we can get you
All right,
afterwards, but,
okay.
or, again, those are numbers that are widely accessible in
Okay,
both the council and the OCFO as well.
all right. I would like to have an opportunity to meet with you, Jenny, too. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Truman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up a little on what Councilmember Bonds was talking about on these federal funds. And I'll be specific about what I would be very curious to see would be a table that showed the category of funds, the amount granted, the amount that has been spent to date for that fund, the amount that's obligated yet in FY23, the amount that's obligated in FY24 in our coming budget, and the amounts that are obligated in the financial plan based on this budget, and then the final column, the amounts that are not obligated at this point. Is that possible to do?
I believe that's possible, and I'll provide a similar response again to Councilmember Bonds, which is, it is information that is accessible. We do not keep it ourselves. It is within financial systems. So if the council budget office or your staff or the OCFO can't provide that detail, we can see what we can fill in with.
Okay, so I mean, I do think as you, okay, we have it, then I'll look forward to seeing it. Following up on something else that Chairman Mendelson raised, and I think that you got at in a certain way relating to the BSA and the schools first in budgeting. I would have expected to see some sort of a subtitle that said, notwithstanding this law, the administration has chosen to go in a different route with an explanation for why that is. I think I understood you to say that the OAG and the CFO didn't require you to do something like that.
There are some subtitles of the BSA. In fact, much of the BSA will be subtitles that we will include because we are proposing some kind of spending adjustment on established law, and we know we have to change the law to do it. If there's a disagreement about what's needed in the BSA based on whether it's legally required, for example, to use your example, within the BSA to have a provision that identifies the Schools First Act, because we know what our budget submission is going to be, then ultimately the OAG and the OCFO will come back to us and say, hey, here are two provisions you're going to have to include given what the budget you submitted. So if they make those requirements of us, we make that adjustment. If they don't, we don't make that adjustment. For the Schools First Act, and I point this out, I also have a good faith disagreement, because my reading of the Home Rule Act is that the mayor has the authority to formulate the budget. But having said that, ultimately, for those provisions in which there's some open question, the OAG and the OCFO will tell us what we have to add to our submission, our draft submission to them, so they believe it's legally compliant.
Yeah, so what's interesting to me about that is, I mean, the implication, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that by inaction in not requiring you to have the kind of notwithstanding language in the BSA, that the OAG and the OCFO are saying it isn't binding law, which that would be a big decision for them to have made. And yet, if it were binding law, it seems like you would have been required to have a BSA section. And why, I don't understand how we got to where we are.
I would defer those questions to the OAG or the OCFO. It would not have changed our submission, but I know that's not what you're asking. But I would defer that response to the two offices that ultimately make that determination.
Okay, well, we do need to look into that. And it might not have changed the numbers that you submitted, but I think actually part of where we are in this is a loggerhead between the executive and the council, where the council had a goal that it spelled out in that legislation and the executive chose to go a different way. And at a minimum, because this is going to be a movie that replays itself. So at a minimum, having the executive spell out specifically school by school why it is it chose to go a different route would at least lead to a more meaningful discussion in this period of tug of war between the council and the executive. Where we are now is you did what you guys did, and now the council is going to do something, and the communication and collaboration between the two is at a low level. And if you had spelled out with more specificity than has been done so far why you made the choices that you made, including on a school by school basis, we'd be in a different place for that discussion.
I don't agree that it is at a low level. We collaborate almost every day with council staffs and the budget team. You have the budget now, and the root to me of many of the specific programmatic concerns is it's a tough budget. The council can make different choices than we made. We made our choices based on rooted principles of equity and good faith for the DC residents. You can look at the same issue and come to a different conclusion collectively and make an adjustment to it. And we respect that.
All right, well, I mean, thank you very much. And I think you probably will see that happen in this process. And I do think if there were more specificity about why the administration did what it did on a school by school basis, we'd be in a better position. And I worry about this going forward. I want to pivot. I have limited time. There was a fair amount of talk about the ATE revenue and the back and forth that you were having with the CFO, and then the question of when pens go down. And it sounds like a little hair raising that you're trying to figure this out, and they're trying to take all the pieces into account. When I look at the numbers for that revenue, it looks odd that there's such a small jump in FY24 when there's a big jump later. And part of what we've heard is, well, they got to clarity about where the cameras were going to be and that the contracts were established. And yet the number of cameras that will be in place in FY24 is much bigger than the number that'll be in place in FY23. And we don't see a revenue jump. And my question to you is, when it came down to the wire in you guys sorting it out, as I understand you explaining it, but we're still in this budget process, and the CFO could say, you know what, in FY24 there is going to be more revenue than we included in our end of the wire push to try to come up with numbers. I'm hoping you will encourage the CFO. It's an independent agency, but I'm hoping you will encourage the CFO to be receptive to taking yet another look at that, just as you would have pushed him to take yet another look at it in the weeks running up to your deadline as we move up to our deadline.
I understand the reservations the OCFO has. I would encourage you, as we did, to engage with his office. They're very open. The folks that work in the revenue analysis group are incredibly bright, and sort of engage within 24. There is a period of time in which they're looking at the time it takes to put in place the cameras and maybe building in some risk, hedging the risk of being unsure the exact level of revenue that 24 will produce. And I know you wanted to move on, and I'll just do this in 30 seconds because there is and I want to move on too. But there's a premise that's out there that's just factually not true, which is that somehow the executive goes school by school and decides who's going to get what. Our budgets are both formula based, and in the formula the mayor put in this budget, literally in the city's history, there's never been more money associated with a child who has an IEP, who is speaking English as a second language, or who's considered at risk. Never in the city's history is there as much money being put to those kids. So the premise that is not an equitable budget, or that the mayor somehow makes decisions at a school by school basis is factually not true.
Yeah, so the way in which I talk about it as a school by school basis is I actually don't have confidence in any formula. Every formula breaks down and doesn't work in some places. You have one formula that, and that's what you use to get at it for individual schools. You make adjustments off of that formula, but you have a formula that you use. There's another formula, the schools first in budget formula. And that would get to a different result for on a school by schools basis. You will be at a place where you know what your formula kicks out for school X and what schools first in budget would kick out on a school basis. And you can look at those two things and say, you know what, we think ours is right because of this. We think that this school doesn't need whatever would be mandated here for this reason. And that's why we're going with our model. And you can do that analysis after you've applied the two formulas to an individual school. I've run out of time.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Parker.
I want to start with the opioid abatement fund, and in the fiscal year 24 budget, there's a sweep of some $2 million. If you can detail your justification for sweeping the funds, but also where that money went. I would just note for those watching legally, these funds are meant to address the opioid crisis here in the district, as these are settlement funds. And so many of my colleagues and I are concerned as we see what seems to be a sweep and reallocation of these funds outside of the law.
Thank you for the question, council member. So as we go through the budget process each and every year, we always look at fund balance and see what might be available, not committed, that can be used to help solve pressures in other places. So in this year, obviously, we had a big gap to close. So we looked at all available balances. In the information that we were provided at the time, it was not necessarily listed as like a restricted fund that was not available for sweeping. In the last just 2 days ago, we did hear from the Office of the Attorney General. They might have some concerns. We are following up with them and looking into it. If there are, we will make sure to address that in the errata letter. But as far as we know, and the information that we had when we put the budget together, it was not something that could not be taken.
And so if I am to read between the lines of what you're saying, and I take it all at face value, I'm assuming that suggests that the CFO's office did not include that amongst its list of restricted funding.
It was listed as committed. And so that's what we're going back to look at and see, was that list inaccurate? We're looking at the grant, the settlement agreement itself, and just trying to unpack the facts. And again, if it is something that there was an error, we do have an errata coming, and it is something that we would correct for.
Okay. I want to go to the charter teacher investment funds. In my discussion with the charter board, there was a question of where did they come up with these numbers? Can you detail how you calculated the numbers? Namely, how did you come up with the amount of teachers across charter LEAs?
So we unfortunately don't have enough detailed information to say, very precise assumptions. So what we did is we took the value of the WTU contract and prorated it based on the average teacher salary for charter schools.
And how did you determine what that average teacher salary was?
That was based on data and information we got from the Deputy Mayor for Education. And so we use that data to prorate, and that's why we also put it in our workforce investment account. We do have to go through the process of allowing charters to apply. And of course, if there is an issue where we have perhaps undercounted, we would work through the year and through a reprogramming or other kind of process to true that up.
Yeah, because what I'm hearing folk at the charter board are saying no one reached out to us. And we are actually not clear how they came up with this number. And so it is helpful to hear that that number came from the Deputy Mayor of Education. I guess it's unfair to ask you all questions on behalf of that office. So I'm happy to follow up there. I wanted to come next to the ATE revenue. And this has been a lot of discussion, but your justification for reprogramming money out of the Vision Zero legislation as the law stipulates the revenue is supposed to go to? Is it simply because the CFO said you could do it?
So let me answer that two ways. One is that this is what it would require to have obligated all that funding to the Vision Zero Fund. It would require us to take hundreds of millions more dollars from really good programs across the budget that everyone here at the council is concerned about. So if the council does want to make that switch, you've got to cut all that money out of those programs to be able to repurpose it for the Vision Zero Fund. And two, and this is very important, that our debt service levels are based on spending. And if that funding is set aside for the Vision Zero Fund, I understand that we would not be able to take out as much debt to fund Vision Zero projects. So the council would have to remove hundreds of millions of dollars from programs and remove a significant amount of capital funding too. So we made the change because we knew most of this has to be engineering work, which is capital budget. So including it in the general fund allowed for us to take out more debt to be able to have more projects to be able to help Vision Zero. But if the council is considering reversing that, that is the hurdles that you're going to have to cross in a tight budget year.
I agree. But the challenge many of us are having is that the law stipulated one thing and the executive seemed to single-handedly decide you weren't going to follow the law. And so the challenge facing the council is exactly right that you're describing. What I'm getting at is what gave you permission not to honor what the law stipulates where that funding is supposed to go? Was it a declaration from the CFO's office saying, yes, you can use this money elsewhere?
We repealed it in the BSA. So the mayor has the authority in the Home Rule Act to submit adjustments to legislation that provide the legal basis for the budgets he submits. Had we not done that, I want to highlight this because I know that in some discussion, it would require in a tight budget year, significant cuts to the capital and operating budgets. The council has the budget. You can make a different choice. But we did make sure the budget was legally sufficient in the BSA that we sent. And it did allow for us to have more capital projects to provide to Vision Zero.
I just would note the Vision Zero goal is a goal of the executives. It is a goal that by the auditor's assessment and by many residents' assessment has been a failure. And so while I hear you in terms of the challenge facing the council and the need to fill gaps, the angst that many people feel is at a time when we are seeing increasing traffic violence play out, while hearing increasing rhetoric, why it matters to the executive, we are seeing diverted funds that the law stipulated were supposed to go to greater safety investments.
Council member, if I could
yes.
just add one thing to that. So as again, as the city administrator mentioned, really where we make the difference when it comes to Vision Zero is changing the infrastructure, right? I mean, we do things that are non-infrastructure or light infrastructure, but it's really changing the roadways, right? That's our big capital projects. If we had left that money in, you could simply count it as sort of pay-go, right? But for every $100, you would get $100. Instead, for every dollar we invested and that we're able to invest in geodebt, we're able to generate $14. So we're actually able to maximize that funding more when we use it as debt service to do more capital projects. So I just want us to keep that in mind, that we can actually leverage that money farther than if we just left it as traditional operating or pay-go.
Okay. Two other things, and then I'm going to wrap. I want to come to the downtown tax abatement within the BSA, and I just want to clarify. So for the affordability requirements, and here it says at least 8% of the housing units are affordable to households earning 60% or less of the median family income, or at least 15% of the housing units are affordable to households earning 80% or less of the family income. How long is that requirement in place?
Council member, we'll have to get back to you. I believe let me get back to you.
Okay, it's my understanding that that is in place for 20 years. Is that accurate?
Yes, Councilmember.
That is accurate. So it's important to note for residents, while we are standing to invest a lot in our downtown and give a lot of money away in abatement, we only have a 20-year requirement for affordable housing in that downtown corridor. Again, at a time when we and the executive is agreeing that affordable housing is needed in the district. That's worth noting. My second question here, this within the BSA eliminates the first source agreement as well as the TOPA requirements downtown. And if you could just at a high level speak to why that might be necessary for this proposal.
You're correct that affordable housing is the mayor's top priority, as is getting our downtown vibrant. So after extensive outreach with the individuals who really understand the financial calculations needed to convert buildings that really are not at all suited for residential housing, the feedback that we got was that we had to be able to make adjustments to be able to allow for them to
I hate to
have more
interrupt.
confidence.
I'm going to squeeze in my last few seconds on the Medicaid cap reimbursement cap. That's my last question. What conversation, if any, did you have with area hospitals around the impact that that proposal would have on their finances?
Our Deputy Mayor, Wayne Turnage, who has great expertise with the hospitals and their financial pressures, gave us assurances, understanding the pressures that these hospitals are under, that this is a contribution that was able to be made to help us with our budget.
I would also add to that the rate that we are paying hospitals is still above their actual cost. So the rate is 110% versus the actual cost at 100%.
I'm over time, but I would just note Children's Hospital in Ward 5, providing a lot of life-saving critical services, has made a pretty compelling case how that Medicaid cap will single-handedly undermine the services they can provide to children and people across the district. And so I will follow up. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time for these questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Is borrowing really cheaper, or is it that borrowing enables us to get more money now? Did you really mean to say, Director Reed, that it's cheaper to borrow?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I did not mean to say it's cheaper to borrow. What I meant to say is we can leverage more investment now by borrowing than simply keeping it at PAYGO.
Thank you. When will we be getting the errata letter? And you remember on March 24th, I suggested that you resist the temptation in past years' errata letters where there are a lot of policy changes, and instead you have two so-called errata letters, one that has mistakes that we get quickly, and then the second, which we get in the normal course.
We're aiming for next week. And we take the time with the errata letter because we want to make sure it captures all the information needed to be able to make adjustments to the budget.
You do know you're free to give us as many errata letters as you want to.
We'll keep that in mind. Seriously, I'll keep that in mind as we go through.
Please, because there are bona fide technical mistakes, and we'd like to get those as quickly as possible. Councilmember Allen sent a letter to you today regarding the opioid settlement. Have you received it? Have you seen it since you were here?
I have not. Yeah, I may have received it. I haven't seen it. We started this hearing early, so I was focused on this hearing.
When you provide the answer or answers, would you be sure to include the budget office as well as my office? Maybe, in fact, all council members, since he seat most of the council members.
We'll make sure it gets distributed broadly,
Great.
including to your office and the budget office.
Thank you. And I neglected to ask this earlier, but every year I ask agencies about their enhancement requests, what I call Form Bs, and they all say that I need to ask you.
That material is deliberative. It has been for, I believe, every mayor. It remains deliberative.
Now you realize that there's a court ruling that goes against that interpretation or the executive's position?
We're appealing, and it just so I could add, I've done budgets in many different settings, and it is important to be able to have a deliberative back and forth with the executive, whether it's a federal agency or a local agency. Having said that, we're appealing that because it's important, in my view, to allow for agencies to have an open dialogue without thinking about the whole world being able to see what they're putting forward, what they're putting forth for what there may not be funding for.
And does that mean that the subordinate agencies can have as open a dialogue with the council?
Those materials are deliberative, and the conversations, they are, I've watched many of the hearings, and I do find the directors give open, honest responses, often for hours at length. If a director had a conversation that was contained in one of those forums, like the details of that will remain deliberative, but I don't think I've ever seen a director who in this council period or others who wasn't working in good faith to be as open as possible with the council in response to questions.
Well, I would agree with you that most directors are as open in good faith as possible, quote unquote, as possible. When we're talking about subordinate agency heads, yes, over the years, I've seen agency after agency after agency who will not argue against or undercut the mayor's proposal, whether it's Mayor Bowser or Mayor Gray or Mayor Fenty. Although I think actually under Mayor Williams, we did receive the Form Bs. So as the appropriators, we need to know what agencies believe they need in order to provide their programs and maybe improve their programs. And that's what's reflected in their enhancement requests. We've never asked for the deliberative materials that interpret, to go back and forth, that lead to actual decision making. But what the agency identifies is something that is consistently withheld from us. And that's why I'm asked every year that we have that information so that we know. I think that concludes all the questions. Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you very much, Chairman. You really pricked open a concern that I have, and that is the workforce fund. I want to make sure that we're not at all thinking that we would have less money for workforce, given the circumstances that we find our community in. And can you just talk to me a minute about the workforce fund? I know in the supplemental budget, there is money. I just want to make sure that what I saw, I believe, is some removals of funds from that account are not in any way going to diminish the opportunity for DC residents to go through the training and to go through the process of having gainful employment and possibly having an opportunity to create a career and therefore ultimately wealth for their families and their households.
Thank you for the question. So as you know, council member, we significantly increased funding on workforce investment programs as the impacts of the pandemic started to unfold, largely using federal funding that's starting to wind down. So we are starting an approach that is winding down the programs to bring them back to the levels that they were pre-pandemic. You will see in the budget a decrease in FY23 that will still allow for robust participation in these employment programs. You will see us correct some of that adjustment in the errata letter that's coming before you. And then you'll see in 24, we added over $19 million in local funding just to keep the programs whole from where they were in this fiscal year. So the mayor has made significant investments in workforce investment programs, and we have robust opportunities. In fact, I believe we have more than 70 programs across district government that provide opportunities.
All right. And so when we have an opportunity to sit in the next few hours or so, you'll remind me of those 70 different pots because I think it's very important for the community to understand that. And also, I want to understand it because, you know, we're saying that we're trying to recover in the District of Columbia. And I hear you point out, well, you know, these funds are going to be reduced to pre-pandemic, you know, time. But it seems to me we've got to put more emphasis on getting our population back to work and in jobs, because it will help us through this recovery. So I want to make sure that we're moving kind of in the right direction so that the public understands their role, which is to take advantage of opportunities for employment, that we have them.
Absolutely. And I think that the good news is that the investments that the mayor and council have made through the ARPA funds and through the recovery funds are working. Our unemployment rates are going down. We're adding more jobs. In fact, unemployment in Ward 7 and 8 is now back into single digits. And I believe that this is the first time in many years that we've had unemployment in Ward 8 in single digits. So the good news is these investments are working. We do need to continue them, but we're going to focus on the ones that we know work the best and we know get people into jobs. And those are the ones that we focused on investing on adding money into in FY24.
All right. Well, you know, I hear us talk about single digits and, you know, I grew up in this community, so I'm familiar with but does single digit unemployment mean that we're really employing Ward 7 and 8? Or does it mean that Ward 7 and 8 are not applying anymore?
It doesn't mean that we're employing Ward 7 and 8 because we're looking at the numbers by ward and who is employed and who is unemployed and where they reside. So it's good news. We still have progress to make for sure. We want to get it to as low as possible, but we've really seen a shift since the start of the pandemic.
All right, so I'm looking forward to a meeting with you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude the testimony. Thank you for making yourself available this morning. And I can't remember if there was a follow-up. If there's something I'm not remembering, I hope you remember.
It's the promise to work with you all over the summer to figure out how to smooth out the process, look at the requirements, get more timely submissions.
Yes, and to give us a copy of your response to Councilmember Allen
Yes, and the errata letter.
and the errata letters. Thank you.
And the follow-up for Councilmember White. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you all. I'm going to turn to the public witnesses. I'm going to try calling them by page. So I'm going to call page 1. Liz Tabarros, who is District of Columbia Building Industry Association CEO. Alex Earn, who's Mid-Atlantic lead with Division Young. Christine Espenshade, who is Vice Chair of Multifamily Capital Markets with Newmark. Cassandra Sardakis, who is Managing Director of Debt and Structured Finance at Newmark. Chris LeBarton, who is Director of Market Analytics at CoStar. John Farrell, who's Managing Director, Washington, D.C. office of Collier's Valuation Advisory Services. Chris Lineberger, who's Emeritus Professor, Center for Real Estate and Urban Analysis at George Washington University. Richard Lake, who's District of Columbia Building Industry Association Board President. And William Rich, who is President of Delta Associates. Yeah, I did go over onto page 2, but I'm trying to capture people who are all sort of with the same group. Testimony is 3 minutes. If you're in gallery view, which I recommend, you should be able to see a clock in the upper left, maybe. And we'll begin with Mr. Barros. Good morning, and thank you for your patience.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros, and I'm the CEO of DCBIA. We are the leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia, and we work regularly with multiple district agencies to shape our built environment. We thank you for the opportunity to testify on the mayor's budget. I am submitting longer testimony for the record. The ongoing dialogue between the council and DCBI through the performance and budget hearings has been incredibly helpful for our members and will be even more important in the next fiscal year as we seek to meet the goals of the comeback plan and the overall economic recovery of the district. We recognize that as a body, you have a lot of tough choices ahead. Developers are focused on the long term, and we understand and recognize that the next 2 years may very well be a worse situation than the one we are in currently. The market experts and developers you will hear who will present today will describe the current market conditions and the outlook in detail. We believe certain actions the mayor has taken in this budget can turn this outlook around to create a more positive fiscal impact for the district in the short and long term. The mayor should be commended for sending a balanced budget to the council, recognizing that raising taxes when we are still seeing rising vacancy rates and have our office buildings downtown only at 50% occupied on a good day because the federal government is still teleworking would create even further economic harm. We strongly encourage the council not to raise either residential or commercial property taxes, and we are highly recommending to ensure the sunset of our high deed and recordation taxes, creating the opportunity for buildings to change hands at lower upfront costs throughout DC will directly and positively impact the Housing Production Trust Fund by providing more dollars into its account and producing more affordable housing in FY24 and beyond. The Housing in Downtown Abatement Amendment Act is an absolute starting point for the city to come back. We strongly believe removing some of the hurdles for developers up front in changing the use of older buildings in downtown, like no longer requiring first source and providing temporary TOPA exemption, both which ultimately and immensely slow down the early stages of financing and construction of new buildings, will help make these projects more feasible. As you know, it is not unprecedented to waive first source requirements on construction as in HANTA or provide TOPA exemptions like in the LIHTC deals. For residents to want to be part of the renaissance of downtown, we need to make downtown a place where people want to work, live, and play and visit. To us, the tax abatement is not just about real estate taxes, it is about planning and strategizing, and we should never lose sight of the collective goal of neighborhood development for all. Allowing this tax abatement to go forward now with the actual dollars not coming into play into FY28 gives us time to plan, discuss, and construct so we can build the correct future for downtown in the next 20 years and beyond. Finally, along with AOBA, we support delaying the enforcement of BEPS, the Building Energy Performance Standards, and the start for DOE to publish the building types and standards needed to be met. More time is needed to ensure we get office workers back into buildings, lower vacancy rates to help offset costs of the current BEPS requirements. The suspension of the BEPS program comes at no cost in FY24 through 27's budget and provides an opportunity for developers and DOE to continue working together to flesh out important development concerns over the details of the program. We thank you for the DOE for their willingness and outreach to our industry and DCBI through the pandemic, and we manage as we manage these headwinds to come. Thank you for your leadership and stewardship of our precious resources, Chairman, in this budget and to meet the comeback. We look forward to continuing to work together, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Barros. Alex Earn.
Hi, I'm Alex Arn. Very nice to meet you guys. So I lead the innovation team here in DC at Avis & Young. So it's a pretty key aspect of my job to know the market and then the demand drivers that kind of keep it ticking, right? So I believe you should have some slides shared that I had put together so you guys can follow along. So just starting off, a few high-level themes that are more in-depthly covered in our market report that's publicly available on our website. So I would highly advise you guys checking that out. But we are in this midst of some very looming very heavily looming CMBS maturities. So we got $2 billion of those coming up over the next couple of years, and that's just in the office sector. That number would increase drastically if we include other property types. 6.15 million square feet of office space that is slated to be converted to residential, and then vacancy rate in trophy buildings. Just a couple of high-level metrics to kind of set the stage. So we in DC right now are at a very crucial inflection point. So we're seeing the kind of culmination of structural issues as it relates to the way that we work, kind of coming to a inflection point with cyclical issues in this form of economic headwinds. So that takes shape by higher interest rates, and obviously the vast economic headwinds that you would read about if you look on CNBC at all. So first page, we're looking at RTO, and this is basically using cell phone data actually across some major gateway markets. So to Liz's point earlier, we're at 47.3% as of year end 22. We will have updated data here in the next couple of days, so I will be sure to circulate that with you guys. But this is just to kind of paint the stage of where we're at. Obviously, this lack of utilization has manifested itself in increasing vacancy rates. So we're seeing vacancy rates currently at about 17% with availability looking closer to 21%. Now, if you look over time, we've kind of had this structural issue for some time. DC hasn't really evolved its tenancy or its tenant mix over the past couple of years. We know, for example, we're a 2% tech market versus in 2010, we were a 1% tech market. Take San Francisco over that same time frame. They went from a 2% tech market to a 25% tech market. So just to kind of show how DC's tenancy has not really evolved and how that's manifesting itself in the form of elevated sort of vacancy rates. So naturally, elevated vacancy rates and reduced tenant demand would manifest itself in the form of lower net effective rental rates. So in that gap between base rental rates, which is the contract rent that's negotiated that appears on a lease, versus the net effective rent, which is the rent that a tenant pays less any free rent or tenant improvement allowance given. When that gap starts to widen, as with the case in really any economic setting, that's not good for landlords. That's where they make money, right? Is when those two lines are kind of together. So obviously, we're at a point now where we're very much discouraging further investment in the city because the return just simply is not there. So that's kind of the structural piece, and then the cyclical piece. We actually use a couple of different forward-looking data sources at Avison Young. So the first one is actual job postings. So rather than relying on Janet Yellen on the first Friday of every month to kind of give us the long and the short of employment data, we actually are looking at jobs postings, which is going to give us the next 6 to 9 months of what employment patterns would look like. And if you look at that chart on page 6, you'll see that we can kind of see this employment correction beginning about March of last year, driven mainly by tech. But as you can see, jobs postings really started to fall and as of late have dropped off a cliff, which is, synonymous with the layoffs that you would see if you ever turned on CNBC. Lastly, we also look at funding. So looking at, different forms of VC funding, PE funding, grants, et cetera, and use that as a proxy for future office leasing. And this chart would also give you that kind of same visual, looking at funding volumes dropping off Q2 of last year and deal counts getting to be virtually non-existent. Obviously makes sense given rising interest rates and cost of capital going up, but I figured that would be very important to kind of set the stage of where we're at. So yeah, that is it from me.
Thank you, Mr. Ern. Christine Espenshade.
Thank you so much. I am Christine Espenshade. I am a vice chairman at Newmark, located in Washington, D.C. I oversee our multifamily investment sales team. We cover investment sales of apartment communities in Washington, D.C., suburban Maryland, and Northern Virginia. I am here to briefly speak about the impact of TOPA and multifamily sales on transfer tax revenue. The charts that I provided to the council indicated the number of sales that actually occur in the 3 substates, and that is how we track sales. And I think many of you are familiar with TOPA as a law that is very unique and solely unique to Washington, D.C. It is not in the surrounding jurisdictions, even though there are some other programs there. And essentially, TOPA delays multifamily investment sales to investors up to 420 days, When again, looking at surrounding substates in Northern Virginia, an average sale takes 115 days. And in surrounding counties in Maryland, it is 180 days. By doing so, you're limiting the number of sales that ultimately happen. When you look at the number of sales by volume, again, transfer tax is calculated upon sales price. And so it's very important to look at the dollar amount transferred in the jurisdiction to calculate transfer taxes. DC, of the 3 jurisdictions, only accounts for 15% of sales, despite the fact that the number of apartment buildings eligible for trade is almost equal among the 3 jurisdictions. Again, 15%. That number should be closer to 33%, again, given that the number of apartment buildings in the 3 substates are about equal. And when looking into transfer tax revenue, that accounts for, over the 3-year period, looking at 18, 19, and 22, eliminating the period of time whereby transactions in the district were not permitted because of the COVID-19 pandemic, that generated for multifamily buildings alone only $194 million of revenue. Okay, look at that compared to the amount of revenue, if using the same transfer tax rate, received in suburban Maryland and Northern Virginia, where suburban Maryland received $450 million of revenue and Northern Virginia $618 million. Looking back at how we can rework TOPA, whether that's a time frame exemption, whether it's solely including that for rent-controlled buildings, could potentially increase tax revenue not borne by the DC taxpayer from anywhere of $250 to $425 million in a 3-year period alone. Also promoting additional investment from institutional investors, international investors, REITs, and so on. This allows you to do inclusionary zoning. This allows you to do all the things that you want to do to protect the constituents of DC. This tax will be borne by the buyers and sellers, but ultimately allow you to create additional revenue by the elimination of TOPA through increased transfer tax revenue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Espenshade. But what I don't see in your presentation, there's an assumption of a cause effect. There could be other factors that are affecting the reduced sales volume in the district.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know, but I don't see the cause effect in your presentation.
So you make a great point, and I will say that, you know, given 3 minutes of time, I certainly wanted to keep this kind of very basic and look at basic numbers. I will tell you, if you wanted to look, and I'm happy to provide as much information as you and your colleagues need. This is looking at same store data, right? The same types of transactions, general same locations when you look at the 3 jurisdictions. I can tell you, and I think if you wanted to speak to institutional investors and people looking to invest in the district, there are people who will no longer transact in the District of Columbia because of TOPA. It's hard to see that when you look at the cranes across the city. But I will tell you from my personal experience in transacting in these jurisdictions, there are buildings in Maryland and Virginia. In my 25 years experience, I have sold multiple times, generating multiple tax revenue. However, in the district, I can think offhand of only 2 buildings that have sold multiple times in the past 10 years. Multifamily investment sales is a heavily traded business. That's why, you know, we make plenty of money here. People like the economics of DC. We like, you know, investors like the more work, play, live. I know we're trying to get the work back into DC, but TOPA is an onerous process. And I think the other thing to note, when you actually look at trades that have happened, of the 101 buildings in the District of Columbia that have sold since 2018, not one was actually acquired by the tenants, right? It is a kind of long-term scam. They can assign it to somebody else. What we want to be able to do is let affordable housing developers equally participate in the process. Maybe there are other tax incentives for affordable housing groups to come in, but by delaying these sales by 400 plus days, you're eliminating private capital and the ability for buildings to trade multiple times. And this program, in my opinion, again, we're here to talk about tax revenue, doesn't in fact help the tenants who are living in these buildings.
Thank you. Ms. Sardakis?
Yes. Good morning. I'm trying to share my screen as I can. Let's see here.
You may not be able to share the screen. Nobody else has today, but it would be nice if you turn on your camera.
Okay, sure. 1 second. Sure, no problem. Switch accounts. Okay. Recording in progress.
I see you. Why don't you proceed? Oh, but I can't hear you.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Well, thank you for having me. I'm a managing director in our practice. Sorry, this is. Okay, sorry about that. I'm managing director on our debt and equity practice in Washington, D.C. We have entered just quite a rapidly changing lending environment over the past 13 months. Essentially, we are at historic Fed interest rate hikes, the steepest on record since the Fed started tabulating data. This has increased and led to, obviously, we've had a lot of banking failures, several banking failures recently in March 23 with SVB and Signature Bank, which have made the lending environment that much more challenging. There's already been a significant pullback in CRE originations, given the Fed's fight on inflation and to rein in costs. Essentially, we've had a deposit crisis over the last 30 days, which has made the overall lending environment that much more challenging. To keep it short, there's been a vast reduction in financing transactions across the board, with lender emphasis on loan extensions, distressed assets, trophy products, lower leverage, and existing relationships. Overall, financings are off, about 50% from where they were a year ago. This has created, specifically to office product, very, very challenging factors with lenders not being able to fund TIs, LC dollars, concession packages, really difficulty into seeing tenant demand. We have seen a tremendous flight to quality to our trophy buildings from our Class A- and B buildings. One statistic, which is just eye-popping, is right now, for the past 9 quarters, there's been negative 3 million square feet of absorption for leasing for Class B buildings. The vacancy rate for Class B is about 25%, according to Newmark Research. At the end of 2010, the GFC, the vacancy in Class B buildings was 7%. That's also when we had more of a much higher unemployment rate at 6% versus the 3% we are now. One last factor on this page, I will say that the lenders for Newmark and various broker firms are estimating that 40 to 50% of current office buildings are underwater to their current loan balance from their market value. So this is just an impending crisis that DC and frankly other cities across the country, I think, have to get ahead of because of just the cyclical shifts in office products. So the big question why we're here today, one of the reasons are what can we do to mitigate supply, convert, have change of use as necessary. Each building is like a snowflake. Only about 1 in 15 actually pencils. There's skepticism from various investors and lenders to achieving new rents, escalating costs for all the conversion to centralized utility systems, facade treatments, window lines, much more expensive than ground up, risks to getting commercial tenants out, and as well as Christine mentioned, the TOPA process is an inhibiting factor to major investors and institutions who have ability to invest in other cities. It is noted right now, I would say conversion financing is very, as I said, very difficult especially from the pullback of local and regional banks. Conversions generally require 2 financing transactions, such as an acquisition and pre-development loan. And then once you get your plans ready and ready to go, shovel ready essentially, then you go get a construction loan. Borrowers also must be very careful of their banks in their loans. If a bank is seized by the FDIC, which we just saw, then the FDIC doesn't have to honor funding requests and the borrower's on the hook. So taking a lot of risk. In summary, I think the city has to take a full measure to streamline the process, reduce costs, and incentivize investment, such as fast tracking conversions through prioritized regulatory approvals, the real estate abatement tax credit, which has been talked about. That's essentially how Harbor East in Baltimore was built. I know Philadelphia has also had a very successful program. And clearly, I think TOPA would incentivize investors who have other economic choices in other cities.
Thank you very much. Chris LeBarton.
Yes, thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate it. I sent my slides as well. I'm not sure if you guys got them in time. So again, I'm a director of market analytics for CoStar Group. I cover the Washington, D.C.'s commercial and multifamily real estate, so I'm here to just speak about the data and trends. My first slide is basically looking at the impacts, and Alex led up to this very nicely, the implications of a post-COVID workplace. It's still going to take time to work through, but several secular trends have taken place, and there is lower overall demand and utilization relative to employment. And this has led to record vacancy, record availability in many major office markets, including DC. Hybrid work tends to impact sectors and cities that are more highly attuned to information, finance, professional services, government. DC is one of them. At this point, according to the survey of working arrangements and attitudes, March data, which was reported in April, about 35% of a work week is spent working from home. That's down from 40% exactly this time a year ago, and down from 55% in the fall of 2020. I think everyone is familiar with Castle Systems data. Largely, it shows that, again, in the major office markets, office utilization remains stubbornly low, but it is slowly rising. The most recent data, though, shows not only kind of this stubborn slowness, but how much momentum can be halted. Washington, D.C. experienced the biggest dip in office attendance. They refer to it as occupancy, nearly 3 points to the average for that week was 43.3%. DC has not pierced 47% since Castle started releasing this data. To get a little bit more granular, they also show the peak days among this cohort of 10 major cities. If I could take some personal privilege, as someone who commutes from just south of Baltimore into DC 4 days a week, I can confirm that traffic and parking are categorically more unpleasant on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays as they are on Mondays and Fridays. And DC Metro's highest day is at 50% of card swipes. So right now, DC vacancy writ large across the metro area is just under 16%. I know you're hearing different numbers on that. We all have different methodologies. I can provide you mine. Inside that number, there are dozens of submarkets. As it pertains to the testimony today, there are several within the district that have vacancy and availability that exceed the metro highs. So Georgetown, for instance, vacancy is just under 25% of their 4 million square feet is available. Capitol Hill, CBD, Capitol Riverfront, both East and West Ends, all have vacancy and availability exceeding 16%. Sublease availability, a future look at what is coming our way, is a wall. It has gone parabolic in DC. Right now, we are just a shade under 3.8 million square feet of sublease space that's trying to be marketed. And you'll see CoStar has forecasts, both the DC Metro and the district itself. The forecast lines have very similar shapes. And right now we see them sort of leveling out and hovering in, again, unprecedented territory for the next couple of years. And just as Christina mentioned, transactions have grinded to a halt. DC is on pace for the fewest transactions, office transactions, in 21 years, and the lowest sales volume since 1996. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. John Farrell.
John, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, John's coming a little later today, so I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Chris Lineberger.
Good morning. I'm Chris Lineberger. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and my offices have been in Ward 2 as well. That I also sent some slides, so you should have 4 slides. The first slide shows that I've been working on downtown turnarounds for much of my career, including cities such as Chattanooga, Cincinnati, New Orleans, and downtown Detroit. Much of that work I ran through Brookings, which resulted in a how-to paper turning around downtown. That's one of the most downloaded Brookings pieces. If you're following on the on my slides, going to slide 2, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that downtown, from a landmass point of view, is all of 3.8% of our city. Downtown adjacent places such as Noma, Capitol Riverfront, West End is another 10.6%. But look over at the other pie chart about the percent of the gross domestic product that are generated in downtown and in downtown adjacent places. Downtown generates 50% of the GDP of the District of Columbia. The downtown adjacent places generate 30%. So 80% of our GDP is generated in 14% of our city. Moving on to slide 3, we know why downtown in particular has been hurt so badly, while downtown adjacent places like Capitol Riverfront are really models of where we have to go. Downtown has 93% of its space in office and only 7% in as far as a residential. It violates portfolio theory, which says don't put all your eggs in one basket. Well, we did. Look at downtown, the various downtown adjacent places that surround downtown. Office is 47% versus 53% residential. We need to get the portfolio balanced and convert more and more office to residential. I like to end by talking about good things and bad things. One is that it's do focus on downtown revitalization. Chair Mendelson, you and I knew what the 1980s looked like in downtown DC, and it was not a pretty picture. We do not want to get back there. Number 2 is do not giveth and then taketh away. That some of these incentives sometimes comes with demands that substantially increase costs, thus offsetting those benefits. If the city considers tax abatement or TIF, you could always participate in the capital stack of these projects, but not expecting short-term returns. It can only be mid and long-term. And I just hope that you will not fall back to the bad old days of the 1980s. It'll take us decades to pull ourselves out of that ditch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lineberger. Turn the page. Richard Lake.
Richard is an attendee. I think he needs to be promoted.
Good morning. I always like to get promoted, so appreciate it. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee of the whole and staff. My name is Richard Lake. I am the board president of DCBIA and also managing partner of Roadside Development. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. You have my testimony, so I'll try to stay on the high level components of the discussion today. And I think everybody that came before me made some incredible points. One, we are at a tipping point. And downtown, as we all have heard, is suffering. And we saw this coming. This is not, shouldn't be news to anybody. This is truly something that that could have been foretold. We have a lot of policies that get in the way of transactions, get in the way of development. And if we all can identify the goals and identify the best way forward, and let's work together in that process. We have a lot of competing goals, and that's something I would like us to work on. The budget, I think, speaks highly about ways, more tools that we can unlock some of these redevelopments so we can get more balance in the portfolio, as Chris just mentioned. But also, we need to think about what we're trying to get to ultimately as a city. And how do we provide economic activity and development that allows, by the way, equitable inclusion and goals that we all share. And these are not mutually exclusive, but they have to be thoughtful. We also need a pause on so many changes. For instance, we cannot change regulations and emergencies and do it without open debate and discussion and public conversation about how we have agreed to set rents in the city. We need to have a dialogue and need to have a conversation prior to making such a huge sweeping changes. I recommend it, and I recognize the goals and the pressures that people have. But please, if we tell the investment community that we do not care about their voice, they will continue to leave the city. And what is happening right now, as you all know, the development teams that are in the city that have built most of the city are looking elsewhere. In fact, 85% of all the developers that are based in DC, their next projects are outside the city. And this is a trend that will continue because it is harder and harder to attract capital. And if capital does not want to come to the city because they find that it's inhospitable, then it'll be very difficult for us to make those investments. We all love the city. I was born in the city. I've done my offices and my businesses out of the city for the last 37 years. But I am telling you that we are at a tipping point at this moment. And I look forward to the conversations going forward, and I stand to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. William Rich.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is William Rich, and I am president of Delta Associates, a real estate consulting and research firm based in the district. I've been with Delta for 20 years, and I'm a resident of Southwest in Ward 6. I wanted to briefly present some multifamily market trends in the district. I also shared some slides, so I'll just continue on with my testimony. So in the first slide, you can see that we track 8 apartment submarkets in the district. The area that is subject to the housing and downtown abatement is within the central submarket. Downtown is outlined in red in the call-out section of the map. This map shows the location of 82 apartment projects currently under construction or an initial lease up in the district, and only 2 are in downtown. Both of these are office conversions. The next slide shows that since 2010, nearly 56,000 market rate apartment units have been built in the district. However, only 9% of these have been built in the central submarket due to the lack of available land. Most of the new construction has occurred in rapidly growing neighborhoods, as Chris mentioned earlier, that are adjacent to downtown, including Capitol Riverfront, Southwest, Noma, and Union Market. Looking ahead over the next 3 years, over 8,000 units could start construction in 2023 alone, including more office conversions in the central submarket, but the number of units drops off considerably in future years. While many apartment projects are shovel ready, they aren't money ready due to the current state of the credit markets. So it's likely only a portion of the projected 2023 construction starts will occur, and the rest will be delayed or possibly canceled. Only 700 units of the projected 8,000 units have started so far this year through March. Rents in the central submarket are among the highest in the district, averaging $3.73 per square foot for newer Class A product, which is higher than the citywide average of $3.39 per square foot. Annual rent growth over the past 5 years has averaged about 1% in the District of Columbia. Over the past 12 months, rents increased by 1.4% for newer product. Rent growth in the central submarket has outperformed the district-wide average recently and over the past 5 years. However, Class A apartment rents have yet to fully recover to pre-pandemic levels in the district. While rents metro-wide are now 6.5% higher than they were in March 2020, the district is slightly under pre-pandemic levels. The central submarket is only one of 2 submarkets in the district where rents have actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels, which indicates the relative strength of the central submarket. Up until now, office conversions in the district have mostly been concentrated outside of downtown, including in Southwest, but that's starting to change. Over 3 million square feet of office space is currently in the development pipeline to be adaptively reused, and if you include tear downs, the number is much higher. to create over 3,000 multifamily units throughout the city. But the incentives currently proposed will result in more development activity that will help the city reach the mayor's goal of 15,000 new residents downtown. Finally, I'd like to highlight some of the benefits of incentivizing office building conversions to residential downtown. In the short term, it will create construction jobs and office vacancy will be reduced, resulting in a boost to property values and higher building assessments. There will be more office building sales transactions to multifamily developers, which will increase deed and recordation tax revenue. Reusing office buildings as residential also results in less carbon emissions compared to ground up construction. Over the long term, the downtown population will increase, along with inventory of affordable housing units, creating a series of vibrant mixed-use 21st century neighborhoods in the center of our city that are already well served by transit. The increase in housing downtown will result in the retention and attraction of retail and services needed in residential neighborhoods, such as grocery stores and daycare centers. More residents and retail activity will generate additional income and sales tax revenue for the district, which will allow the city to continue providing essential services to district residents. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Ridge. Thank you for each of you for your testimony, and I have copies of it. I had one question, Mr. Lake. You didn't say this in your oral statement, but in your written statement, you talk about repealing the gain exclusion amendment. I don't want to get too much into that. I really just want to ask, have you brought that to the attention of the Tax Revision Commission?
Yes, we have. This, as you know, remember the gain exclusion was placed by the prior CFO a couple cycles ago. And it unfortunately had huge impacts on investment or attracting investment dollars. It creates a disadvantage to do business in the district. And we think it's one of the barriers that needs to be rectified.
Well, what I would like is for the Tax Revision Commission, what I would like is for the council to defer any action on taxes and wait for the recommendations of the Tax Revision Commission, and for the Tax Revision Commission, which we've resourced, to do its analysis on just a more holistic approach to our tax reform. So, but you say you have brought that to their attention.
This has been brought to their attention, and I am in a meeting next week with the tax policy folks.
Great, thank you. Council member Bonds. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I would have some questions. I don't have their written testimony, but what I have heard thus far from the witnesses is a great need for us to concentrate on how we develop or redevelop downtown. And so I need to know more. And if I had written testimony, I probably could ask a few questions. This is an arena I'm somewhat familiar with. But I want to thank the witnesses, and I certainly hope I will. We're printing it out in our committee now, but I just don't have it, and I certainly don't have the slides. I guess if I wanted to make sure, I didn't quite get Miss Saradakis' testimony, and she was talking about the Class B buildings and the rate of vacancy being at 25%. When you talk about the Class B buildings, are you speaking of what buildings are we talking about? The older buildings or those that have come online in the last 10 years?
That's a great question, council member. Yes, it is generally buildings that are built, I'd say in the last, 20 years or so is generally Class B. And of note, that 25% number, doesn't include the actual usage or true occupancy percentage of the buildings. As we know, there's a lot of space where people are not coming in, and lenders will look at the actual Castle card and usage numbers. Trophy is generally, in the last, call it, 6-7 years or so. And that product of the market is doing exceedingly well. Sometimes not in the headlines, And then the commodity A is in between. And those, have struggled as well, but not as much as the class B. I hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does. I wanted to make sure I was counting the right ones. Because you mentioned, 1 in 15 pencils down. And so I wanted to make sure I understood that. Is it, and this is for the entire panel, is it your impression that when we talk about reimagining downtown and the building structures we have, is your thinking that it would be more advantageous for the older buildings, I guess the Class B, to be demolished and new structures take place? Or are you thinking that all of the buildings in the inventory of downtown can be repurposed for residential? Removal of asbestos will not be expensive. I think we know the answer, but I want you to put it on the record, please.
So Councilmember Bonds, if I can address it, I think in the early stages, if we think about the edges and we work from the edges in, so the normal neighborhoods, take Shaw to the south, right? You already have a lot of the infrastructure that we need, like grocery stores and access. So if we move down to the southern portion of Shaw, or we go from the west end inward, or we go from the east end inward, that's what we're really talking about. And I don't think where anyone is suggesting that all Class B buildings be demolished. I don't think we're Detroit. We're trying to head off a concern about that. We don't necessarily truly understand what post-COVID is going to look like, but we do know that our demand is down and is probably going to stay down for a while. So we have inventory that not necessarily is helpful. And by taking some of the Class B, we'll make the remaining Class B more valuable. So we're not suggesting we tear down all of these buildings, and we're not suggesting quite frankly, most of them are going to be difficult to adapt or reuse. And some of them actually do need to be structurally brought down to the grade. But what we are looking at is something that's more of a holistic approach, something that brings a liveliness to the street edge, cultural uses, residential, because we're just taking a building and making it residential. We have to create the why. We have to create the reason somebody wants to live there. And we've got to rethink and reimagine some of those edges. And I think Chris, was the one who mentioned that, the riverfront was a good model because there's a good mix of uses. That's what we're trying to get to for more of the downtown.
Thank you so very much for that very meaningful response. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you to each of the witnesses. I'm going to keep moving along because we've got many more, but thank you for your time, your patience, and your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Jean-Michel Girard, who is President and CEO of Friendship Place. David Schwartzman, who is Chair of the Political Policy and Action Committee of the DC Statehood Green Party. Amber Harding, who's Executive Director of the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director of Empower Ed. Rachel Rintelman, who is with the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. Alana Eichner, co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Karen Price, who is the CEO and president of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District. Leona Agaritas, who is the executive director of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. Elena Dean, who is hand-in-hand volunteer with the domestic worker employer. Megan McGuire, who's representing the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Michaela Deming, who's simply listed as policy director. We'll find out what she's policy director of. Erica Williams, who's with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Nikaya Petrovic. I have to check the time actually. I'll call him later. Bill Rice. Gordon Chafin, Kurt Newman, who's president and CEO of Children's National Hospital. Tanya Vidal Kinlaw, who's Vice President of Community Engagement and Advocacy and Government Affairs for Children's National Hospital. And Aldwin Lindsay, who is Chief Financial Officer of Children's National Hospital. Give me a minute while folks are being let in. We'll begin with Mr. Sherrod.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I'm Jean-Michel Giraud, the President and CEO of Friendship Place. We're a regional homeless services organization. And last year we served 4,400 people with housing and other services. We are pleased to see that Mayor Bowser has included funding for 2 new locations for bridge housing in the FY24 budget. Bridge housing is a very effective model and can help fill the gap in housing as PEP-V ends and shelters close for renovation. At Friendship Place, we are concerned about the drastic cuts to ERAP and legal services for eviction. We also strongly support the inclusion and payment of incentives and retention bonuses to caseworkers in the FY23 and 24 budgets. The lack of PSH caseworkers has backlogged voucher processing capacity and impacted the mayor's decision to remove funds from needed vouchers in FY24. But this does not address the core issue. We have too many people living on the streets for too long, and the budget cuts will exacerbate this problem. We suggest DCHA use funds captured through new rent reasonableness standards this summer to house more individuals or provide additional wraparound services for tenants. We encourage the council to increase oversight of federal and local funds while investing money back into programs like ERAP, PSH, and hiring bonuses for much needed social workers. Immediate employment is also key in homeless services and is particularly well matched to rapid rehousing. For FY22 and FY23, the council funded a successful Job First pilot grant. In its first year at Friendship Place, it served 110 participants with obstacles to employment, including past incarcerations, disabilities, and homelessness. Friendship Place is asking to double the grant to $500,000 to reach out to 200 participants in FY24. For an additional $100,000, we could also teach this model to other nonprofits. Shifting money in DOES from traditional training programs to expedited job placement programs through Job First programming saves approximately $2,000 per participant. The new shelter is helpful for our LGBTQ+ residents, but we would also like to see better support to address discrimination in the system. The DC Interagency Council on Homelessness should focus on this area. Currently, it has no vehicle to support the LGBTQ community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. David Schwartzman.
Yes, I represent the DC State and Green Party, a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, working to effectively address and eliminate DC's big racial economic disparity. From the most recent data available, DC has the highest income inequality and homeless rate compared to the 50 states, while its child poverty rate was recently higher than all but 5 states. And we, of course, familiar with the big racial gap in wealth. And as Erica Williams has emphasized, DC's extreme wealth concentration exacerbates racial inequality and limits economic opportunity. Infant mortality is shockingly high in Ward 7 and 8, with DC's and US levels higher than Cuba. As I testified to this committee in June 2021, the shockingly high life expectancy gap between Black and white residents has actually grown in the last 2 decades. This fact alone demonstrates the utter failure of trickle-down economic policies of DC government to address persistent racial economic disparities. The mayor's proposed budget will not effectively address these disparities, rather likely make them worse. See all the F's in the Fair Budget's Mayor Budget Report Card. Aside from a few positive proposals, such as funding public housing repair and a pilot guaranteed income program, we now witness a reprise of balancing the budget on the backs of the poor from the control board era when Tony Williams was CFO. Our mayors and until recently our council have continued to impose trickle-down economic policies which have perpetuated DC's racial economic disparities. The council should revisit what they did in 2021 with their tax hike on wealthy residents by capturing the Trump tax cuts given to the big corporate sector as revenue to better meet the needs of DC's working class and low-income community. Boosting economic security for DC working class is a path to building racial and economic equity, and DC's tax structure must become truly progressive with higher taxes paid by both wealthy residents and the big corporate sector. I don't have time to read everything else, but I want to stress that we oppose the mayor's outrageous proposal for 80% cut in ERAP. We stand with to oppose the huge 8.9 rent increase and so forth. The rest is in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartzman, and I do have a copy of your statement. Amber Harding.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amber Harding. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all DC residents, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. We are members of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign, and we strongly support their budget and policy recommendations. This budget isn't just tight, it's deeply and fundamentally out of balance. Where government has failed to follow the law or implement its programs, there's no consequence levied on the government, only on district residents. When cuts are made to critical programs, they are accompanied by deliberate policy choices that make those cuts deeper and less able to heal. Here are a few examples where we think the council should take decisive action to shift who bears the burden when the government fails to meet the needs of its residents. As you know, DC ran out of eviction funds halfway through the year with a $43 million budget. The mayor then proposed cutting the program by 80% while refusing to fund a part-time temporary worker to slow the pace of rent increases. So rents go up and help goes down. The council should increase funding for ERAP, and if the money runs out, reinstate an eviction moratorium until funds are available. The mayor cut the funding to build public bathrooms downtown, has removed portable toilets from encampments, yet continues to criminalize public urination defecation, even if the person has no other choice. The council should restore the funds and decriminalize those things. The DC government cannot seem to lease up vouchers in a timely way. The government's response to that dysfunction is to cut or flat fund voucher programs, give performance bonuses to DCHA employees, clear encampments, even advocating for a faster timeline from federal land, and cut hundreds of families off of rapid rehousing for reaching an arbitrary time limit. The council should increase funding for vouchers, and until those vouchers are funded adequately and in people's hands, the council should prohibit any government action that harms DC residents because of their homelessness or poverty. The mayor has proposed no new housing vouchers in FY24, and knowing that families will have even fewer options to exit rapid rehousing successfully into permanent housing, has proposed instituting an even stricter time limit for rapid rehousing. There'll be no extensions after 18 months, no matter the family's circumstances. Not if you just had a baby, not if you're about to start a new job, not if you're working full-time and still cannot afford rent, not for any reason. The council should reject this and pass and fund the Rapid Rehousing for Reform Amendment Act of 2023. DC received federal fundings 2 years ago to convert buildings into non-congregate shelters. Now the mayor plans to close down all the Pet Fee hotel sites prior to these new non-congregate sites being open, as DC experiences a 100-bed shelter shortage. The council should not allow the Pet Fee hotels to close until the replacement and renovated shelters are ready. I recognize that none of this is easy and that the council has been handed a budget filled with unpleasant surprises and cuts to critical programs. We have a few ideas for where to find the money. Pickleball courts, Farragut Square renovation, MPD signing bonuses, for instance. We also urge you to reject the mayor's tax abatements for housing downtown Act of 2022, which gives developers tax breaks while weakening affordable housing requirements, waiving tenant rights, and not requiring them to prioritize DC residents for jobs. I look forward to working with the council over the next few weeks to turn this into a more humane and just budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harding. Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Goldstein. I'm the founder and executive director of the DC Teacher Leadership Organization, Empower Ed. Empower Ed is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we stand with advocates calling for investments in economic justice for our educators, domestic workers, living wages for all, increasing the TANF benefit, and ending medical debt. We also believe that for our students and families to be well, we must give SNAP a raise, fund community-based behavioral health, and invest in housing security. As we work to holistically build a budget that meets the needs of DC families, we have to prioritize investments in our schools, which sit at the center of communities. For so many young people who have far too little stability in their lives, the schoolhouse may be the one place where they can experience real stability, peace, joy, and caring relationships with adult mentors. But there's something undermining that fundamental purpose of schools, and that is the fact that 30% of those adult mentors leave their schools each year, some for other schools and many out of education entirely. For over a decade, the council has waited patiently and hoped that oversight alone would push DC agencies to take this problem seriously. Enough waiting. We need the council to invest in research-based teacher-proposed strategies that will truly work to retain educators in their schools and serve the students and families who need their support. We can do this by investing in educator wellness and ensuring OSCE's educator wellness technical assistance grants do not depend on soon-to-be expired federal funding. Let's ensure these grants are funded at $750,000 a year, including with local dollars, to ensure we can meet the huge increase in demand from schools to support with educator wellness and retention. We can do this by making sure charter school educators, including social workers, psychologists, and reading specialists, receive the pay they deserve, and also transparency, racial and gender pay equity, sustainable pay moving forward, and if they choose, the right to negotiate for improved wages and working conditions. We can also address educator retention and student success by investing now in flexible scheduling for schools so that educators stay in the classroom and students have new enriching programming to help meet individual needs. We're now asking the council to allocate at least $5 million to fund flexible scheduling, ensuring DCPS pilots this work with elementary and middle schools, in addition to the XQ redesign high schools in the coming year. We also need an FTE devoted to doing the coordination, collaboration, and effectiveness research for schools who are piloting and have piloted flexible scheduling to ensure we can begin to learn what works and scale these models. Flexible scheduling will help educators achieve needed work-life harmony and give them time to plan effective lessons, give students feedback, stay in touch with parents and families, and help provide students the well-rounded education they deserve. Speaking of well-rounded education, this council cannot allow the executive's defunding of outdoor education to continue. Outdoor education is proven to increase student achievement, attention, attendance, and mental health. This is not a nice to have. It should be a right for all students. After a $9 million investment 2 years ago, which was limited to outdoor equipment, of which $2 million was misspent, educators are asking to recover those $2 million to ensure schools can hire quality outdoor and experiential education partners. Please make sure DCPS commits or the council funds $2 million directly to schools to hire outdoor education partners. Finally, we must invest in proactive and care-based school safety and student well-being by funding restorative justice coordinators, training mental health providers, wellness coordinators, and funding $4.5 million for the Student Safety Enhancement Act from Councilmember Parker to give every high school a school safety director. We've heard over and over that budgets are tight, and I get it, but many of our agencies are sitting on huge federal funding that could be better spent. You must be creative in your approach and determined to ensure this budget truly meets the needs of working families in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. You said that $2 million was misspent with regard to outdoor equipment. Can you say more there?
Yeah, so there was a $9 million pot 2 years ago for outdoor learning and other innovations. 2 million. So part of that money was devoted specifically to outdoor learning, and part of it was devoted to what they called other innovations, some other experiential learning programs. 2 million of that was supposed to be allocated to outdoor learning was not actually spent on outdoor learning. They gave a very short window of time for schools to spend the money, and then retracted that, and a very limited amount of things they could spend the money on. They can only spend it on equipment. So that $2 million, as far as I'm concerned, is still owed to the schools, which is partly why this year we're asking the council to specifically fund or at least require DCPS to put $2 million back towards outdoor learning, but this time allow them to hire partners with it.
So it was that the money wasn't ultimately was not made available.
It was not made available in time or sufficiently for principals to
Okay.
actually submit requests and use it.
Okay, because I thought maybe you meant fraud.
No, just not made available in the way that was advertised.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Rintelman.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Rintelman, and I'm the Legal Director of Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform at Legal Aid DC. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. There is this narrative that the pandemic is over, that things have returned to normal and district residents are surviving and even thriving. While I have no doubt that that is true for some, it is not true for many. Legal Aid's clients, mostly Black and Brown residents, have borne the brunt of this crisis since the beginning and are now suffering the effects of the uneven and inequitable recovery. This wishful thinking narrative that all is well is harmful in a variety of ways. But when wishful thinking is applied to the budgeting process, it is catastrophic. And yet again, the effects will be disproportionately borne by low and no income residents. We urge the council to make significant changes to the proposed budget before it becomes final. My written testimony includes information on all of our budget priorities, but I will focus my time today on proposed cuts to ERAP and access to justice funding, as well as the lack of funding for Give SNAP a Raise. The mayor's proposed budget slashes ERAP by approximately 80%, from 43 million in FY23 to just 8 million in FY24. It's hard to express just how devastating this proposed cut will be for low-income district tenants. To put it in perspective, the entire $43 million budgeted for this year will have been spent in less than 6 months. If that pace holds, the $8 million proposed for next year will last a little over 1 month. This is against the backdrop of stagnant wages and rising rents, including an 8.9% increase in rent-controlled properties, the highest rent increase in the history of the rent control program. We urge the council to not only reverse the mayor's cut to ERAP, but also to significantly increase the program's funding so that it actually meets the needs for the entire fiscal year. Second, the mayor's proposed 60% cut to access to justice programs would have deep and profound impacts on the clients we serve. Access to justice funds make up over 40% of Legal Aid's annual budget, and approximately half of our employees are paid with these funds. In every single one of our practice areas, we will need to make significant cuts if access to justice funding is not restored in the final budget. Our housing practice will have to represent fewer district residents in eviction proceedings and affordable housing preservation cases. Our consumer practice will have to represent fewer district residents who are facing debt collection proceedings or the loss of their home to foreclosure. Our domestic violence and family law practice will have to represent fewer survivors of DV to get civil protection orders and in divorce, custody, and child support proceedings. Our public benefits practice will represent fewer district residents in their efforts to secure a range of benefits to which they are entitled, from food and financial assistance to healthcare. This would be an unprecedented setback in the district's commitment to access to justice, coming at a time when Legal Aid has seen an 18% increase in calls for help because these services are more critical than ever. Finally, at the end of 2022, the council unanimously passed and the mayor signed into law the Give SNAP a Raise Amendment Act. The act made critical changes to the SNAP program to increase benefits, but it's not funded in the mayor's proposed budget. In passing the law, the council already agreed that it is unacceptable for families in our community to go hungry. But if the law is not funded, that is exactly what will happen. The council should seize on this moment to demonstrate its commitment to the district's low and no income residents, even and perhaps especially during tough financial times. It is precisely in these moments that we must invest in the programs and safety nets that will sustain families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Rintelman. Alana Eichner. I believe she's not here. Garen Price.
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes, and see you as well. Good morning,
Excellent.
good afternoon, or good something.
Yeah, I think it's afternoon now, so I'll say good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Jaron Price, and I'm the President and CEO of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District. The Downtown DC Business Improvement District is comprised of 138 blocks of the city's central office district and is home to the Convention Center, the Capital One Arena, and some of the region's most dynamic restaurants, theaters, museums, shopping, and more. The BID is also proud of our partnership with the city to operate the Downtown Day Services Center, which serves hundreds of our unhoused neighbors each day. For the past 26 years, the BID has worked to keep downtown DC as clean, safe, and economically viable as possible. I'm here today because the future economic viability of downtown is in jeopardy if we do not take bold actions to invest starting now. I do want to thank Liz DeBarros with DCBIA, Richard Lake, their chair, and others who testified on the first panel. I thought that there was really great information offered, and so I'll try to paraphrase some of the data around present conditions that we're facing in downtown. But largely, while other district neighborhoods have mostly recovered from the impact of the pandemic, the downtown DC BID area is currently seeing just 65% of pre-pandemic levels of economic activity occurring within downtown. The main reason for this is that we're 75% commercial office space. Our current office vacancy rate stands at 17%, with just an average of under 43% of office workers coming in for in-person work compared to pre-pandemic. This lack of daytime foot traffic has detrimentally impacted our retail viability as well. Our current retail vacancy rate stands at 22%, and some of our theaters and arts venues are experiencing declines in attendance, standing roughly at 70 to 90% of pre-pandemic levels. Based on key data, which I have provided to the committee in addition to my written testimony, for FY 2024, the net fiscal impact of downtown will be $300 million lower than it was in FY 2019. That's a decline from $1.15 billion to $850 million. We cannot allow this decline to continue. Now more than ever, bold investments are needed to rejuvenate downtown as protect it as the economic engine of our city. We need a strong downtown because its tax revenues will help ensure that we can fund other important programs and services for the years to come. And this is why even in a difficult budget year, we must prioritize investments in downtown that include a combination of both long-term and short-term actions. Of course, there's no one silver bullet fix, but what is clear is that inaction is not an option, and we cannot solely rely on things just going back to the way they were on its own. I am encouraged by the support of city leadership, the mayor, members of this council, for recognizing the significant role that downtown plays in the overall financial health of the city, and for stepping up to the urgency of the moment. I especially applaud the mayor for prioritizing the reimagination of downtown in her 5-year economic strategy, DC's comeback plan, and we certainly support her goal to attract 15,000 new residents to downtown to help create that more vibrant, diverse, and thriving community that was discussed on the first panel and that we know is necessary to have a healthy mix of uses and multiple tax revenue streams to support the city. I want to quickly just focus on two critically important elements in this year's budget that to me address downtown recovery from both a long-term and short-term approach. One is the housing and downtown tax abatements and some of the proposed amendments, as well as the funding of the Recovery Act, especially its proposed Safe Commercial Corridors grant program. With respect to housing in downtown, we certainly support the mayor's increase in funding the tax abatement up to $41 million. While the funding is not increased until FY 2028, it will spur economic development now. This is because office building owners generally are not residential developers, and this abatement will help to incentivize sales activity that will in turn generate deed and recordation tax revenues that will ultimately help fund the Housing Production Trust Fund and support the building of affordable housing not just in downtown but throughout the entire city. It also serves to address the oversupply of commercial office space, which will undoubtedly help to stop and reverse the continuing decline in office property tax revenue.
You're over your time. You said you had 2 points, so get to the second one quickly, please.
Yeah, sure thing. I just wanted to affirm our support for specifically the amendments that address the first source requirements, the TOPA exemptions, and the percentage of affordability. We believe that's a key piece to helping to make these abatements more realistic and that they're help to attract the private investments that is needed. Additionally, safety is critically important. I know many of you receive calls frequently from residents who are impacted by both the perception and realities of public safety. Just yesterday, we had a very disappointing shooting incident that occurred in Chinatown Gallery Place during the Capitals game. I think that it is imperative that we fund MPD at the level that it's needed to get adequate officer presence in our downtown and commercial corridors. I think it's also critically important that we think about innovative approaches like the Safe Commercial Corridors program that would allow us to creatively and with flexible dollars think about how we can enhance public safety in downtown.
I'm going to have to cut you off.
No problem. Thank you for the
I do not have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Leona Agarides.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leona Agarides, and I'm the Executive Director, President, and CEO of the Golden Triangle Bid. The Golden Triangle comprises the west side of downtown and much of the central business district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. 3 years after the lockdown, the Golden Triangle continues to struggle under the weight of the pandemic. More than 21% of our office space is unleased, and that number will only increase as leases mature in the next few years. Hybrid and remote work are here to stay, and now when most companies have reached their new normal, we see 55% fewer workers here daily than we did in 2019. To bring people back downtown, we need to replace aging vacant office buildings with housing, culture, and entertainment, and fill the ground floor with retail and other active uses. The mayor's 24 budget includes priorities crucial to downtown recovery, including, as Mr. Price mentioned, the $41 million for housing in the downtown program, or HID. HID was created in last year's budget and was right for the time. However, so much has changed in only 1 year. Interest rates have skyrocketed, costs for labors and material have increased, and banks have raised the bar on qualifying for loans. Projects that might have been feasible just a year ago are less feasible now, if at all. Changes to HID are critical in these uncontrollable circumstances. We also strongly support $36 million in DDOT's capital budget for construction of the Penn West streetscape. The project has been shovel-ready for years. It will include a half a mile of median protected bike lanes, safer sidewalks and signals, and expanded tree canopy and public space improvements. This project makes the Penn West corridor safer for all users and directly supports businesses in downtown. The bid has also been working closely with DDOT to improve the design of the K Street Transitway to ensure that it supports long-term vitality of K Street. We also support the investments in Farragut Park and the Vitality Fund. Both are important to the recovery of the Golden Triangle and the downtown. And finally, while funds for the Penn West Equity and Innovation District are not in this budget, we want to underscore the importance of a growing tech sector and highlight the opportunity to advance the innovation district through the BSA. We too support Councilmember Pinto's Recovery Act, which includes investments in our tech sector, grants for vacant retail spaces, safe corridor grants, and funds for office conversions to sports, entertainment, and education. We urge you to include sections of her Recovery Act during your markup of the BSA. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Agarides. Alana Dean.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ilana Dean. I am a DC resident. I'm here today in support of funding the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act of 2022. I'm a volunteer with Hand in Hand at the Domestic Employers Organization, which works alongside the National Domestic Workers Alliance to support domestic workers in DC and nationally. I have employed a nanny when I lived in Capitol Hill, and I've employed house cleaners while living in wards 4 and now 6. And now 1, multiple relatives of mine have benefited from the essential work of home care attendants as well. Employers in Washington, D.C. want to see the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Act, Amendment Act of 2022 fully implemented. And this policy will affect over 9,000 house cleaners, nannies, and home attendants who work in D.C., meaning 9,000 households that employ these workers, meaning conservatively well more than 20,000 D.C. residents. As you all know, passing a policy is just the first step. Now we really have to make sure that this is funded to ensure that employers and workers know about the policy, that complaints can be made, and that enforcement can be real. This means 3 things. 1, clear, easy information to be found online 2, clear, accurate sample contracts, and 3, broad outreach that finds employers where we are so we are aware of our new responsibilities. All of this requires an investment of new resources, and employers want to see this policy fully funded so that workers as well as employers understand how they can benefit from this policy. The language of the law states that the provisions of this bill will not go into effect without funding, so it is essential for the council to fund this bill. Overall, this law needs just $912,000 in fiscal year 24 to be effectively implemented, which includes $300,000 for OAG, $258,000 for DOES, and $354,000 for the Office of Human Rights. As an employer and resident of DC, I hope that the council is able to fully fund this for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dean, we don't have a copy of your testimony. If you could submit that.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm told that Alana Eichner is here.
Yeah, I'm here. The Zoom had me under a different name, but I was here. Thanks, Chairman.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Alana Eichner. I'm the co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. We work for the respect and recognition of the 9,000 house cleaners, home care workers, and nannies in the District of Columbia. I'm here to testify about 2 issues. The first is what you just heard the other Alana testify about, the implementation of the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act. And the other is critical funding needed for, that was already promised to provide financial support to excluded workers. I'm going to start with the latter thing because we were really shocked and infuriated to learn just this week in the mayor's supplemental budget that she had taken money from that was already promised and passed to excluded workers for direct cash assistance and moved it and taken it for other things. You know, because you've talked to them many times outside your house, Chairman, excluded workers are dedicated members of our community who haven't gotten the same support from the government as other residents have, and that they've really been a model of citizen advocacy to use their voices to speak about their needs to the council. And the council heard them, and last year passed a $20 million dependent on a surplus for continued financial assistance. The council has seen and recognized excluded workers for 3 years now and included money in every budget since 2020 when the pandemic began to support these workers. This allocation of money is deeply needed still. These workers have not, a lot of their jobs have not come back and recovered in the same way that other jobs have. And this economic support, I hear it every day from members that they need to pay for rent, they need to pay for food, they need to pay for new school supplies and clothes for their children. And so this money was already such a done deal that the organizations that distribute this money had started interviewing staff to distribute the money. They had started updating their website. And so it was a completely blindsiding that the mayor moved this money, and we are counting on the council to keep its promise, stop this theft from DC residents and tell Mayor Bowser no swiping. And so the council must reverse this deeply harmful cut in the supplemental budget. I'll just quickly talk about the other issue that's really crucial is funding to implement the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act. This is a transformational bill. It finally includes domestic workers in the human rights law of the city and gives them new rights and benefits that will really change their day-to-day working conditions, but it won't be real, like Alana said, without funding. I know that when the council passed this law this last year, they know that they did not intend it for just to be symbolic or just on paper. And so we're asking for less than $1 million. $912,000 is all that's needed to implement this really transformational bill for 9,000 really hardworking women of color workers in the district. And so we ask you to support that as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Eichner. Meg McGuire.
Good morning. I'm Meg McGuire of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. To borrow an oft-heard phrase, for DC residents, this budget doesn't pencil out. Regarding the Budget Support Act, several subtitles substantially weaken existing requirements for affordable housing, labor agreements, and environmental building standards. We urge Council to retain these requirements and remove any provisions that grant financial preferences without public benefit requirements, not only downtown, but in some cases throughout the city. The land purchase program. While this subtitle would permit acquisition of commercial properties in areas such as Ward 3 that have virtually no public land for affordable housing, as written, it is highly problematic. Land deals would be exempt from public and council reviews and from housing requirements for households at 50% of the MFI, first source agreements, and certified business enterprise requirements, and could lead to the acquisition of rent-controlled units and buildings for conversion to means-tested housing. This would create no new housing and deprive those on fixed incomes of access to lower than market rate rental housing. We will work with council to create a first-rate land acquisition legislation that complements other acquisition programs such as TOPA, DOPA, and SAFI, and makes explicit the same income and labor requirements as the Public Land Surplus and Disposition Act. The Housing Production Trust Fund. The council should reject this amendment that would open the door for the fund to finance buying and selling both of ADUs and IZ units. Amendments to HANTA. Tax abatements are intended for those areas of the city that have the highest land costs. If the mayor wants to create a competitive public funding program for Rock Creek East and Upper Northeast, these areas that are no longer considered high cost, then such a program should go through the regular legislative process. Downtown housing. Generous tax abatements require generous public benefits. Housing in the downtown should ensure that at minimum 15% of the units are set aside for residents up to 60% MFI. First source agreement contracts are required, and that TOPA requirements remain in effect. Building energy performance standards. Despite both a worsening climate crisis and increasingly stringent district laws, this subtitle proposes pausing implementation for 3 years. This amendment should be eliminated. As the council makes tough decisions within tight budget constraints, we urge you to test every allocation against these two metrics. Which expenditures will best diminish crippling fear and displacement for those living on the margins, and which projects can be deferred without causing injury and death? We join with the eloquent testimony of many other public interest organizations in urging council to prioritize substantial increased funding for ERAP and for effective implementation of the voucher program through the permanent supportive housing. The Housing Production Trust Fund should by law receive $220 million in new money, and the affordable housing developers say that reduced funding will halt production of many projects that are lined up and ready to go, wasting both time and money. We ask the council to assign your best lawyers and your most astute budget analysts to both identify and rectify potential negative consequences of all funding cuts and proposed legislation in the Budget Support Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. Michaela Deming.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council. My name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in DC, and we have 18 member programs. 39% of women and 25.5% of men living in DC have experienced some form of intimate partner violence. Domestic and gender-based violence also rose during the pandemic. Our member programs are reporting that FY22 was a record-breaking year in terms of the number of survivors served and the extent of the services provided. So far in FY23, the numbers are even higher. The rise in domestic violence during the pandemic is not over. It is increasing. Life-saving domestic violence services were already chronically underfunded prior to the pandemic and unable to meet the need. That was before the dramatic increases. The mayor's FY24 budget cuts this already insufficient funding by $8.4 million across the budget. That's about 20%. On top of those cuts, the FY23 supplemental budget cuts an additional $6.85 million from domestic violence housing and services. That's a $14.5 million cut this year and next. It is not possible to maintain core services for survivors unless that funding is restored. Despite our efforts to date, domestic violence continues to be one of the leading causes of homelessness. Domestic violence also impacts every other aspect of the community. It's a leading cause of death during pregnancy. It's a contributing factor to infant mortality. There's a co-occurrence in 60% of mass shootings with a history of domestic violence for the male shooter. And if we want to have safe and healthy communities, we must address domestic violence. The budget as it stands fails to acknowledge this reality and fails to acknowledge the true cost of domestic violence. The mayor's budget places a heavy burden on survivors with these catastrophic cuts to ongoing life-saving services. How could we possibly justify cutting the victim services line item by $7.7 million and domestic violence legal services by nearly 60%? The mayor even herself recently said our focus must be on victims and preventing more people from being victims. But the message in the budget is clear. The safety and lives of domestic violence victims are expendable. We must work swiftly to correct this injustice, as we know our allies here on the council are motivated to do, rather than allowing these dangerous budget cuts to stand. I appreciate you highlighting the supplemental budget, rescinding the $6.8 million for domestic violence housing funding. The mayor has been touting the commitment of the city to domestic violence housing and is here removing funds that we believe may have already been committed for domestic violence projects, including a shelter that is due to open very soon. In closing, the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, our member programs, and the Fair Budget Coalition and our allies call on the council to support the true cost of domestic violence, and we stand in solidarity with them. We greatly appreciate your commitment to addressing the needs of survivors in this budget, and we look forward to working together to correct course on this dangerous budget proposal and budget adjustment. I'm happy to discuss any questions, and I will get my written testimony to you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Excellent. I was about to say something, Ms. Deming. Thank you. Erica Williams.
Thanks so much, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Erica Williams. I'm Executive Director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, where we shape racially just tax budget and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget cuts vital lifelines for DC residents struggling to make ends meet and backtracks on existing commitments aimed at advancing racial justice. It hits the pause button on key initiatives to end homelessness and prevent eviction and pulls back on affordable housing. It ends baby bonds and cuts other programs critical to ensuring struggling residents aren't left behind, and instead locks in spending that benefits commercial developers. DC FPI stands in solidarity with others here today calling for the council to restore funding for ERAP, excluded workers, and baby bonds, among other things, and that are laid out in my written testimony. My remarks today are going to focus on the housing and downtown abatement. Tax abatements often go to companies already prepared to engage in a particular business activity, subsidizing that activity that would have happened anyway and without much benefit, as has been borne out by national research. And while the shock of the pandemic created an incredible level of uncertainty, DC is arguably only just emerging from that crisis. And it's not at all a foregone conclusion that the extreme necessary shift to remote work is permanent. If demand for commercial property remains low or worsens and developers conclude it benefits their bottom line, then conversions to residential or mixed-use properties will happen without public subsidy. Some have already happened. In fact, one analysis shows that DC led cities across the nation in office to residential conversions between 2020 and 2021. Some have pointed to NOMA as a shining example of tax abatements working, but the district government has not done an analysis showing a causal relationship between the abatements and housing production in that neighborhood. And in fact, it's far more likely that the New York Avenue metro station served as the major catalyst, as well as the federal government's efforts to bring thousands of federal employees to new headquarters near the stop. We urge the council to reject exemptions from key equity provisions in the abatement. This means maintaining current affordable housing requirements, first in source hiring requirements, and TOPA rules for residential properties. It sets a very dangerous precedent to eliminate for a small and powerful interest group key equity provisions required by others to receive public subsidies. We ask you to reject the costly 600% increase to the abatement cap in FY 2028. Our estimates show the abatement could cost us over $900 million over the next 2 decades. We ask that you add safeguards to the program, including a clawback provision for developers that fail to comply with the equity provisions and a 5-year sunset on the program. And finally, we ask you to consider converting the abatement into a capital loan program along the lines of our Housing Production Trust Fund, which would be more transparent, force developers to compete, and better ensure that the award matches what's needed to make the project work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and we have your complete statement, so I thank you for that as well. Catherine Lanfield.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for this hearing today. My name is Catherine Lanfield, and I'm the Advocacy Coordinator at Fair Budget Coalition and have been a resident of Ward 3 for 31 years. Fair Budget advocates for budget policies that address systemic racial, economic, and social inequality in the district. As you know, we have an extensive platform with recommendations that center the holistic wellness of DC's Black and Brown, working class, and poor residents. Excuse me. Most of these relate to our social safety net, and all of them relate to having a district where all residents can thrive. The mayor has chosen, however, to balance this budget on the backs of the poor and most vulnerable. Her budget severely undermines the safety net and community wellness. The DHS operational budget alone was cut by over 5 times the amount of the total DC budget contraction. One would have expected a more proportional tightening of the budget. Instead, we see sweeping cuts to eviction prevention, permanent supportive housing, domestic violence services, TANF cash assistance, legal services for the poor, and more. We learned recently that the mayor even swept away last year's $20 million for excluded workers that was extremely hard won. We also see few, if any, new investments in other urgent needs for SNAP, overdose prevention, and supports for essential and disappearing workers like educators, long-term direct care workers, and domestic workers. Because of all this, it does not make sense for the council to proceed with the budget process as usual, which would result in tinkering at the margins of the budget and fighting for scraps. Instead, I urge you to meet ahead of committee markups to agree as a body about the most pressing underfunded needs. Then ensure that they are funded ahead of other more narrow and less urgent interests. No pickleball type extras and tax breaks for developers should be funded while we have increasing rates of people going unhoused, unsafe, and hungry. As a Ward 3 resident with wealthy family members, I am all too familiar with the ways in which my community has not been asked to step up or sacrifice for the benefit of the overall community, as the poor are being demanded to do. We have the resources in this city to provide for all residents and for all communities to thrive. One specific revenue buster that must go is the tax abatement plan for downtown developers. We cannot prioritize their profits, and we need you to reject them. Erica just spoke about the ways that they do not work properly, but more importantly, they will starve DC of revenue when it is most urgently needed, and there are other mechanisms DC can use to assist with downtown conversion. We must seriously consider taxing high wealth rather than protecting it as we currently do through preferential treatment for capital gains, pass-through business income, and inherited wealth. In my written testimony, which you will get, I lift up more specifics on cuts to the most essential programs that we urge you to reverse, restore, and to make better investments. I look forward to answering any questions you have, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lanfield, and I appreciate that you will get us your written statement. Nikaya Petrovic Mujahid.
Mujahid, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, Chairman and the committee. Thank you for holding space to hear us out as we respond to the FY24 proposed budget. My name is Nikaya Mujahid. I'm a mother, a former DC educator, a Ward 7 resident, a fourth generation Washingtonian, a taxpayer, and the executive director of the Fair Budget Coalition. I'm also an ethicist as I hold a master's degree in ethics and social justice from the Howard University. I'm here to be very clear that the mayor's proposed budget is emblematic of a crisis. DC is not only experiencing a public health crisis, a housing affordability crisis, a wealth inequity crisis, a homelessness crisis, but most significantly, an ethical and moral crisis. It is absolutely immoral to the point of shamelessness for the FY24 budget to make the proposed cuts to indispensable human services. And I want to acknowledge the mayor and Jenny Reed for their hard work on the budget. Nothing else was clear from the budget briefing a few weeks ago is that tough choices had to be made. We hear that. But what about the tough choices that DC residents and families are making? It's important to note that the overall total mayoral budget only dropped by about 1.3% from FY23 to FY24. But at the same time, critical human services were cut by about 20 to 50%, and in the case of ERAP, over 80%. So not only is it disproportionate, but again, immoral, shameful, and unethical. We have not recovered from the pandemic. That's a lie, and it's the bold-faced kind of lie. In 2023 to date, and it's only early April, over 3,050 evictions have been filed with the courts, not 3,050 individuals, but households. Thousands of these represent families, babies, mothers, fathers, caregivers making tough decisions, choosing between paying rent, feeding their babies, fulfilling prescriptions, or paying metro fares. Now, I'm really passionate about us reversing the cuts to meeting the needs, because when I graduated from high school with the full ride to the University of Notre Dame, my family had been recently evicted and became unhoused. My younger siblings, who were all still in their developmental years and were still navigating the trauma of eviction, being split up among temporary housing, food insecurity, wearing dirty clothes, too small shoes, none of them made it to college. It's not because they're not as smart as me. In fact, I have a 23-year-old brother who's probably smarter than me. He barely graduated from high school. It's not the teachers and schools turning us into dropouts and delinquents and incarceration. It's anti-poor and moral policies like this proposed budget. We must prevent and work to end homelessness. And so with that, we must fund ERAP at $117 million for FY24, because really, what are we going to do with $8 million when it wasn't enough before the pandemic? We got to be for real. Because domestic violence creates homelessness, and because housing and economic security fuel domestic violence, we need $18.6 million for domestic violence housing. We need $36 million for permanent supportive housing, and we must feed the people and give SNAP a raise. We have to put money in the pockets of the families who are making tough decisions. And so we're imploring y'all to please reverse the cuts to the TANF cash benefits and run us that $11.2 million back. We have the 7th highest child poverty in the nation, and you guessed it, it's concentrated in Black families. I stand in deep solidarity with all of our members in the Fair Budget Coalition. I'm proud of y'all. I'm ready to answer questions, and I also want to name my written testimony points to the importance of the council rejecting its usual practice of passing a supermajority of what the mayor proposes. This unsympathetic budget puts the train on the wrong tracks, and we're asking the council to redirect course. Making changes around the fringes won't cut it this year, y'all. This body should hold an annual revenue hearing after the release of the mayor's budget, evaluate her proposal, the revenue changes, structural changes, legal accountability issues, and whether there's enough revenue to meet community needs. It'll also give council members the opportunity to evaluate the need to set new spending targets for each budget area if there's significant underfunding. This is what many states do before sending the proposal to committees where there's strict rules, limited changes. I'm happy to answer questions, grateful for the space, and thanks for the time, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Mujahid. And you'll be submitting your written statement.
Sure will.
One thing caught my attention. You said 113 million for ERAP. If we spent 43 million through the first half of this year, and there was testimony from, I think, legal aid about 93 million, how do you get to 113 million?
But we'll take 93. We'll take 93 if we have to take 93. Our original proposal was 117, but at this point, we are scraping crumbs off the table. So if we can get 93, that'll go a lot further than 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Rice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good day. Good afternoon, Chairman and any other council members on the dais. I am Bill Rice, testifying for myself. I am a founding member of the Friends of the DC Archives and participant in the activities of the Archives Advisory Group, the council established body to support a new DC Archives. My advocacy goes back to the early Barry administration days when the present DC Archives was set up at 1300 Naylor Court Northwest, just west of the Convention Center. Unfortunately, this facility is not what it should be. However, the council and the mayor are acting to correct the situation. These actions include the commitment to build a brand new archives, a new state-of-the-art facility at UDC, the appointment of Dr. Lopez Matthews as state archivist, and the creation, as I just mentioned, of the AAG, the Archives Advisory Group by the council. For the FY24 budget, I strongly support Mayor Bowser's request for $30 million to be added to the already committed $73 million for the new building to account for inflation. I also support more staff for the Office of Public Records. As described by Trudy Peterson, Chair of the AAG, the new building will need up to 20 staff members, whereas the office just has 8 now. There should be a gradual buildup of staff, starting with 4 positions in FY24. These positions are needed to create an up-to-date inventory of the current holdings, which includes some incredible holdings that have national and local significance, and to begin to prepare the collection for the move to the new building. Also, earlier this month, I want to mention that State Archivist Matthews arranged for the first of what should be a series of public discussions of the plans for the new building with Hartman Cox, the design consultant. Such regular consultations will take advantage of the public interest and expertise that will improve the design and support this effort. With the addition of the $30 million in Dr. Matthews' leadership, we can create a DC Archives on a par with the National Archives and Records Administration, and also create a new academic center at UDC. And if it's open by 2026, in time to help all of us celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding as a nation. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Gordon Chafin.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Gordon Chaffin. I'm a resident of Ward 5, an infrastructure expert. I have benefited from ERAP, Stay DC, and Medicaid, and I have several requests in written testimony I will submit. I want to begin orally with an ask that the council fully fund all of the SIP projects that involve the DC streetcar. My neighbors in Ward 7 have waited long enough for what is possibly the best transportation equity investment offered in this budget. There have been many, many years of discussion. There is a nonprofit that has organized support and community understanding of the streetcar. The Benning Road corridor deserves a 1-seat ride from the so-named Metro stop all the way to Union Station. Of the infrastructure projects DC has pursued in the last decade, this is one that deserves to be completed despite the tough budget times. In addition to that, I ask that the money be included in the DC health budget so that the medical needs access card for public restrooms can actually be implemented. It was a legislation passed by the council, but DC Health hasn't implemented it. So I had to print out a card here using the statutory language and had my doctor print it. Obviously, also in addition to that, I would ask that you add back the money to create public restrooms through the Department of General Services. I want to end with a request that we break from the old paradigm that's been discussed earlier about using tax expenditures to make downtown more vibrant, and on the assumption that some years down the line that will benefit wards 5, 7, and 8. My grandparents left Detroit in the 60s and 70s when it was failing, in a similar way that a lot of people left the district in similar decades. We should not reinvest, use public dollars in tax abatements, give breaks on important legislation like TOPA and IZ Plus and local sourcing. We cannot assume that the economics will benefit the people in this city who need the help the most, because as Ms. Williams mentioned earlier, these companies make investments like this already. A lot of these neoliberal tax policies, frankly, don't work. And I have an MPP from GW that trained me on these things. So I ask that council seek to assert its role of oversight and to not double down on a development policy that I don't believe has benefited the neighbors of mine who have lesser incomes and live in less advantaged areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffin, and please give us a copy of your written statement.
Yes, sir.
Kurt Newman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Kurt Newman, and I am President and CEO of Children's National Hospital. I'm joined here today by Tanya Vidal-Kinlow, Vice President of Community Engagement, Advocacy, and Government Affairs, and Aldwin Lindsay, our Chief Financial Officer. We thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act of 2023. Now, we are testifying today because we are extremely concerned about a proposed policy which would cap inpatient and outpatient rates for Medicaid managed care organizations. This will disproportionately impact Children's National. We believe that this policy will trickle down and thereby force cuts in the reimbursement that managed care companies pay hospitals. The proposed change is projected to save $11.3 million in District of Columbia local funds. However, because this is a cut to the Medicaid program, the city would lose an estimated additional $26 million in federal funds. For Children's National, the policy change will create a $5.1 million loss of local funds, plus the federal match loss, which totals $17 million. While the district covers over 100% of allowable costs for Medicaid, it is important to recognize that the current cost structure does not capture true costs. So in our case, Children's National supplements the physician costs to the hospital because we employ all of our physicians. Employing the physicians makes Children's National different from the other District of Columbia hospitals, and it's vital to the success of pediatric health delivery. It's our opinion, because of the harm to our ability to sustain the comprehensive system of pediatric health care that we've created, in our opinion, this proposed $11.3 million savings far surpasses the significant loss of federal funds and the very negative impact on Children's National. While we struggled to maintain financial sustainability through the pandemic and then the triple-demic, Children's National, like other healthcare providers, is now struggling under the skyrocketing costs of the increased staffing costs and shortages. This is simply not the time to make policy changes that would cut reimbursements to the Children's Hospital. If forced to sustain a $17 million rate cut, we may have to do what we did not have to do during the pandemic: cut staff and reduce service availability. For example, we estimate that the projected policy change impact would equal the cost of between 150 and 170 nurses. As the second largest private employer in the District of Columbia, we can also look at this through the lens of being an economic driver. And I've had many conversations with you, Chairman Mendelson, about other cities where healthcare and medicine are the economic drivers in those cities like Cleveland. We believe that in these challenging financial times, and I understand the difficult decisions that must be made, and trust me, our hospital faces similar challenges with escalating operating costs and diminishing revenues. This is a critical issue for Children's National, and we are actively working with members of the council to find a solution that will protect our ability to maintain our high-quality, comprehensive system of care in all 8 wards. We need your support to address our concerns with the Budget Support Act, subtitle Medicaid Hospital Reimbursement Act of 2023. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm happy with my colleagues to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Is Ms. Kinlow adding additional testimony, or Mr. Lindsay?
No, sir. They are here in case of questions and to support our testimony.
Okay, and I'll just, because you're the last witnesses in this group, I'll just ask you a couple of questions. So it's $11.3 million in local funds. That's the total cost you believe for this subtitle in the BSA, in the Budget Support Act.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the mayor's partially balanced the budget with this change. And you highlight that the effect is if our reimbursement is around 77%, it's what, another 2/3 in more than 2/3 in 3/4 in federal money that we would be losing. So the hit is even greater.
That's correct.
And you brought this to the concern of the Health Committee.
Yes, sir. We have met with the chairwoman there and also with the Chairman Gray of the other health committee.
Of the Hospital Equity Committee, yes. Okay. Thank you. Let me see if Councilmember Bonds, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I now understand better, Dr. Newman, what your concerns are. Thank you so much for that. And we don't want to lose any dollars, as you well know. But I did want to ask Mr. Chafin, who we do not have his testimony, a little bit about his development policy warnings that he's sharing with us today. If he could just elaborate for a minute or so on that, I would appreciate it. If he's still in the room. He may have departed. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm just going to add one thing. So there a little bit of testimony about supporting some new initiatives. And I just want to say this, make this statement. Council members are all struggling with, and when I say council members, I mean the committee chairs are struggling with a wide range of cuts that the mayor has proposed in this budget. And what I hope is that the council will look at priorities, which is what some of the witnesses have urged. But I'll just toss out so that one gets a sense. Schools, individual schools were cut, and that's about a $30 million hit. Access to justice was cut, that's about an $18 million hit. ERAP was cut. One witness said another $85 million for that. Baby bonds was cut. That's about a $54 million hit to a wealth building initiative for children born in poverty. $40 million was cut from the fare free bus service, which is clearly an equity measure. Those alone add up to $227 million. And anyone who suggests that we ought to be looking at new initiatives, I'm not saying that that's off the table, but that's really challenging for us to be able to fund what's been cut and then look at doing some programs this year that don't exist at the moment. So that was just a statement to provide a little sobriety to this conversation. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. A couple of you need to provide us with your statements, please. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Brad Fennell, who's Chief Operating Officer with W.C. Smith. Yael Shefrich, who's DC Director of Jews United for Justice. Allison Rosenberg, who's a volunteer with Jews United for Justice. Michaela Friedman, volunteer with JUFJ. Ben Sharp, volunteer with JUFJ. Taylor Kahn Perry, volunteer with JUFJ. Nathan Warab, volunteer with JUFJ. Amanda Liao, volunteer with JUFJ. Kim Perry, Executive Director, DC Action. Bonnie Train, who's Vice President of Marketing, Chief of Staff, Capital Riverfront Bid. Eleanor Hart, who's Chair of DC for Democracy Affordable Housing Group. Julie Estee, who's Executive Director of the Platform of Hope. Judith Sandalo, who is Executive Director of Children's Law Center. Lena Moffett. Robert J. Murphy, who is Managing Principal with MRP Realty. Akash Thakar, who is with EYA. Melody Webb, who is founder and executive director of Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Robert Harvey, who's also with the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Tangela Hicks, Therese Crawford, Eric Jones, who's with AOBA, Apartment and Office Building Association, and Angela Franco, who's president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. We'll begin with Mr. Fennell, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council and staff. I'm Brad Fennell, Chief Operating Officer at WC Smith, a DC-based company celebrating 55 years in the district. We have owned, developed, and managed all types of residential and commercial properties throughout the city, including more than 4,000 units of affordable housing. I've been a DC resident for nearly 35 years. My wife and I raised our 3 children on Capitol Hill and spent their teens and 20s in Ward 3. And just prior to the pandemic, we moved to the Capitol Riverfront. We moved there in part because we wanted to stay and enjoy a walk-to-work lifestyle and a connection to the vibrancy of our downtown. I'm here this afternoon to express support for the initiatives included in Mayor Bowser's 2024 budget to bolster the housing in downtown program. WC Smith was among the first to develop multifamily projects in NOMA and the Capitol Riverfront, and we understand the importance of setting goals and building together. The success of the Capitol Riverfront has taken more than 20 years and was supported by billions in capital projects, abundant vacant and underdeveloped land, favorable zoning, and exceptionally strong economic conditions. Downtown will not transform on its own, nor will it enjoy such a favorable conditions as the riverfront. Other neighborhoods that have enjoyed a renaissance, NOMA, Chinatown, Mount Vernon Triangle, needed much less, but benefited from early tax breaks on the development of residential property. Those investments have helped to ensure that we have new DC residents contributing to a plethora of other income tax ranges and other positive vibrancy to those neighborhoods. Our downtown holds even more importance and greater promise. Mayor Bowser's proposal supports the repurposing of outdated office residential conversion projects that represent critical steps to create more housing and expedite the area's much needed recovery. In addition to increased funding, several key amendments include eliminating first source requirements. This removes a procedural hurdle we face at the early stages of construction process and opens labor sources to expedite the start of projects. Relaxing TOPA requirements for the first 15 years. This helps by providing stability and predictability for investors at the front end. But since the provision is temporary, tenants will retain their rights as the project matures. And allowing flexibility in the affordability mix. This will make affordable housing accessible to more of our neighbors, those with the greatest needs, as well as those who might have more resources, but who are still largely priced out from most city housing. It's important to recognize that the current tax abatement levels are not high enough to support the number of residential units we need to create a vibrant downtown. The caps must increase for us to reach the mayor's new housing goals. We face unprecedented challenges and uncertainty in our current environment, rising interest rates, skyrocketing construction costs, and in downtown, high acquisition costs. These factors, coupled with site-specific challenges, have already hamstrung recently announced project starts. Mayor Bowser and the DC Council recognize that we can't let the downtown fail. And so I urge you to approve the Housing and Downtown Abatement Amendment Act of 2023. That's my testimony, and I will stand by for questions.
Thank you very much. Yael Schaefertz.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee of the whole. My name is Yael Schaefertz, and I'm a resident of Ward 4 and the DC Director of Jews United for Justice. We're an organization of Jews and allies in pursuit of equity and justice for everyone in the district. Jewish tradition teaches us that in a just world, all people would have what the Torah calls dai machzora, resources sufficient for their needs. Here in DC, the city's resources are abundant, but they are not allocated equitably. The mayor talks about a budget of scarcity and hard choices, but we reject the assertion that the only way to balance a budget is to cut programs that serve our most vulnerable neighbors. Enough money exists in DC to meet everyone's needs. It is clear that wholesale changes are needed in this budget, and in my testimony, I want to outline 3 changes the council can make in service to a more equitable and moral budget. Firstly, the council should fully fund the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act. We were overjoyed to see the council work with domestic workers and employers to pass this legislation at the end of 2022. And by fully funding the legislation, the council will be turning the vision of this law into reality. Overall, this law needs $912,000 in FY24 to be implemented. And while the funding need is relatively small, it is essential to invest these resources to ensure that the law is not just on paper, but exists in the day-to-day lives of domestic workers. Secondly, the council should restore the 20 million the mayor has taken from the excluded workers in the supplemental budget. We heard earlier from Alana Eichner about this, and we're going to hear later from from excluded workers about the impact of this. And right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal that 20 million we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council needs to keep its promise and stop this theft from DC residents. And we say Bowser, no swiping. Third, the council should restore the 5.4 million in funding to the Pay Equity Fund. The Pay Equity Fund establishes parity for early childhood educators with DC public school educators, as well as affordable healthcare benefits. The program is still in the process of being fully set up, and making cuts to it now will limit its success, thereby denying early childhood educators the pay increases they deserve. These cuts will ultimately stall the progress of a sector that is still feeling the effects of the pandemic, as well as demoralizing a workforce primarily made up of working class women of color. This cut will also impact directors who are not currently receiving any money from the Pay Equity Fund, despite over 80% meeting requirements and many being paid below their qualification level. Childcare is a vital service that the majority of our city relies on. Without it, stability and economic growth for the district are impossible. The sector is just getting back on its feet and needs more investment. Mayor Bowser's cut to the Pay Equity Fund undermines a program that has yet to be fully implemented, and the council needs to reinstate that 5.4 million. I want to finish by reiterating what I said at the beginning. The mayor's proposed budget is a rejection of all of our values. There is a talk of tight funding and hard choices, but the choice to give tax breaks to commercial developers while swiping money from excluded workers is not a choice we want to make. The choice to increase MPD signing bonuses whilst refusing to fund domestic workers' legal protections makes it clear who is being prioritized. And the choice to cut millions from the childcare sector shows that the mayor is not including Black and brown working class people of the district in her idea of who deserves a fair shot. So council, I'm urging you to make the right choices by fully funding the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, restoring the 20 million for excluded workers, and restoring the 5.4 million to the Pay Equity Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will send a copy of my testimony.
Thank you. Next is Allison Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Allison Rosenberg, and I live in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. I am a member of the Housing Security Working Group of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. My testimony today will urge the council to ensure enough funds for rental assistance are included in this budget to allow vulnerable DC residents to stay in their homes. As a DC resident who cares about the well-being of others in my community, I feel compelled to ensure that my neighbors in this city have the stability in their housing situations that I am so lucky to have. My ask on this issue and involvement with JUFJ overall stems from a foundational belief of mine and a core Jewish principle that every person is inherently worth equal dignity and respect. Treating each person with equal dignity compels us to ensure that each person has access to stable and safe housing, which is in itself also a hugely important prerequisite for enabling them to live the rest of their lives with dignity. As someone who works in tech myself, I was privileged in that COVID did not hurt, but actually helped my employment situation. I was able to work every day from the safety of my house and comfortably continue renting my apartment. Yet I know this is exactly the opposite of how so many of my neighbors in this city were affected. Many service and low-income workers in the city had their livelihoods totally disrupted by business closures, restrictions, and illness. Many have not recovered from deep debt crises, which for renters threatens their very ability to remain in their home. With DC's eviction moratorium having ended at the beginning of 2022, renters still recovering from the pandemic in an environment of deep socioeconomic inequality have no safety net, and their accumulated debt places them in immediate danger of eviction this year. I urge the council to include 117 million, or at least a minimum of 93 million in rent relief in the budget for fiscal year 24, so that we can allow our economically vulnerable neighbors the foundational dignity of being able to stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michaela Friedman.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the whole. My name is Michaela Friedman, and I live in Capitol Hill in Ward 6. I am a member of the Jews United for Justice Housing Security Working Group. The Jews United for Justice mobilizes community members to help move the DC region closer to social, racial, and economic justice by advancing campaigns for immediate concrete improvements in people's lives. JOFJ is the member of the Way Home campaign. DC's current policies and programs are not meeting the needs of folks who are currently unhoused. DC needs to improve the availability, safety, and longevity of its affordable housing programs. And in the meantime, treat all DC residents with a dignity and respect. My testimony today is in support of robust oversight of funding programs of funding for encampment evictions and reallocating that funding to programs that actually support our unhoused neighbors. I am inspired by the Jewish principle that says it is not incumbent upon you to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. Today, I ask that we all feel responsible for beginning and committing to the long-term work of oversight of necessary programs to meet the need of our unhoused neighbors. In August of 2021, since August of 2021, I've been volunteered on a weekly basis to distribute hygiene products, food, and naloxone for unhoused neighbors in Ward 6. I specifically distribute supplies to the encampments in Noma and Union Station. In these 2 years of volunteering, I've witnessed multiple encampment clearings with the promise of long-term housing. Instead, many folks we've served moved to other areas in the surrounding neighborhoods. Their valuables were often disposed of in a violent manner. Despite promises of providing more vouchers for long-term housing, I continued to distribute the same amount of supplies with the same, if not more need, to many of the same residents, and the need has remained. The previous efforts with programs like the Coordinated Assistance and Research Program for Encampments, the pilot program, they were not successful in supporting our unhoused neighbors. Rather, they pushed encampment residents out of their communities while connecting very few folks with sustainable housing. In 2021, Jews United for Justice and our partners pushed for legislation to pause encampment clearings, which the council did not pass, failing to protect DC's unhoused residents. I ask that the council investigate how much money is spent on encampment clearings. I ask that we hold the deputy mayor accountable and perform extensive oversight to find out what the number is. Despite what the mayor says, there is money available for ending homelessness in this budget. Money spent towards encampment evictions is misspent. I ask that we use that money for programs that are proven to support our unhoused neighbors rather than harming them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will send my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Thank you for acknowledging that. I forgot to mention, Ms. Rosenberg, I don't have your statement either. And that's true for the next witness, Ben Sharp. He may not be here. Let's try Taylor Conperry.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Taylor Conperry, and I live in Adams Morgan in Ward 1. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign and the Fair Budget Coalition. My testimony today will focus on the importance of ending homelessness by investing in $36.6 million for 1,260 permanent supportive housing vouchers for adults 17.33 million for 800 local rent supplemental program tenant vouchers, 58.4 million for 1,920 targeted affordable housing vouchers, 18.87 million for 480 permanent supported housing vouchers for families. As a taxpayer who cares deeply about everyone having a safe place to live, I know that fully funding the permanent supportive voucher program is crucial for a just DC. Jewish sacred text recognizes that having safe, stable housing is a key to a healthy society, and we also know that it's key to reducing racial inequities. Our texts are full of conversations, laws, and traditions about the obligations of landlords and tenants, about how homes should be built safely, and about making sure that people can remain in their homes. I also know that what Judaism teaches us about the importance of safe and permanent housing is a value shared by many individuals. I want to tell you a story about a few months ago when my 10-year-old nephew came to visit me in DC. I was so excited to show him the city I moved to in 2018 to start and finish college and begin my young adulthood. I expected to spend our trip answering his questions about monuments, museums, the government, history, and all of the things that happen in DC. Instead, my nephew kept asking me over and over again why he saw so many people sleeping in the streets. He was upset and confused why everyone didn't have a safe place to call home. And as we moved through the city, in and out of museums and buildings that cited DC's importance as a symbol of our country's values, I told him I was upset and confused too. I told him I wish I had more answers for him, and I was proud that he noticed and cared. It's important that we speak out when we see something we think is wrong. While my nephew doesn't know the ins and outs of the DC budget process, he does know that everyone deserves a home. Living in accordance with our values of treating everyone with dignity and respect makes it important that the DC Council invest in ending homelessness. Research and experience shows that permanent supportive housing using the Housing First model is the best way to end chronic homelessness. DC's PSH program has a proven track record of ending chronic homelessness by helping residents access and maintain housing stability while improving their health and well-being. We have the opportunity to create a budget that aligns with our values and work towards ending homelessness now. I'm joining many at JUFJ asking the DC Council to fully fund the permanent supportive housing voucher program.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Nathan Warb, told he may not be here. Amanda Liao.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amanda. I'm a Ward 1 resident living in the Columbia Heights neighborhood, and today I'm here testifying alongside and in support of Jews United for Justice. I'm personally a really big believer that the city budget reflects the actual values and communities that we're prioritizing. So where we distribute the resources that we have doesn't just say, right, but shows how we want to organize our city so that we can live well and live together. So I want to echo some of the asks that have been made by Jews United for Justice as part of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign to ensure that our city is tangibly working towards ending chronic homelessness in the city and keeping our neighbors housed. To me, everyone deserves access to a home. That isn't just important, but it's fundamental. I was born and raised in Singapore. It's not a perfect country, but it has a strong public housing program, and our government knew that we really needed one from its very inception and from our independence. It wasn't until I came to the United States that I realized this country's policies don't demonstrate these same values that I grew up with and that I took for granted while I was there. Too often, we're blaming people without housing for being in the situations they're in, when many of us ourselves are maybe a paycheck or two away from not being able to pay rent. This year, rent-controlled units are allowed an 8.9% increase in rent. And meanwhile, the mayor's budget proposes expanding a tax abatement program for developers, weakening its affordable housing requirements, and subsidizing an inefficient way to increase housing. It is not safe to be housing insecure. Costs keep increasing, wages have been stagnant, and at the very heart of the matter, we've spent too much time putting property and profits over people, and it really shows. So I urge the council to ground our city budget in what really matters, us, every person and every neighbor who makes this city our home. I'm asking you to say no to expanding the tax abatement, and I'm asking for ideally $117 million, but at least $93 million for rental assistance, increased oversight and funding for public housing repairs, stronger rent control policies, and a real commitment to providing permanent supportive housing using a housing first model, which is our best way forward to end chronic homelessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kim Perry.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Kim Perry, Executive Director of DC Action. During public hearings over the past several weeks, you've heard powerful testimony from members of our coalitions focused on youth homelessness, early childhood, health, and out-of-school time. So today I'd like to focus on the fuller picture and the implications of this budget for your consideration. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget and FY23 supplemental is really a mixed bag for children, youth, and families. We were pleased to see so many base investments in education and health held harmless, and some modest expansions of key supports like childcare and after-school programs. But they pale in comparison to its dramatic cuts and funding omissions that reverse our progress in improving child and youth outcomes. This budget is touted as a comeback plan, but the question we should be asking is, for whom? While this is a tough budget cycle and with conservative revenue projections, the district's fiscal health is still strong. As you consider marking up this budget, we ask you to tap into your anti-racist values and your principles of racial equity and ensure that the priority for the district's resources are our residents, our children, our youth, and our working families. For example, access to safe and affordable housing is foundational to family stability, and it's inextricably linked to all measures of family growth and success. It'll be difficult, if not impossible, for us to make progress on other issues if we don't keep families in their homes and provide housing for those experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. We ask you to restore cuts made to homelessness prevention programs, add funding to the emergency rental assistance program, and deepen investments in more affordable housing. Along these same lines, we were shocked to see such egregious cuts to fundamental programs and services key to family success. And so we ask you to restore these cuts and get the district back on track with key investments in equitable teacher compensation, school-based and community mental health, maternal health and critical home visiting services, domestic violence prevention services, youth workforce development, funds for excluded workers, and of course, baby bonds. We urge you to reject initiatives that cause harm to Black and Brown communities and vulnerable DC residents, such as weakening tenants' rights and efforts to squash first source requirements that hire DC residents. You must take equity seriously and fully fund the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act. It is the law of the land, and all district agencies must come into compliance. Shortchanging nonprofits that work with government agencies to provide critical programs and services only makes it harder for them to do their job, and it costs us more down the line. My full recommendations are included in my written testimony, which you do have, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'll remain available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Bonnie Train.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and staff to the committee. My name is Bonnie Trine, and I am Vice President of Marketing and Chief of Staff at the Capitol Riverfront Business Improvement District in Southeast DC. I'm here to speak further on behalf of the BID and our community residents and visitors to the need for funding the high-quality maintenance and operations of Yards Park and Canal Park, which, when optimally maintained, tremendously enhance the quality of life among district residents of Ward 8, Ward 6, and the rest of DC, serving as recreational amenities, natural respites, gathering spaces, and splash parks. The BID's operation of these parks allows these public amenities to function at a high level and receive a variety of free, vibrant programming, along with the most ideal maintenance needed to support the parks and their water features as they're enjoyed by residents, employees, and visitors from across the region on a daily basis at both large-scale festivals and community gatherings, from the National Cherry Blossom Festival's Pedalpalooza, a very successful last weekend, and Mayor Bowser's Fit DC Fresh Start 5K, to seasonal outdoor fitness classes and the weekly summer Friday night concert series. The parks have been foundational in creating a sense of community in place and truly are public assets that play a vital role in improving both the physical and mental elements of public health. A fast-growing, densely populated residential population and the COVID-19 pandemic have illustrated the need for open space relief for neighborhood residents through well-maintained parks and open spaces. And as the neighborhood population grows, these parks rely on sustainable funding to ensure that they continue to provide a high standard of living to district residents and visitors while being operated at the most optimal level possible. Free events, programming, activations, and outdoor activities that are able to be hosted in these parks because of the high quality maintenance that the bid has provided have been one of the bid's most successful strategies to engage with residents, build a sense of community, and to build support for our parks and our outdoor ethos. The park's water features, along with events and programming, also allow district residents of all socioeconomic backgrounds to gather and engage each other in socially outdoor venues. As you know from your visits to the area, these parks are remarkable open spaces that people from across the city use and enjoy. The $1.2 million grant that has been allocated in the mayor's budget and administered by DPR over the past several fiscal years has allowed the bid to daily maintain and operate the parks at a high level. In order for Yards Park and Canal Park to remain well-maintained open spaces for all DC residents and visitors, we ask that the committee reinstate the $1.2 million grant for these parks that has been currently removed from the mayor's FY24 budget proposal. We do greatly appreciate the efforts that you have made to guarantee that funding for these parks has been included in past budgets. And our hope is that this committee, in concert with the DC Council, can restore this funding allocation in the FY24 budget approval process to further this public-private partnership and ensure that DPR best serves the public. I thank you for the opportunity to provide further insight and background supporting the need for this funding, and I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Is this only an FY24 issue, or by any chance have you not been paid for FY23?
FY23 was definitely covered and is going strong. It's FY24 for this upcoming budget that the funds have not been included and allocated.
Thank you. Eleanor Hart.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other council members. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 700 members. DC for Democracy is also a proud member of both the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign. We are glad that the DC government is providing funds for the Housing Authority to make urgently needed public housing repairs. It is our hope that soon rigorous oversight will make it possible for the repairs to improve living conditions for current residents and enable more people to live in public housing. However, we are concerned about the level of DCHA funding for the vouchers in the local rent supplement program known as LSRP. If there are not enough LRSP vouchers to pay for the operating subsidies of housing production trust fund projects for residents at or below 30% of the median family income, or MFI, the trust fund will fail to meet the statutory requirement that 50% of its funds be used for housing for people below 30% MFI. Funding for LSRP vouchers should be increased by $6 million. And other critical housing, if other critical housing deficiencies in the mayor's proposed budget are not addressed, DC's progress in reducing homelessness is in danger of being reversed. Funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, known as ERAP, must be increased, as many other witnesses have testified. The current need for rental assistance is so great that ERAP spent $43 million in 6 months. Yet the mayor's budget allocates only $8.2 million for the new fiscal year. In FY24, ERAP will need $117 million to keep thousands of vulnerable Washingtonians from losing their homes. To provide essential rental assistance the rest of this year, $50 million in emergency funding is urgently needed. $55 million is needed to provide permanent supportive housing for individuals and families. The housing in downtown program should not include an exemption for the tenant's opportunity to purchase, known as TOPA. Closely related to TOPA is the Limited Equity Council that was created by legislation earlier this year. Its purpose is to assist district residents and the district government in improving existing limited equity co-ops and in establishing new limited equity cooperatives. DC for Democracy welcomed the Limited Equity Advisory Council. Limited equity co-ops provide homeownership opportunities for people with modest means, prevent displacement of low-income residents, and foster neighborhood stability. They are important assets for our city. We urge the council to find $113,000 to fund the initial year of the Limited Equity Advisory Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Judy Estee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Judy Estee, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope, which works with economically vulnerable families, primarily in Ward 1. We're also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and I serve as one of the co-chairs of the Fair Budget Housing Committee. There are so many programs that are facing extreme cuts with the mayor's proposed FY24 budget. I wish I had time to testify. Obviously, I don't. So I'm going to start today with emergency rental assistance because of the extreme alarm shared by myself as many other people about the mayor's proposed $8.3 million allocation. I really hope, Chairman, that you will support in helping to find additional substantial dollars for ERAP, knowing the impact this program has. It is literally the only program we have to keep residents from being evicted. Every other housing program we have requires that folks have entered the shelter system in order to get supports. So we are driving people to become homeless in order to become eligible for vouchers that we know aren't going out the door, have their own oversight issues, and we aren't fully funding this year anyway. So even before the mayor's FY24 budget was announced, the Platform of Hope had joined with over 50 other organizations in DC in a March 19th letter asking for additional ERAP funding for this current year, because as you know, DHS has already run out of the $43 million in ERAP funding for this year in 6 months. So it's just so clear the need for this program in this city. And for all of the mayor's talk about, this is back to pre-pandemic levels. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think this was an oasis for economically vulnerable citizens before the pandemic. We still had housing problems then. We have them today. The Fair Budget Coalition has asked for a minimum of $117 million in ERAP at FY24. And meanwhile, in the context of all the fights over encampment clearings for folks experiencing homelessness, significant delays in distribution of housing vouchers and failure to fund more, decreased contributions to the Housing Production Trust Fund to create more strategy, and the mess that's going on with the DC Housing Authority, I'd like to know, what is the strategy here? What is the plan for underinvesting in all of the programs needed to stem the trauma of eviction, experience of homelessness, lack of affordable housing, and related deep economic and health disparities? Chairman, I know you are concerned about this. I hope you will join us on April 25th. We are hosting an action, which is to call attention to the need for critical housing and human services programs. We would love to have you there to speak to these programs because we know they are important. I'd also like to add my concern about the elimination of funding for the excluded workers as part of the mayor's supplemental budget for fiscal year 23. That community worked so hard, tirelessly, to be included in the budget, only for the mayor to remove them. And that's only possible because the agency that was supposed to move those funds didn't do so on time. I mean, it's an insult to the people who we actually rely on to run this city that we feel incapable of funding the programs that they need. And then other folks feel like the city should be funding things that they would like to have. Please help us in supporting the programs that without, we are literally harming the citizens that we rely on to run the city. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you on these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Estee. When you say the committee delayed or dragged its feet, are you referring to Events DC or something else?
Events DC, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Judith Sandalo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council. As you know, my name is Judith Sandalo. I'm Executive Director of Children's Law Center, which believes that every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family health and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. We also co-chair the Strengthening Families Through Behavioral Health Coalition. My colleagues at Children's Law Center have presented testimony to many committees throughout the budget season. Today, I'm repeating our call to reverse cuts in the Department of Behavioral Health's proposed budget so that we can keep clinicians in our schools and prevent them from leaving for more lucrative positions. To do so, the council will need to enhance the proposed budget by $3.45 million. I don't need to spend time reminding you of how dramatic the behavioral health crisis is in DC. You can see it in poor school performance, in truancy rates, in calls to child protective services, in delinquency, and in homelessness. The sad truth is that it is still incredibly difficult to get treatment, and many children never do. The school-based behavioral health program offers DC students a lifeline in a time of immense need, embedding services where children spend most of their time. As you know, through community-based organizations, licensed clinical social workers facilitate behavioral health tailored for schools with tiers of support for different levels of need. The program now funds a clinician in every DC public and charter school. Unfortunately, a critical shortage of behavioral health professionals and market competition has made staffing a real challenge. Recognizing this, DBH took the initiative to increase CBO grants in December to just over $99,000 each. Inflation based on the Medicare Economic Index means that we will need $103,000 per clinician in FY24 to maintain this level of compensation. The documents that DBH provided to the Health Committee show that the amount per clinician in the proposed FY24 budget is just over $89,000. This represents a $10,000 decrease and ignores inflation. We ask the council to ensure CBO compensation is stable and sufficient in FY24 at $103,000 per clinician in each of the 253 schools. This requires an enhancement of $3,449,402 to make up the difference. In a tough year, we urge you to prioritize youth mental health with adequate compensation for school-based behavioral health providers. Cutting the grant amount will put the whole program at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandalo. Lena Moffett. Here. Robert Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the council. My name is Bob Murphy, and I am the managing principal and co-founder of MRP Realty. Our firm is based here in the district, and we are an active developer and investor here in the surrounding MSA. In the district over the last 10 years, we've been involved in over 2 million square feet of development, office development, and redevelopment, and we've completed over 4,500 multifamily units, totaling $2.5 billion of investment and creating thousands of jobs. Of the 4,500 residential units we have delivered, nearly 1,000 of those are affordable, with 682, or almost 70% in the 0 to 60% MFI range. We have a commitment within our firm to continue to do our part to help with the real shortage of affordable housing here in DC. I've worked in real estate development in and around the district for the last 35 years. And for 30 of those 35 years, Washington, DC consistently placed in the top cities for both domestic and foreign investment. In the last few years, however, we are barely in the top 20, and less investment means less economic vibrancy and less jobs. During my career, I've experienced multiple downturns. In the past, we would face financial market disruption, an oversupply of new office space, and typically over time, we would work our way through the excess supply and get back to equilibrium. What we are facing currently is different. We have the federal government that's been shrinking its footprint in the district for the last 10 years, shedding 30% or nearly 7 million square feet of its occupied space. We have workers, both federal and private, that now have the capability to do much of their work remotely. And we find ourselves with an aging and in many cases obsolete office stock. Much of our downtown core is basically an urban office park geared towards workers commuting in for the suburbs. And in today's new world is frankly not compelling to employees, nor employers, nor investors. Drastic times call for drastic measures. And I sit before you today in full support of the mayor's 2024 Budget Support Act, including the tax abatements designed to encourage housing downtown. By encouraging the repurposing of office space to residential units, the city is taking a smart approach to land use that benefits all stakeholders in the district. It is an innovative solution that will help to address the housing crisis while at the same time leading to increased investment opportunity, resulting in new jobs and new business opportunities for the local economy that will more than offset the abatement being provided. In closing, I urge the council to support the mayor's 2024 Budget Support Act and its amendments to the Tax Abatements for Housing in Downtown Act of 2022. These amendments will promote responsible land use, encourage economic growth, and help to address the affordable housing crisis in a mixed income setting. It is an important and necessary step for the district, and I implore the council to act in the best interests of its citizens and support this important legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Akash Sakar.
Hi there, Chairman Mendelson. Good to see you. My name is Akash Thakkar. I am a Ward 3 resident, Chevy Chase, DC, partner at the development firm EYA. I'm a lifelong DC resident, and I'm testifying in strong support of the mayor's proposal to revitalize downtown DC. I'd like to note that EYA as a firm, nor me personally, have any holdings in downtown. So I speak not in self-interest, but as a resident and as a developer who has deep expertise in creating place and in the economics of repurposing office buildings in other jurisdictions. I'm going to step away from my prepared remarks and commend many of the speakers here today for their advocacy and passion around any of the issues that they might be talking about, because the wonderful thing about DC is we share values around housing the unhoused, around other programs that work towards helping our less fortunate. And I note that in everything I am talking about today, I think the goal is to create a vibrant downtown, and a downtown that creates tax base that can fund all of these things that we want to do in our city. I think that's the overarching goal and the goal that we should be focusing on. I lived in Noma as a younger person, and coming from an immigrant family with no generational wealth, Mayor Williams's Noma tax abatement resulted in the building of mine and my wife's first home at 400 Mass Avenue. Without that abatement program, we could not have afforded a home. Without that abatement program, that tax abatement program, the East End would not be as vibrant and mixed use as it is. And to the extent it might have been, it wouldn't have happened as quickly, creating that tax base, creating those jobs, and creating that vibrancy that so many of us now enjoy. The discussion today, in my mind, has little to do with developers. It has far more to do with how we take a downtown that is in no less than crisis, with diminishing tax base, vitality, and population, and instead turn it into a world-class district that also provides, over the long run, the tax base we require to pay teachers, to invest in our schools, to build infrastructure, to create affordable housing, and to have the funds we need as a city to be as progressive as we want to be. This is a longer-term proposal for sure in terms of the abatements, but it is necessary to get the ball rolling and to start these changing of land uses. I think it is clear at this point that many of the office buildings in downtown will no longer be office buildings. And I think we all agree that vibrancy and jobs and more housing could be an answer or part of the answer to that question. If we want the program to actually work, we must not offer the abatement and then simultaneously add significant costs such that the abatement doesn't do what we want it to do, which is to promote the revitalization of downtown and to promote housing. There are discussions around TOPA and potentially exempting these conversions for a while, potentially exempting these projects from first source requirements, and moderating affordable housing requirements. All of those are laudable goals. And if we want more affordable housing in particular, for example, there do need to be funds to pay for it. The abatement helps to cover the huge dollar amount to require changes in use. The other goals are certainly noble, but they should be funded by the city if we want to pursue them. If we add all of these burdens, the math simply does not work, and we can certainly provide examples upon request. As I've heard the chairman and others say, this proposal may not be the be-all and end-all, and we probably need many other strategies in order to bring people back downtown and to activate it. we could certainly expand this proposal to other changes in use besides housing, and to potentially have funds out of this proposal or other funds to incentivize retailers and nonprofits and other uses who would like to be downtown and would bring back vibrancy downtown. But at the same time, the notion of tax abatements to stimulate projects, as the Williams administration so well did in NOMA as an example, is a proven approach to success. I advocate moving forward with it. I advocate not overburdening it, so in fact, it actually works and gets to our end. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Melody Webb.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Melody is in charge of that.
Hi, good
Yeah.
afternoon,
And
Chairperson
Daniel Brittany
Mendelson
involved in that.
and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melody Webb. I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, lead the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, and I'm a native DC native and Southwest resident. Mothers Outreach works to keep families together through supporting impacted Black mothers in the struggle to transform government income and child welfare policies with legal and policy advocacy and community organizing. In addition, this month, we're actually launching a philanthropy-funded guaranteed income cash pilot for moms who have child and family services agency involvement. Our coalition's mission is to achieve a simple solution to poverty, as Dr. King called it, a permanent guaranteed income that provides unconditional regular payments, no work or other strings attached, to lift the 15% of our DC neighbors living below the federal poverty line above it. Poverty has consequences that can include family destabilization and family separation. To that end, we support the following measures in the budget and look forward to working with members of council and the mayor to reshape the budget accordingly. Along with the omission of the baby bonds program, which we opposed, we raise and object to them and ask you to address this, the underspending and underuse of allocated funds and FUP housing choice vouchers, respectively, for families who are in the child welfare system and young people aging out of foster care. We're here fighting for funding, and there's funding that's not being spent on families who need it. As for our affirmative recommendations for funding, we request funding for an ecosystem of guaranteed income to continue DC's leadership in this area. We request that the funding for the guaranteed income program, Strong Families, Strong Futures, that it be increased, perhaps encompassing funding allocated for the Career Map program. We applaud the mayor for her continuing support for guaranteed income, but the funding is woefully inadequate, and we've already seen the benefits of guaranteed income. We also support creating whole harmless funds and continuing to do what is necessary to protect the benefits of individuals, including through waivers that the DC Housing Authority may be able to secure. We also request funding, and I respect the chairperson, I respect your concern about overspending, but we also request funding for the bills, the District Child Tax Credit and Financial Support for Families with Children Act. We support funding for these as a measure to do what the Federal Child Tax Credit of 2021 did, which was to cut poverty dramatically. And among other holistic economic justice programs, we support restoration of funding to ERAP and to the OSVJG Access to Justice grants, which are critical to marginalized families facing historically high rents and facing other pressures on them economically. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide it.
Yes, I will do that.
Robert Harvey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Robert Harvey. I have no corporate interests. My only interests are that of Washingtonians. District residents are still experiencing significant economic hardship. The proposed budget has future spending that benefits commercial developers while making a major cut to emergency rental assistance. It also fails to invest into proper strategies for ending chronic homelessness while backtracking on promises to DC families by effectively ending baby bonds. By the mayor's own analysis in her comeback plan, the major reason for people leaving the district in housing is affordability. This year's plan cuts ERAP by 80%. The mayor is attempting to exempt the conversion law in favor of development by exempting DC residents' rights to priority in housing and hiring. It seems the logic is DC residents need to make sacrifices now so that they can subsidize enough development downtown to get people to move there, so that in 5 to 10 years, those people will contribute more in tax revenue. This is a quote from Councilmember Brianna. Study after study from think tanks have proven that in order to afford a modest one-bedroom, a person earning an hourly wage of $16.10 must work 75 hours per week. U.S. News reports that since 2020, 27 states have grown in homelessness. The District of Columbia has a higher homelessness rate than any other state. Over 6.5 people experiencing homelessness per 1,000 residents. Annual disparities in the U.S. financial system. Regular citizens in this country are paying $15 billion in overdraft fees, $12 billion in credit card fees, $9 billion in payday loan fees. In DC, a person earning $100,000 a year has a purchasing power roughly of $44,000. Of the 76 cities measured in the survey, the district was 73. African American homes in the U.S. metro areas are being devalued to the amount of $156 billion in cumulative losses. Business tax breaks are set to increase to 6.8 million in 2027. The mayor's budget would cause a dramatic jump to 41 million in breaks the following year in 2028. DC fiscal policy position is that tax breaks are the wrong mechanism to help in housing conversion. The plan for more traffic cameras has been in the work for 2 years. The proposal includes the addition of 342 new traffic cameras. The cameras are expected to generate $580 million of revenue over the next 4 years. The plan installs 140 bus lane cameras, 122 new speed cameras. You all are spending $22 million on the pedestrian bridge over Kenilworth Avenue. There's a call from the community to otherwise appropriate the money. Over the past 10 years, the budget has grown roughly $7 billion and under one administration. And so, in summarizing, what I'm asking is, I support and stand in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition's initiative, as well as Guaranteed Income Initiative and Mothers Outreach Network. Councilman Mendelson, please incorporate money for guaranteed income and housing. The mayor's budget is totally out of whack, and me being an advocate, I'm a citizen first, and I can see it around the city. You guys are developing more than you are accommodating the citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tangela Hicks.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and everyone in attendance. My name is Tangela Hicks. I'm a DC resident, a DC advocate, and a community advisory council member with Legal Aid of Washington, DC. I've submitted written testimony. My testimony today is basically some questions that's been on my mind and statement. I know that after my testimony, if there are any questions, someone will reach out to me. What happened to us as a city? What happened to true love, compassion, and missions driven to see everyone succeed and live sustainable lives? Why is there millions of dollars being distributed throughout several agencies and programs, yet problems still are not being fully solved? Why was my autistic son's education being redirected and dismantled for the best interest of an autistic Ukraine refugee this year? Is foreign affairs more important than his well-being as a United States DC-born citizen? Why was it spoken on social media that millions, that billions was given to end homelessness, yet thousands are still homeless? Thousands are participating in programs such as rapid rehousing, yet thousands are still facing homelessness again, because at the end of this month, rapid rehousing will be cut off. My adult daughter is one of those people with my grandson who is working like thousands of others, trying to make it out here, yet are still facing adversities because programs are being cut off. Why are there residents facing losing their housing choice vouchers due to the negligence of the agency, but instead the goal is to keep them off the streets and into stable homes? Why are seniors and DC residents being ignored and losing homes that they have lived in for years, pushed out by gentrification? Why are work and school programs given to people to have the opportunity to work and go to school, only for those programs to be canceled before the start of enrollment, only to be leaving residents to enter or try to find other programs to regain employment or education. But on social media, it was said millions was given. Why is crime so high? With DC having over 45,000 LLCs and organizations for nonprofit, why only 2,000 to 1,000 seem to be actually working towards fighting crime? With DC public housing having so many issues with slumlords, terrible housing conditions, crime, and more, where's the budget money for those issues at? Why haven't some of DC public schools been upgraded for years? But there's so much conversation about charter schools popping up everywhere. Where's the budget money for the real school repairs, for a clean and safe environment for children? No budget cuts need to be made in any areas concerning the well-being of DC residents, especially if those needs haven't already been met. While there are DC residents that may be living the American dream, there are some there who are not and one day pray to. I once spoke to someone who wasn't born in the United States, but came here as a refugee and reside in DC. They received more assistance monthly as a DC resident. Their children and themselves were able to go to school of choosing. They received housing, had benefits, medical insurance with no problem. And even if they did have issues, those problems were solved quickly. They were able to be financially stable and strive. DC has everything to help a person to strive, and for years have been helping its residents strive. But why it seems like the last few years before the pandemic, something happened and they aren't acting up. The budget money needs to go exactly where it's needed, be it past issues, unresolved, or present issues. And the budget money needs to be watched and accounted for because something or someone is stealing, period, point blank. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I pray that everyone have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. And I do have a copy of your statement. Sharice Crawford.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. It was great to see you at Georgetown University the other day, and thank you for your remarks. I want to thank you to the council members who are here today, council staff, Mayor Bowser, our government agency staff, and our neighbors who are testifying today. Thank you for your hard work in building a more equitable and more just society and city for us all to live and thrive. And thank you for this very important budget hearing. Today, I'm here to assist with building a more equitable and more just budget. Today, my testimony is on behalf of myself and district influencers as a government and community relations director. My name is Sharice Crawford. I am a third generation DC native. I'm the granddaughter of Eula Mae Crawford, who was orphaned in Ward 5 historic Langston Terrace. I'm the daughter of 2 home health aid and disability health providers and current long-term Ward 8 resident in the Congress Heights community. I've served district residents for the last 20 years to create and implement tangible solutions for equity and justice as an advocate in nonprofit leadership, as a certified emergency response trainer for natural and man-made disasters, as a former elected ANC for HC03, HC04, 8E04, and as an elected at-large committee member. During the pandemic, I served our residents as a global census ambassador, helping to count residents during a global pandemic and a high state of distrust. With that said, the pandemic has not ended. A pandemic continues to find new ways to show itself, and we are here to assist with ensuring that we are building a more equitable, more just budget. Regarding housing justice, we are in solidarity with our neighbors for the increase in the emergency rental assistance. That fund should not be reduced and or touched. We're requesting your support, Mr. Chairman, in modifying zoning laws to incorporate DC as a tiny home livable state. In addition to modifying zoning laws to assisting with new development and its owners being included in the equitable portion of the community benefits agreement. We understand every development deal has an equitable portion and communities should be included in their CBAs in the CBA process. HOA should be included, land trusts, the condos associations, and the tenants should be included in the front face of the development deal. We are also in support of the council supporting a modification to the area median income so that residents earning under $50,000 can still qualify for homes in their area. Regarding health and disability justice, we are asking for an increase. Increased fines for businesses that are found liable for discriminating against persons with disabilities. We now know that post the pandemic, we've seen a heighten of disabilities as well as long COVID, and myself battling a condition called fibromyalgia. These injustices have already set fines, but national law sets precedents for the council to determine what those fines will be. And these fines can help offset the cost in other areas. We're looking for the council to help us reduce barriers for those that are in emergency need. This is a package, Mr. Chairman, that the people with disabilities are required to complete in order to prove and show that they are living and battling a disability, which is unjust. We are asking that the council work with us for the Disability Rights Office to include appropriate contact information for those members who are appointed to the board. We're asking for the council to fully fund District Influencers Recovery Capital Initiative at $250 million, which will implement a task force and remove barriers for disabled persons who are seeking to return to the workforce. We now know that disabled persons will make up in the future about 60% of our workforce population for folks who have dealt with some type of disability impacted since the pandemic. When we look at inclusion for real-time health, we have a full neighborhood profile, Mr. Chairman, and in every neighborhood there is a health challenge, but there are no health profiles included in our neighborhood profiles. We'd like to see this modified through the Department of Economic Development at DMPED's office. We'd like to ask for your support on that. Regarding public safety and cyber safety, I testified earlier during the budget hearing regarding our cyber safety initiative, which is projected to be at a $2.5 million budget. This is dealing with our current domestic and foreign threats, particularly aiding and abetting those who are persistent with causing and creating gun violence in our community. We're asking for the council to fully support this effort and to review this initiative as an overall cyber safety measure, as we have not seen any indicated in the budget. Regarding business and
Ms.
economic
Crawford, you're 2 minutes over your time, so I'm going to have to
Thank
cut
you
you
so
off.
much. I'll make sure that you have a full copy of this testimony, Mr. Chairman, and we thank you so much for your hard work in hearing us out today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. And you will provide your statement. Eric
Absolutely.
Jones from AOBA.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Eric J. Jones, and I'm the VP of Government Affairs, DC Commercial for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, also known as AOBA. Since 1974, AOBA has served as a leading membership organization representing commercial office buildings and multifamily residential real estate in the Washington, DC area. In the district, AOBA's membership represents just shy of 108,000 apartment units and more than 76.6 million square feet of commercial space. I'm here today as an advocate, a fourth generation Washingtonian, and a Ward 4 resident to provide testimony on B25-202, the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act of 2023, and the FY24 budget process. My focus today will be on two key areas. First, the Parking Benefit Equivalent Amendment Act of 2023, which is part of the BSA, and two major transportation infrastructure projects, the Connecticut Avenue bike lanes and the K-Street Transitway. First, the Parking Benefit Equivalent Amendment Act of 2023. Over the last year, AOBA, along with members of the local business community, have raised concerns over the district's parking cash out law, which took effect on January 15th of this year. The organization overseeing the program, Go DC Go, a D.Lit entity, did a horrible job informing the business community and further listening to these concerns of the business community during the regulatory process. In response to these issues, as part of the FY 2024 BSA, the executive included the Parking Benefit Equivalent Amendment Act in 2023, which delayed implementation of the program for 3 years. As an organization, we would like to thank the executive for including this provision and ask that the council leave it in place. Further, we would ask that the following changes be made to the program before the new implementation date. 1, have DDOT and Go DC Go enter into an MOU with the DC Department of Employment Services to send no less than 3 correspondents to every entity that pays district unemployment insurance. 2, have DDOT/Go DC Go enter into an MOU with the DC Department of Licensing and Consumer Protections to send no less than 3 correspondents to every licensed business within the district. 3, revisit requirements for the program to allow employers to incentivize employees return to downtown, as well as revisit the language prohibiting employers from paying and or reimbursing employees from taking rideshare. Lastly, the transportation infrastructure. As we continue to encourage the return to Washington, D.C.'s business districts, we believe that it is vitally important to support all forms of transportation and work with all stakeholders, businesses, residents, cyclists, drivers, and pedestrians. Of particular concern to Ayoba and our membership are 2 projects which we would like for the district to slow down on and revisit the community. First, the K Street Transitway, and second, the Connecticut Avenue bike lanes. In a matter of time, I thank you for the opportunity to testify and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Angela Franco.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Angela Franco. I'm the president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on the proposed fiscal year 2024. In the last years, the district has faced unprecedented challenges that have altered the lives of district residents and added uncertainty to the stability of district businesses. As we emerge from the pandemic, we need a budget that focuses on recovery while embracing the new reality that a large number of employers and their employees, including a number of federal agencies, seem to be adopting a longer-term preference for more off-site work. As a result, large offices have closed or downsized, and storefront businesses serving these office employees have suffered. Many have left the city altogether. For example, I attend lots of events where I see small businesses and I have the opportunity to talk to them. I attended a vendor's fair and met a DC licensed business owner in the food industry who told me they have left the district because of the cost of doing business was too high, and in addition, the safety concerns. As we know, we can never lose of sight that the small businesses hire the majority of our district residents. The small businesses are the bedrock of our city, and they will be threatened if we fail not to make thoughtful, sustainable investments in their prosperity. The mayor's 2024 budget provides much needed investments for our central business district recovery that must be preserved. We all need to come to grips with and address head on the challenging transformational fiscal and economic environment before us. As we all know, the district is an expensive place to do business. Left unchecked, our high cost, including real estate, wages, and regulatory costs, may come to outweigh the benefits of doing business in a truly wonderful, great city. The first pro-growth principle guiding your budget deliberations should be to do no harm. Some regulations run amok during years when the going was so good that most barely noticed. The categories and fees to get a local business license, for example, continue to proliferate like weeds in an untended garden. With your leadership, the council recently passed groundbreaking legislation making it simpler, faster, and cheaper to obtain a basic DC business license. We would ask the council to fund measures such as BEST Act aimed to streamlining agency functions and cutting the rate. As I testified in prior budget hearings, sustained economic growth is the single most important financial engine to generate the funding for our wide and deep array of health and human services programs. In this sense, we speak not just as representatives of the business community, but on behalf of the community at large. I know my time is up. I'm just going to close now. We share the goal to the greatest practical extent of protecting generous public investments in our most important resource, the people of the district. But in order to accomplish that goal, we must advocate today for fiscal policies that contribute to the long-term economic health and dynamism of our city. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and you'll have a copy of our testimony as well, since I didn't read it fully.
Thank you. I was about to ask if you would submit it. Thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you. I just have one question from Ms. Sandalo. You're urging, the only thing you're asking for in your testimony is an additional 3.45 million for the school-based behavioral health program. And that's based on a calculation that you did regarding the pay to the
Yes,
mental health professionals.
yes,
Okay, and you've also testified or communicated this with the health committee?
yes, we absolutely have. Chairman.
Okay, that's my only question.
Great.
Thank you. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you to this panel of witnesses. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you to this panel of witnesses.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes, Judith Sandalope, for following up on the chairman's question. In discussions with DBH, they would argue that the estimates for the proposed reimbursement rates are sufficient. Can you just speak more to the analysis that you've done and why you believe that that is a more accurate telling of what providers?
Necessary. So even DBH was needed to raise the reimbursement rate to 99,000 in order to actually begin hiring staff. So they were not successful in recruiting at the lower level. So what they did was raise the rate to 99,000 this year. And that's the only way they've been able to attract competent staff. So to now lower it back to 89, which wasn't successful last year, doesn't make sense, especially in light of inflation. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Sure.
And I just want to thank others on this panel. With that, that's it for me, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you again, each of you, for your testimony. You all are excused, and we're going to go to the next group of witnesses. Bessie Rabinowitz, who's Senior Manager for Advocacy and Policy at Miriam's Kitchen. Nancy Drain, Executive Director of DC Access to Justice. Kira Jarrett, who's with the DC Bar Foundation. Caitlin Peter, who's with AOBA. Cianise Bamiro, who is with the Fair Budget Coalition. Travis Bali, who's Assistant Treasurer for DC for Democracy. Andrew Chain, I think is correct, Managing Director of Public Policy for Grace and Child Poverty, California. Shira Markoff, Senior Policy Fellow at Prosperity Now. Claudia Schlossberg, Convener Coalition on Long-Term Care. Joshua Davis, Student Education Reform Now DC. Sherry Daniels, Civic Leader, Education Reform Now DC. Elizabeth Falcon, DC Jobs with Justice. Chabundo Anwuli Iguatu, Advocacy Coordinator with HIPS. Sarah Tenen, DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, Executive Director. Marla Spindel, DC Kin Care Alliance. Brianna Kolvasik, Policy Director with DC Greens. David Radcliffe, Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy. Cynthia Smith, Survivors Advisory Board, Sisters of Hope. Antonia Pena, Co-Director, DC Chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Meredith Fassett, Navy Yard resident, Capitol Riverfront Bid Board Member, former ANC Commissioner for Navy Yard. Sue Udry, Executive Committee Member, DC National Lawyers Guild. And Kube Nagaje, President and CEO, District Alliance for Safe Housing, otherwise known as DASH. Called a whole bunch of folks. We'll begin with Mr. Rabinowitz. You should be in gallery view and you can see the clock at the top. Please be mindful of the time. Everyone's supposed to be 3 minutes. Mr. Rabinowitz, you're first.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz. I'm a proud Ward 1 voter and the Senior Manager for Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. My testimony today will focus on the urgent need for the council to remedy the harm included in Mayor Bowser's budget by increasing funding to end chronic homelessness. Mayor Bowser stated the slow implementation of historic PSH vouchers justifies her choice not to add any new funding. However, despite her nearly 2 years of advocacy to address implementation issues, both DCHA and DHS continue to move too slowly to address urgent concerns. Paradoxically, just when the signing bonuses DHS rolled out to recruit PSH managers at our urging started to work, Mayor Bowser cut these modest $1,500 bonuses for PSH providers, while the same week expanding the signing bonuses from MPD to $25,000. Priorities, right? It seems clear that while implementation concerns were once a real issue, they are now a politically convenient excuse to underfund housing that ends homelessness. Advocates will spend the next month demanding that the DC Council submits a moral budget, one that does not balance the budget on the backs of people experiencing homelessness. At the end of the day, the call is yours, and I hope you make the right one. If not, I ask you, your colleagues, and the mayor to tell each person experiencing chronic homelessness why you've decided why they need to experience homelessness for another year. It's about 1,260 people. If each conversation takes about 45 minutes and you have 40 conversations a week, you'll be done just in time for next year's budget season. I've testified before the council throughout budget season about how Mayor Bowser's proposed budget will reverse DC's progress towards ending homelessness. Instead of making these same points, I'd like to share some stories from our PSH and outreach caseworkers who work with folks staying outside on a day-to-day basis. One shares it's hard to sum up the impact that no new funding for PH will have. No new funding for PSH will have. As an outreach case manager, my caseload is entirely people who are living outside, some of whom have been on the streets for years. It includes people who, after months of engagement, have finally begun to express interest in housing. Many of my clients are people who have a deep distrust of the system, and this will only reinforce their belief that the government does not care about them, and they're going to eventually pass away without the dignity of a home. This will further exacerbate the problem of homelessness in DC. Another shares if there's no PSH resources next year, then more people will die unsheltered. More people will die before they get the life-saving housing they need. More people will overdose outside. More people will freeze to death. More people will overutilize emergency services, and more people will be evicted from encampments, which is proven to have adverse health effects, not to mention the city resources spent that could otherwise house people. Finally, another colleague said, not funding any new PSH will impact my clients by forcing them to continue to experience homelessness. I'd like to close by telling you a not very unusual story about homelessness in DC. A veteran and his wife, who has endocarditis, have had their encampment moved at least 3 times in the past 2 months. First, they were cited as being on NPS property, so they moved outside of NPS property to a location where MPD said they could stay without risking eviction. The following day, they were moved from that location in an immediate disposition by DMHHS. Then they moved to Vermont and R Street, where again, a police officer told them that they were not on park property and would be able to stay there as long as they weren't blocking the sidewalk. That week, they were told to move as well. They cannot access shelter as they are a heterosexual couple that would be split up. DC and NPS have made it clear that they can't be in a park or on a sidewalk. There is nowhere else for them to go. I'll finish by saying, well, ERAP and homeless prevention for single adults gutted, and with no new PSH, the story will only become more common. Part of the blame falls on the council, on the White House, and Congress to be certain. Part of the blame falls on Mayor Bowser, and if the council fails to act, if you, Chairperson Mendelson, fail to act, part of the blame will be in your hands. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Ms. Drain, Executive Director, the DC Access to Justice.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you so much for your longstanding support of the Access to Justice initiative, which provides funding to nonprofit civil legal service providers in the district. Yesterday, we had 40+ witnesses testify about the devastating consequences of the proposed 60% cut to the initiative, with all sectors of our legal community, the judiciary, legal services providers, the private bar, nonprofit partners, and most importantly, clients, speaking with one voice. Witnesses spoke about the consequences of a drastic cut that must be understood in the context of other proposed cuts in this budget that would create a perfect storm for our most vulnerable neighbors and will increase their need for legal help. You've already heard today from Legal Aid, where half of employees are paid through these funds and serve 5,000 clients. Their experience reflects that of all grantees. As funds largely support personnel, there will be no way to absorb substantial cuts without cutting personnel and services. DC Volunteer Lawyers Project that you'll hear from in a moment serves survivors of domestic violence and children at risk and hired almost 9 additional attorneys because of recent funding who have staffed 8 weekly domestic violence clinics now at risk. Over 50% of the funding supports housing and eviction work. More than 8,000 tenants have been served through a tenant hotline, and with new funds, over 9,800 district households at risk of eviction received a knock on the door from canvassers offering help. With cuts, providers estimate that 3,000 calls would go unanswered. Witnesses also talked about the increased need for legal help, dispelling the notion that it is sufficient to go back to past funding levels. In the first quarter of 2023 alone, calls have increased across the board, including domestic violence filings that have risen 65% with 2,000 new filings in the first quarter. Eviction filings have risen 42% with 3,500 new filings, with over 1,000 calls to the eviction helpline. Witnesses highlighted the long-term consequences of denying individuals in crisis legal help. Children's Law Center keeps children out of the hospital and emergency rooms with significant Medicaid cost avoidance. On average, $10,000 in the first 18 months alone for housing conditions cases. And interventions avoided $14 million in Medicaid costs over a 3-year period. Finally, witnesses warned that cuts will put at risk other resources like pro bono volunteers who rely on legal services organizations to support them, and may disincentivize private financial support that complements public funding. The DC Bar Pro Bono Center, for example, reported that 100 housing cases would not be placed with pro bono attorneys with this cut. One of the first things our commission did at its founding was to partner with the council to create this initiative. We now urge you to restore funding to the FY23 level of $31.689 million. We know this will require each of you in the committees that you sit on to contribute to the level of support needed to restore this funding. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Kara Jarrett from the Bar Association.
Thank you so much. I'm Kara Jarrett. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the DC Bar Foundation, and I'm testifying here today regarding the Access to Justice initiative, which we administer. And I want to echo my testimony from yesterday and that of the 40+ witnesses that Nancy Drain just mentioned. We are deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to the Access to Justice initiative, which represents a 60% reduction from our FY23 levels. We are asking for level funding from FY23 for all 3 programs: the Access to Justice Grants Program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and the DC Loan Repayment Assistance Program. I just want to share for a moment the impact of a 60% cut, which is deep, especially in terms of the people we were able to fund to do the work. I'm talking about attorneys, paralegals, and others to do the work that Nancy and others have testified regarding. This would take us back to levels we've not seen since FY17. And I wanted to name 4 specific efforts that represent collaboration, partnership, and systemic reform that are all on behalf of the city's most vulnerable residents, and all that have been made possible since FY17. First, eviction diversion efforts, which you just heard about. Those were specifically funded by the council in the past 2 years. Second, the Family Law Assistance Network, which is a coordinated effort among several family law grantees, working closely with the DC Superior Court to help DC residents in family law matters. Perhaps most notably, number 3, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, which supports eviction defense work and which didn't even exist 6 years ago. And then finally, the work of our coordinated intake and referral system, which we expect to launch in FY24. This is a system to help DC residents navigate the legal aid maze that exists within our city, and to give them help where they need it. This is a key focus of the DC Legal Aid Transformations Network. That's an effort that the foundation is leading with other stakeholders who are funded by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, and is bringing together legal services providers, social services providers, and others to really think about a system that is far more user-centric than what we have now and actually helps people. In closing, there are so many district residents who don't even realize that they have a legal problem. And then even if they do realize it, they don't know where to go to get help. And those that actually reach a legal services providers do so in an absolute moment of crisis. So a cut of nearly 60% is simply unconscionable, especially when coupled with other severe reductions that are contemplated by the proposed budget. And we absolutely do not want to go backwards and lose the incredible ground we've been built since the initiative's beginning in FY07. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Caitlin Peter from AOBA.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Catalin Peter. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C. I represent our multifamily portfolio. Our member companies in the multifamily portfolio not only maintain and operate critical housing stock, but they are also committed to creating comfortable communities. Our building managers are committed to best practices in 6 major areas: building operations and management, life safety, security and risk management, training and education, sustainability, and tenant relations. Foremost, we commend Mayor Bowser for putting together the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act in a manner that holistically approaches the needs of the District of Columbia. We understand current fiscal realities demand consideration of both short and long-term goals, and we fully support the mayor in her efforts. I'd like to focus my comments on 2 sections of the BSA on which AOBA stands firmly behind the mayor. First, we support adjusting the effective date of the Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, from January 1st, 2021 to January 1st, 2024. This additional time is beneficial for office buildings experiencing economic hardship, as well as multifamily buildings who are awaiting critical funding to support their compliance efforts. As you all are aware, office buildings are experiencing massive downturn as a direct result of the pandemic. Vacancies are at historic highs, net operating income is down, extension of future tenancies is uncertain, and the federal government workforce has yet to return. Access to capital for deep retrofits is deeply impaired when owners cannot cover debt ratios. High interest rates are driving up the costs of capital for both office and multifamily owners. Capital that will be necessary to obtain to move forward on projects such as replacing existing equipment, which has yet to reach the end of its life cycle with more efficient equipment. Further, as a direct result of declining commercial property values, the mayor needed to make difficult decisions this budget cycle. The proposed reductions to the retrofit accelerator program for affordable housing and rent-controlled buildings prevents these buildings from moving forward on the current BEPS times tables. Multifamily buildings are also facing headwinds because there is less money for ERAP. Neither reduction is unexpected, and the delay in BEPS signals a balance has been struck for how much weight property owners will have to carry on their own. We heard many well-intended people and organizations testify on behalf of building managers at DOEE's budget oversight hearing. They are not, however, building managers and do not have a working knowledge of the concerns we have with the program as currently designed. Issues such as unreliable data from Energy Star and glitches with obtaining PEPCO aggregate data, which DOE has worked hard to resolve, are issues only those in the weeds can fully appreciate. Yes, federal support is on the way, but measures such as the Inflation Reduction Act, which has money for energy efficiency projects, still need to go through rulemaking. Another reason a delay of the implementation of BEPS is wise. The unseen benefit of this delay is that it affords us the opportunity to refine the program and still allows DC to be leaders in this area. My written testimony gets more into some of the details around some of the adjustments that we can make. And we've been working with other stakeholders, including those working with the hub, those with IMT, others in stakeholders on specifics. And DOE has expressed a willingness to be flexible with buildings having trouble. Some of our areas of concern will require legislation, and we believe a delay is the most certain way to allow adequate time to work through complex changes and strengthen the program in the long run. The second BSA measure we fully support is the mayor's downtown abatement plan. As it stands, the process to successfully convert an office building to a residential community is Herculean. From site planning and design to logistics and financing, there is not one element of the process that is simple. In short, we think what the mayor has proposed is an excellent way to jumpstart And whatever we can do on behalf of our members to make sure that any coordination of these efforts is successful, we're happy to do. One last note with regards to BEPS, anyone who we feel, or anyone who's gotten far in the process and who's already on the path to compliance, we certainly would not want to penalize anyone, and we want to allow enough flexibility so that they can move forward. But the overall delay, we think, is ultimately going to be very beneficial in the long run. So I think I may have gone a little over. I did go over. Thank you for your time. And we appreciate your willingness to hear from us and are happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And you were a tad over,
Yeah.
but we wanted you to finish your statements. Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Bomero. I think is Sinisa Bomero from the Fair Budget Coalition. Here. All right, we'll next move to Travis Valley, the Assistant Treasurer, DC for Democracy.
Hello, thank you very much, Council Member, for the time today. My name is Travis Valley, and I am the Assistant Treasurer of DC for Democracy. Our members are civically engaged DC residents who appreciate that the budget is a moral document that should use the full potential of our tax dollars to promote racial and economic justice. DC for Democracy is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we work in partnership with FBC for an equitable DC. My organization is one of many that work on housing, community safety, and economic justice issues. And DC4D stands in solidarity with the member organizations of the Fair Budget Coalition in asking for an FY24 budget that is restorative and prioritizes racial and economic justice. I'll be speaking on just a few of our priorities today. For our full list, please see my written testimony, which I submitted this morning. One, fully fund the Local Resident Voting Rights Act. DC for Democracy takes a particular interest in expanding democracy and voting rights for DC residents. In the spirit of that, we testified in support of the Local Resident Voting Rights Act when it was a proposal, and we helped mobilize community support for the legislation. We commend the Council for unanimously passing it last year, thereby recognizing that immigrants are full and equal members of our community. The Council must now fund $2 million to the Board of Elections to implement this major expansion of democracy. Moving on to another one of our priorities, we urge the Council to reverse cuts to early childhood education. We are deeply disappointed to see the Bowser administration cut $5.4 million of the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund, $9 million from TANF, and $8 million for Back to Work Child Care grants. We ask that the Council restore these funds, in particular, the $5.4 million in local funds to the Pay Equity Fund. Moving on to housing, we join the Way Home campaign in calling for making meaningful progress towards ending family and chronic homelessness by funding $55 million in additional permanent supportive housing subsidies. We also urge the funding of 2 24-hour harm reduction centers at the cost of $15 million to prevent any more lives lost to overdose. We were shocked at the cuts proposed for domestic violence victim services. So we urge the restoration of $8.4 million in proposed cuts to domestic violence survivor services. And in fact, we need to increase funding by $9.6 million over FY23 funding levels. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your cooperation. Our next witness is Andrew Shane, Managing Director of Public Policy for GRACE, which stands for In Child Policy California.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and all the Council members. My name is Andrew Shane, Managing Director of Public Policy for GRACE and Child Poverty California. I'm glad to provide this testimony to you today. I want to congratulate you for being one of the first jurisdictions in the country to embrace a baby bonds program. The incredible racial wealth gap we face in our nation and across our society is one that requires empathy and transformational solutions. Now more than ever, we must work to ensure that children experiencing poverty have opportunities not only to meet their basic needs, but are also able to thrive and build their intergenerational wealth. Your actions have been inspiring all the way out here in California, and we've been on since this morning. We love an early start, as we have recently established our own first statewide baby bonds program of HOPE accounts for children who've been bereaved by COVID and former and current foster youth. We look forward to working with you and hopefully many other jurisdictions soon as the cohort to prove the potential for this path-breaking policy that should be available to children nationwide. We want to see the District of Columbia restore full funding for the Child Wealth Building Act for fiscal years 2024 to 2027 to ensure children experiencing poverty have opportunities not only to meet their basic needs, but again, build their intergenerational wealth and address the racial wealth gap. While focused on a brighter future for the district's children, the city's actions truly reverberate from coast to coast. We applaud the leadership of Councilmember McDuffie to establish the District Baby Bonds Program and the powerful comments by you, Mr. Chairman, as well as Councilmembers McDuffie and Parker in this hearing today. And we look forward to this full restoration and implementation of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we are going to hear from Shira Markov, Senior Policy Fellow. Prosperity Now is the organization. Ms. Markov, we are not able to hear you. If you can, maybe this helps. Still no sound.
No.
Now we have you. We got you. We got
Okay.
you. Okay. All right.
All right. Thank
Right
you.
ahead.
All right. I'll start over. So good afternoon. My name is Shira Markov, and I'm a senior policy fellow at Prosperity Now, as well as a DC resident for the past 10 years in Ward 3. My testimony today focuses on fully funding DC's Child Trust Fund program known as Baby Bonds. Prosperity Now's mission is to build an economy that allows every person, family, and community to build sustainable wealth and prosperity, and it's a nationally recognized expert on baby bonds. Baby bonds are a critical tool for addressing the significant disparities in income and wealth in DC by race and ethnicity. According to data from Prosperity Now's annual scorecard, the income poverty rate for Black and Latino households in the district in 2021 were 27% and 10.5% respectively, compared to only 5% for white households. The homeownership rate for white households in DC is almost 50% compared with 35% for Black households and 35% for Latinos. And 31% of Black homeowners are considered cost burden compared to 17% of white homeowners. Since wealth is primarily passed down intergenerationally, without interruptions to this current system, these inequities are going to perpetuate. Young adults from wealthier households will receive family support to invest in their future and generate further wealth that they can pass on to their children, while young adults from households with limited or no wealth will have difficulty building financial stability and wealth, making it harder for them to pass down wealth. The DC Baby Bonds program is designed to change this. The program invests up to $17,500 for children from low-income households who are disproportionately Black and Latinx. And once they're adults, they can use the funds for assets such as post-secondary education, buying a home, or starting a business, helping to level the playing field and helping the DC economy. Funding for baby bonds was zeroed out in the mayor's proposed budget, and part of that stated rationale was the fact that the program hadn't launched. But as we just heard, DC is a pioneer on baby bonds, and only Connecticut and California have passed similar legislation, and DC is the farthest along in implementation. So DC's had to lead the way in laying a lot of the groundwork for this program. So it's not only understandable, but also in fact advisable that it's taking some time to implement the program. And of course, the council originally appropriated multi-year funding, recognizing that this is a long-term program that needs sustainable funding. I do want to say that while my testimony is focused on my professional expertise, my support for this program is also personal. As a DC resident, I've seen firsthand the impact of inequities and the racial wealth divide in the city. I recently purchased my first home in DC, and I recognize the disparity that I experienced as a white person. While I saved for a long time to afford my home, I always knew that it was something that was possible for me. For too many DC residents, especially those who are Black or Latinx, affordable rental housing is often unattainable and homeownership is nearly impossible. The Baby Bonds program is a step towards changing this. And while it won't solve all our economic challenges, and we still need to invest in programs that address immediate financial needs, as other people have testified, it would give children concrete hope in the form of a nest egg for their future. So I urge the council to keep its promise to DC's kids by fully funding the Baby Bonds program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we have Claudia Schlossberg, convener, Coalition on Long-Term Care.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds, Chairperson Mendelson, and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget. I am Claudia Schlossberg. I am the convener of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care, which brings together consumers, advocates, providers, provider associations, and organized labor to improve access to high quality long-term care services and supports for district seniors and people with disabilities. I'm also a 45-year resident of Ward 1 and a member of the Fair Budget Coalition. For the past 3 years, our members in the Coalition on Long-Term Care have testified before various committees to urge the council to address the direct care workforce crisis. Since 2020, we have documented that seniors across the district and their families are confronted with the reality that there are not enough trained home health aides or certified nursing assistants and direct support professionals to meet their needs. This is driving up costs, reducing quality, leaving seniors without the care they need. Home health agencies and nursing homes are denying new admissions, aides in nursing homes are working short-staffed, and hospitals are unable to safely discharge patients to aftercare, increasing lengths of stay and emergency room boarding. We simply do not have enough direct care workers to meet current needs, and we are woefully behind in creating a pipeline of new workers to meet the future needs of this growing aging population. The driving factor here is poor job quality. Notably, the vast majority of these jobs are supported by the Medicaid program, the largest payer for long-term care services and supports in DC and nationally. While this job can be extremely rewarding, it takes training, skill, personal physical strength, mental fortitude to care for vulnerable residents competently and compassionately. Unlike other low-wage workers, CNAs and HHAs have to take and pass a certification exam, complete annual continued ed credits, and are subject to oversight by the Board of Nursing. Yet, based upon wage rates established through the Medicaid program, we pay these workers at or near the minimum wage. Most direct care workers are paid less than a cashier at Target or Walmart. A recent study by PHI International found that DC ranked last in the nation on the key measure of wage competitiveness for direct care worker wages. And PHI found further that the district care workers' wage rates fall significantly short of the median wage for other occupations with similar or even lower entry-level requirements by over $5 an hour. The key to fixing this is to increase the wages of direct care workers. And as you have heard us testify at other hearings over the course of these budget hearings, we have been asking for an increase to $24 an hour. This is a real living wage and more fairly compensates these workers for the difficult and essential job they do. And we believe that the council is supportive of giving direct care workers a meaningful increase in wages. However, we also understand that the district's financial outlook is not as rosy as we had hoped, and it is unlikely that the dollars can be found at this stage in the budget process to fully fund this increase. However, we can do better than nothing for these workers. Last year, as the council debated the Budget Support Act, we pushed the council to at least increase the minimum wage to 120% of the living wage. And while this did not make it into the law that was enacted, it later was adopted unanimously as a recommendation to the mayor from the Mayor's Healthcare Workforce Task Force, which was convened last spring. We've not only calculated the cost of this increase, but we have identified the funding to pay for it. Specifically, based on the assumption that the living wage will increase to $17 an hour by July 1, raising the minimum wage for these workers to 120% of the living wage for all direct care workers, including fringe benefits, admin, and a vacancy rate, will cost the district $4.9 million in local dollars. How do we pay for this? The Department of Healthcare Finance, in their budget presentation back in March, showed that the agency has allocated $28.7 million in federal ARPA funds to pay bonus grants to providers in 2022. This was designed to promote retention, recruitment, and vaccinations. However, the district only spent $19.4 million, leaving $9.3 million available ARPA dollars from this initiative alone. These funds must be spent by March 31st, 2020, or they will go back to the federal government. To date, DHCF has not articulated a plan for these unspent dollars, and they have not convened stakeholders as required to solicit input regarding how the funds could or should be spent. Accordingly, these funds, which were intended to support recruitment and retention of direct care workers, are more than sufficient to raise the minimum wage of direct care workers to 120% of the living wage in FY 2024. Moreover, using these funds to pay direct care workers through the Medicaid payment methodologies, the district can draw down an additional federal Medicaid match. Specifically, if we spend $4.9 million to increase the minimum wage for these workers, the district will realize an additional $3.43 million in federal Medicaid match. While the coalition continues to believe we have to go further to increase the wages paid to these direct care workers, raising the minimum wage to 120% of the living wage in FY24 is an important and needed incremental step to supporting this vital workforce and ensuring that seniors and people with disabilities get the care they need. With well over $9 million in unspent ARPA funding on hand that could be returned to the federal government if we don't spend it, creating a new minimum wage for direct care workers that is 120% of the living wage is the least we can do in this very challenging budget year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I was about to ask you to wind down, please. I do have a question. When you speak of 120% of the minimum wage, can you give us a number? I think that would be helpful to those who are slow at doing math.
Sure, I'm happy to. If the living wage goes to $17 an hour, July 1, as we anticipate it will, 120% of the living wage would be $20.40 an hour. That is 41 cents higher or higher than the average wage that DHCF is currently providing for. There, it's not a minimum wage, but the average wage would go up to 19.99. We'd like to see that at a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for that additional information. Next, we're going to hear from Joshua Davis, who is a student representing Education Reform Now, DC.
Okay, so Joshua needs to be admitted first.
Can he click accept? All right, Mr. Davis, you are on. We want to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for letting me on to the Zoom call. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Joshua Davis, and I'm a senior at Bard High School, Early College, DC, and a civic leader for Education Reform Now, DC. Today, I'm here to speak about two critical issues pertinent to this year's budget: school-based behavioral health and dual enrollment. Firstly, I want to commend Bard for its commitment to students' mental health. During my freshman year, I struggled with, my service is acting up. I struggled with anxiety that stemmed from the pressure to succeed academically. This anxiety negatively impacted my grades and overall well-being. Thankfully, Bard's resources, including counseling sessions with a school-based mental health professional, allowed me to access the support I needed to overcome that anxiety. This experience has empowered me to speak before you today. You have all been witness to the countless stories recounted by my peers and other advocates regarding the mental health challenges students face. The connection between trauma and the cycles of violence in DC is clear, and mental health services are a key component for addressing these issues to ensure that all the students that have the support they need today. We must start by increasing funding for school-based behavioral health services to $3.45 million in the FY24 budget. This ensures that schools can provide at least one clinician in every public school to support all of my peers. Additionally, DC must create opportunities for students to earn a degree in fields such as psychology, social work, or human services. It's time to create local pipeline of future social workers, counselors, and psychologists by a Master of Social Work program at UDC and providing scholarships to make the MFW a Master of Counseling program for free in DC, for DC residents and those who work in DC. I urge the committee to hold a hearing on the pathways to behavioral health degrees after 2023. Secondly, I want to touch on dual enrollment. It is concerning that only 8 out of 100 students in DC will go on to complete post-secondary education within 6 years after high school. Research shows that students participating in dual enrollment programs are more likely to enroll in and complete college. BARD has been around since 2018 and partners with several colleges and universities, including George Washington University and Georgetown University, to allow credits to transfer in various subjects. I will graduate with an associate's degree
Mr. Davis, your feed is stuck. Oh, you're on Metro. Oh, my goodness. All right. If you can hear me, please submit your testimony in writing. We want to have it for the record and we want to be responsive. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sherry Daniels, Civil Leader for the Education Reform Now, DC.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the Committee of the Whole, greetings. My name is Sherry Daniels. I am a proud resident of Ward 8 with a master's degree in psychology, a community caseworker, and a prominent civic leader for Education Reform Now, DC. Today, I speak before you as someone who has experienced firsthand the critical importance of mental health services in our schools. As a DC native, my own journey to receiving mental health support began in high school, much like the students I serve today. Growing up in the district, I experienced the adversities of becoming aware of and accessing the mental health services I desperately needed. It wasn't until high school that I was introduced to a school clinician who, despite being overburdened and burnt out, inspired me to become a psychologist. This personal encounter underscored a persistent issue in our schools. The overwhelming workload placed on a single clinician is simply too much work for one person to manage effectively. The connection between trauma and student engagement in DC highlights the importance of school-based behavioral health services for improving academic performance and overall well-being. However, the 2022 DC Health Matters Assessment emphasizes the urgent need for workforce development with a 21% average vacancy rate among the DC Behavioral Health Association member organization. To address vacancy issues and our urgent need for workforce development, I implore the Committee of the Whole to take the following actions. First is to increase funding for school-based behavioral health services to $3.45 million to ensure stable compensation per clinician, and 2, to convene a hearing on B2555, the Pathways to Behavioral Health Degrees Act of 2023. This bill will lower the financial barrier for people of color to enter a field that requires more clinicians with cultural competency. A 2020 report found that 22% of new social workers were Black or African American, and 14% were Hispanic or Latino. Additionally, a 2016 community needs assessment conducted by the District of Columbia Healthy Communities Collaborative identified cultural competency as a priority need for behavioral health specialists working with children in Ward 7 and 8. Holding a public hearing will be a step in the right direction to address the district's long-term issues. Our children's mental health is a critical component of their overall well-being and academic success. By investing in the school-based behavioral health and supporting initiatives like the Pathways to Behavioral Health Degrees Act of 2023, we can create a brighter future for every student in the district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Elizabeth Falcon, DC Jobs with Justice.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Falcon, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice is a 70-member coalition. When I registered to testify, I thought I would be here to talk about the importance of funding the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights across 3 agencies and the committees in which it is funded to ensure full implementation of the law. That continues to be a priority, and we encourage each committee and the full council to ensure this program is fully funded. That law is a huge step in ensuring that these too often forgotten essential workers in our city can work with public safety, dignity, basic safety, dignity, and fair working conditions. With less than $1 million, the council has the power to significantly change the lives of nearly 10,000 women of color workers. However, on Tuesday, when we learned that the mayor proposed sweeping the $20 million committed by this council to the excluded workers in the FY23 supplemental. Often the reallocation of funds in the supplemental reflects minor decreases in agency budgets. This is the wholesale elimination of a cash assistance program for which residents fought and the council committed funding. By eliminating this funding and not being transparent at the start of the process, the mayor is attempting to sweep the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on these communities under the rug and to hide her own responsibility for this cut as well. Unfortunately, given this short notice, the organizations that administer the DC Cares program, including the Greater Washington Community Foundation and the community-based organizations, are not available to testify in person, although the foundation has submitted written testimony. There are many factors that impact the timing of this program's implementation. I'm sharing so the council understands why the funding was in Events DC's budget at the time of the sweep. I want to reiterate that nobody wants the funding to move quickly more than the people who are waiting on it, the people who fought for it in the first place over 3 budgets. In June, when the council passed the FY23 budget, it seemed that this funding would be available. However, the parties who then work with it cannot fully act until they have cash in hand. In December, the Events DC board voted to move the $20 million to the Community Foundation. Even previous to that, the community organizations were working to prepare for this round 4. One major need was the creation of a new database. Over the last 6 weeks, when community partners started asking Events DC when the money would move to the Community Foundation so organizations could start rolling out the program, they started hearing about glitches, and they were not given a timeline for the funding. Despite that, one of the community organizations was actually in the process of hiring for this program when I informed them on Tuesday that the mayor had proposed eliminating the budget. As a result, of course, this person froze the hiring process. I share this to demonstrate the level of surprise at this cut and commitment of the organizations who are working with the expectation that the program would soon start. Of course, the greatest impact is for the families. We have been hearing about the value of expanded pandemic federal safety net provided poor families during the pandemic. There was expanded unemployment, child tax credit, expanded SNAPs, and stimulus checks. These were critical and meaningful programs, and yet they were not universally available. The DC Council demonstrated a commitment to provide some additional relief to members of our community. Residents who have faced hurdles accessing the traditional economy because of their race, their nation of origin, our country's inhumane immigration policies, transphobia, and other barriers. We call on the mayor to fix the problem that she created, but in lieu of that, we call on you, the council, to restore the $20 million to the DC Cares program at Events DC and let it get into the hands of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Tamika Spellman, the Policy and Community Engagement Manager at HIPS, HIPS.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm speaking on behalf of Tamika. She's out sick today. My name is Chibunda Egwatu. I am the Policy and Community Engagement Coordinator at HIPS, and Tamika's my boss. So this testimony is in response to the cutting of the transgender and gender nonconforming workforce development funding in the mayor's budget. When I think about workforce investments, I think of the development of potential employees, about how we build a person up to fill positions in various industries. I am concerned that we are purposefully allowing the disenfranchisement of Black people with lived experience due to perceived issues supported by stigma. Now is not the time to divest from transgender and gender non-binary folks because of a misstep with one organization, but to support them even more because it's the needs of the people that is paramount. Transgender and gender non-binary folks have it exceptionally hard. As much as we want to work in places other than cooking in fast food restaurants, our outward appearance and how we express ourselves and how we look seems to be too off-putting that we never get past the interview to being an employee. It has already been proven over half of the potential employers would reject well-qualified Black, transgender, and gender non-binary folks in favor of cis-presenting people who are less qualified. That is a bias based on stigma and white patriarchal societal standards of what is acceptable gender expression. I myself and others like me have been excluded from certain jobs that pay decent wages because of our marginalized identity. Add being Black and it becomes very discouraging. This is a problem that should not exist because people are resilient enough to fill and exceed the job requirements, but are faced with a steep hill to climb to gain employment. Drug testing does not prove inability to do a job or affect job performance. Criminal record does not negate the fact that people can fill positions and do the job well, often doing better than imagined. As a society, we cannot stand judgment of people who want to work, but are typically excluded from working. We need to invest in concrete ways to make employment a reality and not a training on cultural competence or gender pronoun usage. Thinking outside of the box, I imagine the city investing in folks to the tune of offering tax incentives for every transgender, Black transgender, or gender non-binary person hired up to a certain number. I envision a program that is a fellowship supported by the city, that partners with local businesses to offer job training, giving people valuable skills on the job, jobs that offer living wages and not those on the lower end of the pay scale. Just using the example of how HIPS cultivated me into a leader in the community that I am, they invested in me and it paid off for them and me. And I make a decent wage today. And they now have a Black transgender person of lived experience who started as a peer, receiving a stipend to a salaried employee and is currently their policy and community engagement department manager. They invested in training for me that made me a better advocate and organizer and eventually a manager. I manage up to 10 people at any given moment now. That is proof that we can be an asset and not a liability that we are perceived as, if given the chance. To get more people like me to showcase their abilities, we need to incentivize industries to take an interest in what we offer outside of just what they perceive. As a representative of multiple marginalized community members, on behalf of my organization, I come before you to request the investment in bridging the gap with us to those with the jobs we seek. Incentivize our employment and training with tax cuts and special recognition with the city as preferred businesses. Help us to help ourselves by offering something concrete so that we could get our foot in the door in areas other than food service in the back of the restaurant where we are not seen. That's not going to address the stigma. Stigma changes when people see the positive and that counters the negative. The current narrative can change and we can shift to where we are regularly considered for employment. That change has to start somewhere, and that is the change we need for DC residents. All right, thank you. I'll do my best to answer questions, but worst case, I'll just let Tamika email you with some answers if I can't answer it myself.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Sarah Tenen, who is the Executive Director, DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I am the Executive Director of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. DC VLP plays an important role here in the district, where we provide free legal and support services to low-income domestic violence victims, vulnerable children, and immigrant victims of gender-based violence. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight a few excerpts from my written testimony. DCVLP benefited from increased funding over the past 2 years from the Access to Justice Initiative through the DC Bar Foundation and from the Office of Victim Services Justice Grant. Because of increased awards, we have 9 more full-time attorneys on staff than we did prior to the pandemic. This is over a third of our entire legal team. We make every dollar invested in DCVLP count. We utilize an innovative volunteer lawyer model where we recruit, train, and supervise hundreds of lawyers each year who contribute pro bono hours to supporting our clients, We leverage our resources so that every $1 invested in DCVLP turns into over $6 in free legal services. In 2022, 450 volunteer lawyers provided 48,000 pro bono hours valued at $18 million in free legal services in just 1 year. Our 2023 annual budget is just over $3.3 million. 1/3 of our revenue comes from contributions from individuals, corporations, and law firms. Another third comes from private foundations. The last third is government funding through OVSJG and the mayor's office. We are not asking for the district to cover the entire cost of our work. We're simply asking that the district do its part. This proposed budget does not have the district doing its part. Domestic violence filings are up in DC Superior Court. In the first quarter of 2023, over 1,900 domestic violence cases were filed. If this rate continues, we can expect over 7,600 domestic violence cases being filed in 2023, compared to around 4,600 filed in 2022. This would be an astronomical increase of 65%. The number in 2022 was 13% higher than the number filed in 2021. Every week, we have legal clinics in the district, 4 that are in person and 4 are remote. Similarly, we're now practicing law, both in virtual courtrooms and in-person courtrooms. It takes double the resources to do that, and operating this way is simply our new reality. Our child advocacy attorneys represent children who fall between the cracks of a child welfare system that does not remove them and home situations that are simply not safe. When you think about prevention and breaking the cycle of violence, our child advocacy practice should be at the forefront of your mind. The proposed cuts will be catastrophic. These cuts will have impacts for generations to come. Children will grow up seeing these systems are not made for them, not made to protect them, and not made to ensure that they have a fair shot. Thank you for your work and for ensuring that OVSJG and the Access to Justice Initiative are appropriately funded so that each district resident truly has a fair shot. I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to make sure your ask is for 15.268 million.
My request is that both Access to Justice Initiative and OVSJG Victim Services be restated to the funding from 2023. And there's specific request in my written testimony as well.
Yes, I'm reciting the specific requests that I see. You said to meet the required 47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're asking? Okay, so you're asking the 15.268 million. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next witness, Marla Spindell, DC Kind Care Alliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Marla Spindell. I'm the Executive Director of DC Kind Care Alliance. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am here today to ask the DC Council to restore full funding to the Access to Justice Initiative so that DC legal services organizations can continue to serve those most in need in our community in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. DC Kind Care Alliance was founded in 2017 to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers, predominantly grandmothers, who step up to raise DC children in their extended families when their parents cannot raise them. Approximately 22,000 Black and Brown DC children are living in kinship care arrangements, representing about 20% of all DC children of color. The majority of these children live at or near the poverty line, have experienced trauma, and are at grave risk for poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. Research shows that kinship care can be a powerful stabilizing force for these children, changing the trajectory of their lives for the better. Kinship care allows children to preserve their cultural identity and traditions and continue to feel connected and a sense of belonging to their families and community. The specific needs we address, the inability to access legal rights, economic security, housing, food, financial opportunities, healthcare, and other supports and services, are those faced by all low-income, under-resourced communities of color, but are exacerbated for kinship families because they're not recognized as real families by the systems that are supposed to help them. Our goal is to eliminate the unequal treatment of kinship families by using a threefold approach: providing direct legal representation, furnishing information and education, and using advocacy and impact litigation to break down systemic barriers. Commencing with our 5th year of operations in 2022, we received access to justice funding for the first time. This allowed us to double our size from 2 to 4 attorneys and provide legal services to more than 200 relatives in over 225 legal matters, more than any other year in our history, and with only 4 attorneys on staff. In fact, we saw a 100% increase in the number of clients we served in 2022 after the pandemic. And in the first quarter of this year, we've already provided legal services to 50% more clients as compared to the first quarter of 2022. As the number of DC children in kinship care continues to increase, we rely more and more heavily on kinship caregivers to raise children outside the foster care system. Indeed, for every DC child in foster care, 40 children are living in informal kinship care arrangements. Most of these children and relatives are women of color, the relatives that care for them, living in wards 5, 7, and 8. We believe that these relatives and these families need help, and we're hopeful that the DC Council will identify the funding needed for legal services organizations like us to continue to help those most vulnerable in our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Rihanna Kovilsek, who is the Policy Director for DC Greens.
Thank you. When the mayor announced that her budget was part of a comeback plan, I don't think any of us here expected to come back to quite so many zeros. This deeply misaligned plan translates what I'm reading as 1 to 2% projected revenue decreases into 20, 50, 100% cuts to vital programs and services. That math ain't mathin'. Since 2019, the number of DC residents living below the poverty line has only continued to increase. That burden has been disproportionately felt by our Black residents, who are more than 5 times as likely to live in poverty and have roughly 1/3 the income of DC's white residents. Does that sound like a comeback plan to anyone here? My name is Rihanna Kovalsik, and I am the Policy Director at DC Greens, a multiracial, Black-led organization that advances health equity by building a just and resilient food system. Today, I will take time to just speak to a few of the many holes in this Swiss cheese budget. I have also attached the full request crafted with our coalition partners at Fair Budget Coalition and Fair Food for All to my testimony. 1, $500,000 to support the Well at Oxen Run. I could say, the Well at Oxen Run is an intergenerational educational farm located in Ward 8 that uses food as the entry point to community and the whole script. But that wouldn't adequately capture the experience of neighborhood kids who come to our farm to feel the sun on their skin or the soil between their toes, who come to the farm and feel respected, maybe for the first time, and who learn to love the land and themselves. It wouldn't capture the experience of Ward 8 seniors who rely on the well as a safe haven, or help you understand the 2,000 plus faces of residents who had fewer days hungry last year thanks to the well's produce giveaways. The well is a dream realized, a real place that requires real money to keep serving our very real community members. Communities like Congress Heights, Washington Highlands, and Bellevue who are left out of budgets like this one again and again. Ask 2, give SNAP a raise, nearly 51 million for give SNAP a raise, Nearly 140,000 DC households rely on SNAP to feed themselves and their families. For most, however, these monthly benefits cover just 2 weeks of food. Most of us can't make it through the afternoon if we miss lunch. Maybe some of you are having to skip lunch today, or maybe some of you are taking a little break to get lunch right now. Imagine missing lunch for 2 weeks straight. With the average DC participant receiving only $4.50 a day, that's $4.50, you can see why this plus up is so needed. We can't allow this budget to remain as is. If we do, I expect each of you to be telling these families, I'm sorry you can't afford food, but at least Ward 3 has some more pickleball courts. That's not a conversation any of us should be having. S3, $1.5 million for No Senior Hungry. DC has the highest rate of senior food insecurity in the nation. That's not just embarrassing, that's a crisis. Tackling senior hunger in the district requires a coordinated and unified approach across agencies, something that we have seen this administration struggle with time and again. By funding No Senior Hungry, we can improve district communications and agency coordination to better serve our seniors, increase senior SNAP participation, and add home-delivered meals and medical nutrition therapy to covered services under the medical waiver for the elderly and persons with disabilities. Lastly, $110,000 to support the Good Food Purchasing Program. Thanks to the 2018 Healthy Students Amendment Act, the Good Food Purchasing Program is already required in DC public schools, but implementation post-pandemic has come to a standstill. If alignment with GFPP were reprioritized by DCPS and subsequently expanded to all district agencies, the council could leverage the $80 million the district is spending each year on food to create jobs, improve air and water, and build a truly just and resilient food system. Given the tight budget scenario, we are focusing on an ask at the minimum that the council prioritize funding for one FTE at DCPS, someone who will oversee the program and help get GFPP back on track. Thank you. I'm available for follow-up.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, David Radcliffe, Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy.
Chair Bonds, Chair Mendelson, and honorable members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm David Radcliffe, Policy Director at the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy at the New School in New York City. I recently served as Policy Director for the Office of State Treasurer in Connecticut, which you may know in 2021 became the first state in the country to pass baby bond legislation. I'm testifying to request that you keep the promise made to DC families and restore the previously approved funding for baby bonds. The founder of our institute is Dr. Derek Hamilton. He's a renowned researcher and economist who developed and popularized the Baby Bonds Initiative as a way to reduce generational poverty and close a significant wealth gap for our neighbors with lower incomes. I know how to tell you that our economy doesn't work for everyone. This perspective is supported by a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, who wrote, quote, "Capitalism does not permit an even flow of economic resources. With this system, a small privileged few are rich beyond conscious, and almost all others are doomed to be poor at some level. That's the way the system works. And since we know that the system will not change the rules, we're going to have to change the system. DC Baby Bonds is a powerful, tangible step in this direction. While we're under no illusion that baby bonds alone will solve the wealth gap for the many city babies born into poverty, it has the potential to be one of the most important, transformative investments you can make in DC's people. And the benefits are not just economic. Research tells us that those born into poverty tend to stay in poverty and have worse outcomes related to health, education, involvement with the justice system, access to safe, affordable housing, and much more. Not only do many of our families struggle to make ends meet in the present, it is incredibly challenging to access wealth-building opportunities like education, small business, or home ownership. What this means is that most families who start behind stay behind. Baby bonds can change that. Beyond the obvious out years benefit of having startup capital for life for young adults, there are also benefits we believe will be evident in the nearer term, including improved maternal health, including reduced anxiety and depression, increased sense family of hope and expectations for the future, better financial decisions today, greater civic engagement and trust in government, greater likelihood to pursue and complete post-secondary education. In closing, as you think about why an initiative like Baby Bonds is so important, consider this quote from Eric Liu, who said, "We're all better off when we're all better off." Baby bonds will support babies in every DC neighborhood, which is good for families and the city's economy on the whole. We applaud your leadership and having the wisdom and willingness to tackle the wealth gap, one of the most significant issues of our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Cynthia Smith, Survivors Advisory Board from Sisters of Hope.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council Chair Anita Bonds, Council members, community leaders, and fellow advocates. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Cynthia Smith, a DC resident of Ward 5, mother of 3, and a survivor of domestic violence. I stand and support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence unanimously passed budget platform and consider that all funding cuts be restored. Fair Budget Coalition also incorporates the full DC CADV platform, and these are the areas in dire need of funding: housing, mental health, cultural specific service providers and programs, sustainability and continuity of programs, legal services, preventions, and legal services. Every survivor, regardless of country of origin, language, and cognitive and physical ability, deserves equal access to the critical services that our member programs provide. Joining President's Advisory Commission on Asian American, Native American, and Asian Pacific virtual meeting, Mr. Javier Becerra, a U.S. Secretary of DHS, strongly support language access to solve health equity nationwide, and then added, discern the reach of the stakeholder, do your share, and give it a leg. U.S. Victim of Crime Act is the agency and the largest funding source. The White House recommends $1.6 billion this year. The Commission recommends eliminating match requirement, transparency, and access to philanthropy's pot of money. In 2021 and 2022, study on 1,000 Asian American, 1 out of 5 experienced Asian hate, online verbal assault, harassment, and physical assault. Asian American would be less likely to report following the crime. In this study of 2,400 Asian American, Asian Pacific Islanders, 74% of Asian American experience racism and discrimination. If I was provided with housing, access to mental health to heal the trauma I have endured, a disability and a survivor advocate in court, and free legal services at that time of my divorce, my life would have been different. These cuts are detrimental to survivors, healing, and well-being. I wanted to thank the amazing services of My Sister's Place, Bread for the City, and Legal Aid. I am grateful to DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence for encouraging me to share and advocate for my fellow survivors. Thanking Melody Webb of Mothers Outreach Network for her leadership in tirelessly advocating for guaranteed income funding. Kritika Ghosh of DVRP for continuing to advocate for Asian American and the importance of language and access for survivors. Ms. Sarah Tenen of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project for the tremendous support of providing legal services to survivors of domestic violence. Committee of the whole members, thank you. And we are pushing to let us in. Let's do this together. How can we do this together? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Did you tell us the amount of money you are asking for? Can you tell us?
Actually, Ms. Michaela Deming had mentioned it earlier with the DC DAV. So I'm just actually repeating what I, wanted to, and I did not want to share my story in regards to what happened to me as a survivor, because I could not do it again. I cannot share that story again, but I look forward to, answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Antonia Pena, the co-director, DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Yes. Oh, hi.
Oh.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Antonia Peña and I'm co-director of DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. I have been carrying out this noble work of caring for people and cleaning private homes since I was 15 years old. I have been a proud domestic worker. As a cleaner and caretaker for over 25 years, I love doing this but the condition we were in made me organizer to fight for the rights of thousands of domestic workers. When the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act passed on December 20th, I felt like we weren't part of the recognition that every domestic worker in Washington, D.C. deserves. They take care of the precious treasures of Washingtonian families and keep their homes tidy and clean. For the implementation of the historic law, to make it become a reality, we need funds in these years and budget to make it real the lives of domestic workers. Especially, we are asking you to put $912,000 in the budget for fiscal year 2024, including for a program that will give money to the community-based organizations to educate and reach domestic workers about this new law. I know how important education is in everything we do. And like me, many domestic workers prefer to have the information in their primary language. Having the information in our language helps us better understand the details of our rights. In the process of implementing this law, we will need every domestic worker to have a contract with the employer. And so domestic workers need to know things like how to request a contract from their employer, what should be included in a contract, and what to do if your employer rejects a contract. Most domestic workers do not know these things now, and using these contracts should be easy for anyone to use, including people who are not very tech savvy. We need to be educated of the procedure how to file a complaint with the government if you experience a violation of your rights at work. We also need to educate domestic workers that they should not be afraid because of their immigration status. That is why it's best that this education outreach comes from community organizations that domestic workers already trust, because many domestic workers are afraid to talk to anyone, especially at government agencies, because they are concerned about the immigration status. I appreciated that you allowed me to be here testify today. One more thing, how is possible that we found so hard and won money for excluded workers, including many domestic workers, and now the major changed the destination of the money? We need the council to keep this promise to excluded workers and not allow this. Thank you, DC councils.
Thank you very much for your testimony and nice to see you again. Next, Meredith Fassett, the Navy Yard resident who is a board member of the Capitol Riverfront Bid and a former ANC commissioner. Ms. Fassett.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate it. I'm here today because I'm asking you to restore the $1.2 million grant from DPR to the Capitol Riverfront Bid for maintenance and operations of the Yards Park and Canal Park. These funds were eliminated in the FY24 budget. My neighbors and I are very concerned about this. The maintenance and programming of Yards Park and Canal Park by the Capitol Riverfront Bid are extremely important to the community. These parks are the heart of our neighborhood. It's the places where we come together as a community, spend time with friends, families, neighbors, volunteer, exercise, enjoy the riverfront, and so much more. As you probably know, in the summertime, families flock to the water features in Canal Park and in Yards Park. Our neighborhood would not be what it is today without the work of the bid to maintain and program and activate these beloved parks so that we can come together as a community. So we all know that the Capitol Riverfront Bid is a trusted community partner with a proven track record of both excellence and tremendous cost effectiveness in its maintenance and programming of these parks. The bid brings high quality, inclusive activation to these parks, which means that all residents and visitors feel welcome and encouraged to spend time here. You probably know about the Friday night concert series where there's free music for the community to come together. You may well know about the Pumpkins in the Park programming that they do at Halloween time for children. There's the ice rink in the winter. These are just 3 of the dozens of activations and programming that the bid provides to build community and attract thousands of residents and visitors to the park throughout the year. The bid has always ensured these parks are well maintained, well operated, and well programmed. And the bid is through these parks, it's really fostering community building in a rapidly growing and economically diverse neighborhood. Plus, there are significant benefits when the city partners with the bid through this $1.2 million grant. You see significant economic development and tax revenue because these parks are an economic driver in the neighborhood. There's open space relief, because if you look at the density of the residential buildings, this is where we are outside. The branding the bid has done of these parks changes the perception and image of the neighborhood as a vibrant waterfront community. And the parks have created an outdoor ethos for the neighborhood. So I'm a former ANC commissioner. I'm a DCPS parent. I've been a resident for nearly 20 years. I know that budget decisions are extremely difficult, and this is a particularly difficult year. But I am certain that the benefits that the district and the residents receive from having the bid maintain these parks are far outside of what DPR has the capacity to do, and has a value that far exceeds the requested budget allocation. So I sincerely request that you invest $1.2 million with the bid for the maintenance of these phenomenal public assets. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Sue Udry. I hope I pronounced your name properly. The Executive Committee member of the DC National Lawyers Guild.
Yes, you said my name right. Thank you very much. My name is Sue Udry. I serve on the executive board of the National Lawyers Guild and the DC chapter, and I'm the executive director of Defending Rights and Dissent, which is a national civil liberties organization based here in DC. I'm a DC native, and I currently live in Ward 6. The National Lawyers Guild and the Defending Rights and Dissent both supported the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, aka the DC Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, last year. And we commend the council for passing that bill. Every worker deserves the protections this law guarantees. Now this historic law needs funding to be real in the lives of domestic workers. The language of the law states that the provisions of the bill won't go into effect without funding, so it's essential for the council to now fund this bill. It would be the height of hypocrisy for our elected DC officials to have passed this law and then refuse to fund it. The language of the law states that the provisions of this bill will not go into effect without funding. Oops, lost my place. We only need less than $1 million to implement this law. This is a relatively small amount to implement a law that will have a profound impact on the lives of domestic workers. This funding will ensure that domestic workers know about the law and how to get remedies and justice if their rights are not respected. And it will fund necessary staff, infrastructure at the relevant agencies to receive complaints and provide proactive guidance about this new law to the public. We urge the council to include funding to implement the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights in the FY24 budget. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And our next and final speaker for this panel is Kobe Nagari, who is President CEO of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, DASH.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kuben Gaja, and I'm the President and CEO of the District Alliance for Safe Housing DASH and chair of the DC Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee. DASH is the largest provider of safe housing and supports for survivors of domestic and sexual violence in the district. We are headquartered in Ward 5. We serve survivors in all 8 wards. We hold leadership seats on the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Domestic Violence Housing Continuum, and serve on the DC Victims Assistance Network, the VAN, the DC Access to Justice Commission, and the DC Interagency Council on Homelessness. In these roles, we urge DC Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the necessary required $47.6 million baseline and dedicated funding for victim services in fiscal 24. We urge you to provide $750,000 in recurring funding to DHS for domestic violence training and technical assistance to provide life-saving system navigation for nearly 1,000 survivors seeking housing supports at Virginia Williams Family Resource Center in the short term, and to improve systems and reduce barriers to housing in the long term. Following the district's historic investment in funding for OVSJG last year, all 70 member agencies of the BAN developed a formal budget recommendation that would be necessary in fiscal 24 to preserve and build on the city's investments, which identified $47.6 million as the necessary baseline of dedicated funding to address the breadth of services victims of crime in the district face and our organizations face as we deal with the ongoing pandemic and the ever-increasing cost of doing business. Not only has that baseline of funding not been recognized in the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal 24, funding for OVSJG has been slashed, and the proposed budget represents a more than 20% cut from fiscal 23 levels. Coupled with a 60% cut in Access to Justice initiative, we join our colleagues at ATJ in seeking full restoration for those funds. To put things in perspective, for DASH, a 20% reduction from our OVSJG funding in fiscal 24 could mean untenable choices such as the elimination of a 28-unit transitional housing program, taking 30 of the 42 units in our Cornerstone building offline. Cornerstone is the largest safe housing building for survivors in the district, or a 30% workforce reduction across multiple safe housing programs, which could be up to 10 FTEs. Next to DHS, OVS is the largest funder of victim services in the district, providing as much as 50 to 85% of their grantees' budgets in fiscal 23. If the mayor's proposed budget cuts come to fruition, hear me clearly say it will be fatal for thousands of survivors and will eliminate a third or more of the current victim services continuum. The social safety net supporting our most vulnerable survivors and neighbors is under threat. Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole, we call on you to act boldly and bravely. Commit to establishing a $47.6 million baseline of funding for our life-saving victim service organizations so we do not lose the value of these investments we have made. Additionally, OVSJG has yet to share its priorities for fiscal 24, whether they plan to distribute any funding loss equitably across all grantees, or if some programs will be forced to close their doors entirely. We call on OVSJG to follow through on their dedication to transparency and partnership and provide their fiscal 24 budget priorities to the community before releasing the annual RFA this spring. The mayor's fiscal 23 amended budget also includes a cut of $13.7 million to OVSJG, with $6.85 million cut directly impacting domestic violence, housing, and victim services. While we understand that existing obligations will be honored, we must also understand the impact of these cuts on anticipated housing and services for the remaining 5 months of fiscal 23. We call on OVSJG and the mayor's administration to explain how the funds that have already been obligated are being cut. Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole, our commitment stands with you in centering survivors in partnership with the entire council, DHS, and OVSJG. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your oral testimony. And could you make sure that the committee receives your written testimony?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn the dais back over to Chair Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for presiding for this group of witnesses. Do you have any questions for any of the witnesses?
I do not. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Parker?
No questions, but I do take to heart the last testimony that we heard in terms of the devastating impact of cuts to DHS. So I look forward to working with you and other colleagues to see what we can do to make sure we can support our most vulnerable residents. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And you all are excused now. We're going to turn to the next group of witnesses. William Jarvis, who's managing principal of the Jarvis Company. Jeff Gilbert, with Beloved Community Incubator, Legal and Technical Assistance Director. Shane Sullivan with Harm Reduction Coordinator, HIPS. Samantha Davis, who's Executive Director of Black Swan Academy. Sion DeBose, who's with Black Swan Academy. Jalen Gross, who's with Black Swan Academy. Carla Canales, who's a member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Susan Sedgwick with Capitol Hill Village. Reina Moreno, who's a member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Alfredo Castro, who's a labor organizer with DC Jobs with Justice. Maura Brophy, who is president and CEO of NOMA Business Improvement District. Michael Stevens, who's president of the Capitol Riverfront Bid. Kristen Connell, who is vice president for development at Ackridge. Drew Turner, who is development and project manager for Douglas Development. Tom Wilbur, who is executive vice president of Ackridge. Amika Gaskins, who's president and CEO of Grace, End Child Poverty in California. Andrew Christopher, who is development assistant manager at Ackridge. Binu Lakavan, who is the DC School Behavioral Health Stakeholder Learning Community at the George Washington University. We'll up there. William Jarvis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Bill Jarvis, a principal of the Jarvis Company, which is both a member of the Downtown Developers Roundtable and a business that has been located in the District of Columbia for 25 years. We all know that there has been a change in downtown. To put things in perspective, at times over the past year or so, when I have left my downtown office for lunch in the middle of the day, I've been able to walk for blocks on some days, being one of only a handful of pedestrians then on the street. Not only is this a stark difference from the pre-pandemic downtown experience, it's a clear harbinger of the economic impact to our city that is to come. 2/3 of the city's revenue comes from commercial property taxes, and downtown is the largest driver of that revenue. The new reality is that downtown will never again be what it was pre-pandemic, but letting a significant source of city revenue slowly find its equilibrium could be called penny wise and dollar foolish. Mayor Bowser, with her FY24 Budget Support Act, has proposed a series of amendments all designed to assist the conversion of portions of downtown from purely commercial to a mix of commercial and residential. I am here to urge the council to support all of these amendments, for these amendments will help the development and the investment communities realistically repurpose or convert office locations into mixed income housing. I do understand that these amendments can be viewed as conflicting with policies and programs that the city has for years championed, most notably First Source, TOPA, certain aspects of TOPA, and certain minimum affordability standards. But there is also no question that rectifying the extreme situation existing now in downtown DC requires both unusual actions and a rational balance between adhering to pre-pandemic policies, yet needing and implementing post-pandemic solutions. A real estate project needs to have concept, marketplace, cost to build, financing, investment dollars, and implementation all in sync to be successful. But frankly, the most important component is the financing. If equity and debt sources do not believe that a real estate project is meritorious, that is financially viable by their standards, then the money needed to do the project does not exist. Without those funds, none of the other components matter. So succinctly stated, DC must attract new capital to downtown. The proposed tax abatements and elimination of avoidable development costs will accomplish this task. And let me once again state, commercial property taxes drive DC revenues, downtown drives DC's commercial property. If downtown shrinks in the generation of tax revenue, All the beneficial uses of those tax dollars that have been discussed today will correspondingly suffer. So I implore the council to approve all of the FY24 Budget Support Act Housing in Downtown amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis, and it's good to see you. Jeff Gilbert. I believe he is not here. Jane Sullivan. Not getting an answer. Jane Sullivan. I'm going to keep moving if Shane Sullivan doesn't speak up. The next witness is Samantha Davis. You're muted, but I see you.
Okay.
Looks like you have your intern with you.
I do. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, other council members. I am Samantha Davis. This is Kimar, and I am the Executive Director of Black Swan Academy. Today, I'm going to be coming before you sharing some testimonies from young people within Black Swan Academy that were not able to testify today. Black Swan Academy every other year goes through a process of adopting what we call our Black Youth Agenda. The Black Youth Agenda has several issues that have been identified by young people in middle school and high school, that these issues are the most pressing issues impacting their lives, the lives of their families, and their community. For today, I'm going to be focusing on one of those issues from the Black Youth Agenda around sanitation in schools. And I'm just going to read several quotes from young folk within our program. Tia, senior at Eastern High School, said sanitation in school bathrooms was mostly a concern by young women in my school, as well as middle school and high school, stating that there are no emergency menstrual products in bathrooms. If they are dispensaries, they're not full, or they're just sitting there with nothing in it. Young women also complain that they barely have any soap in the dispensers, and the toilet paper is also often running low. Trash cans in the stalls are either broken off the hinges or a trash can with no bin inside the stall, which means girls have to actually walk out of the bathroom stall to put menstrual products in the trash can. Cody, 7th grader at Kramer, says clean working faucets and water are needed. There are lots of germs around our schools. Schools in my neighborhoods are among the top schools to submit requests for repairs, many of which limit our access to clean water. Although the faucets at my school do usually work, I do not trust the water is safe or clean. For example, at Kramer, we do not have access to cold drinking water. When I'm hot and thirsty, the water comes out warm. We also have a rodent problem at our school, which is what is making me think that the water might not be the safest to drink. Jameer, senior at Baloo, says, I feel as if bathrooms should be more sanitized and a lot more support products placed in them. They should have a lot of feminine products, toilet covers, etc. I feel if sanitation is a part of safety and health. Andre, 7th grader at Kramer, says, according to the DC audit report, schools in my neighborhood are most among those with the top 20 work order requests in. From my experience, I can tell you that the bathrooms at my school are always dirty. There's never toilet paper or soap in the bathrooms, and the sinks where we should be washing our hands simply don't work. Jermaine, 10th grader at Anacostia, says my school's bathrooms keep flooding. The sinks and toilets are often broken, and the toilets just flood extremely quickly. Casey, 7th grader at Kramer, and I see my time is running low, says that every time I go into the bathrooms, I see tissue on the floor and sinks usually don't work. The sinks and toilets are often left dirty and disgusting, and there are mice running around. The conditions of the bathrooms make me not want to use the bathroom at school. I sometimes end up holding it until the end of the day. I appreciate the hard work of our custodians, but it is simply not enough. These are among the issues and the stories that we're hearing from young people throughout DC, and their demands are clear: increased funding and training for deep cleaning of our schools, increased funding for the improved process to ensure timely repairs in schools, expand funding to support young people with emergency needs and cleaning products, add water bottle fillers in our schools, and pilot free personal hygiene vending machines at community schools. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And let me assure you that most of what you're outlining is not a funding issue. It is an ongoing problem with DGS maintaining our schools. But thank you for your testimony. If you could provide a written copy, that would be helpful.
Sure will. Thank you so much.
John DeBose here. Jalen Gross.
I'll contact them now. They should be joining soon.
Okay, Carla Canales. Susan Sedgwick.
I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole for giving me an opportunity to testify today. My name is Susan Sedgwick. I'm a member of Capitol Hill Village. The village is now a member of the DC Long-Term Care Coalition. We're very pleased to be part of that and to represent the consumer sector. Realizing there are a number of crises the city is facing, I'm here to plead the case for addressing the crisis in the direct care workforce. That crisis is the workforce is very small. It's not meeting the demand today. This is a crisis for our residents who currently depend upon healthcare aides, whether they work in the home or in a care facility. And it's a big worry for those of us who are getting older and who are hoping to have trained and certified help when we need it. At least 4 committees have heard testimony about this particular crisis because it requires attention from multiple agencies. I believe the Committee of the Whole is where coordination can happen to solve cross-committee issues. I'm summarizing my testimony that I submitted just to make sure I get it within the time. But I want to say Capitol Hill Village provides programs, activities, and services to over 750 older adults and people with disabilities to help us age in community. We're especially grateful for the support of Councilmember Bonds for encouraging the growth of the successful community-based model through her oversight of DACL. Currently, there are 13 plus villages in DC serving older adults, and more are being in development. About 5 years ago, the village members were stunned to learn of a projected shortfall in this critical home health care workforce. And that through our research, we learned there were multiple government agencies involved. There's a number of bureaucratic barriers, and we talked about trying to figure out how to work it, and we've been told the work is complicated. And part of this complicated reality is that through these caregiving jobs are absolutely critical to the functioning of the city, although they're functioning to the city, just like early childhood educators, they're underpaid and undervalued. They're not considered good jobs, and so the city does not invest in them. And yet many of us cannot live here in DC without them. In 2018, the council directed the administration to develop a 10-year comprehensive strategic plan addressing the needs of the city's aging population. That plan has died. It never happened. And I think the city has missed an opportunity for understanding and coming up with a systems approach for handling this particular issue of the direct care workforce. Fast forward, we're now working with the Long-Term Care Coalition. The Long-Term Care Coalition is an impressive group of people, and they've developed a 2023 priorities, which I think should be attached to my testimony, and that if passed, that would reduce the unnecessary barriers for entry into this workforce. And it would increase the training capacity necessary to build up the size of the workforce that we're going to need in the future. However, and this is the big however, most of this agenda would be for naught without increasing the wages of those who serve clients on Medicaid. Training academies have told us they will not expand their programs unless the wages for these workers are significantly higher than what a person can make at a fast food restaurant. These places do not want to have their students go into what might be considered a poverty job. This is why the $24.24 is important, that Claudia Schlossberg previously testified on. Raising the wages for these workers is fundamental to addressing this crisis and to recognizing how employment landscape in DC has changed. Claudia, in her testimony, has proposed using unspent federal ARPA dollars to provide the needed DC funding for increasing wages this next fiscal year. We urge the City Council to increase the wages for home health care aides, certified nursing assistants, and direct support professionals, those who make up the critically needed direct care workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One thing I want to note is that using ARPA dollars, which I think is a suggestion, could be problematic because ARPA dollars go away, and in order for us to do something on a continuing basis, we would need recurring dollars. And I'm hopeful that this testimony has also been given to the Committee on Health, which I think you said it has. Carla Canales, I believe you've arrived.
Sorry, this isn't Carla. I'm in through her name, but Carla's not able to testify. She's sick, so we can move on.
Okay. Reina Moreno.
And Reina, I'm sorry, Reina is in the audience, but she hasn't been promoted as a panelist yet. Reina's there now.
Yeah, she has to click to accept. Ms. Moreno, do you want to testify? All right, I'm going to keep moving. Alfredo Castro.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. My name is Alfredo Castro. I live in Ward 3. I'm a labor organizer with DC Jobs with Justice, and I'm an ally of excluded workers. You have heard the stories of excluded workers. You have seen their faces. You have acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal 20 million we won last year for excluded workers. I want to repeat that. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal the 20 million we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must be bold and must keep its promise and must stop this theft from DC residents. Today, we say Bowser, no sweeping. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Ms. Moreno, are you ready to testify? Your audio is not working. I'm going to keep moving. You're going to have to do something to fix your audio. Maura Brophy.
I'm here, Chairman. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm delighted to be here to testify on the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. My name is Maura Brophy. I'm the President and CEO of the NOMA Business Improvement District. I'm going to focus my testimony today on a specific project that's important to the neighborhood of NOMA, but I will provide more in-depth written testimony on other priorities in NOMA and beyond. These include priorities raised by many of my DC Bid Council colleagues today that I support, including the importance of investing in downtown's recovery and the Safe Commercial Corridors Grants Program included in Councilmember Pinto's FY24 Recovery Act. But back to NOMA. NOMA is a neighborhood that thrives due in part to its accessibility and the richness of its transportation assets. We are well connected to the city and the rest of the region through access to 2 metro stations, commuter rail, regional rail, as well as bus, pedestrian, and bike facilities. The NOMA bid has worked hard to ensure that these facilities maximally benefit the neighborhood as it continues to grow. To that end, the bid is a champion of additional connectivity to Metro and specifically of a new entrance to the NOMA Gallaudet Metro Station on 3rd Street Northeast. With funding for the project included in the FY23 CIP, the bid has worked closely with DDOT, WMATA, and other partners to advance the project and its implementation. Importantly, with the help of partners at WMATA, we were able to get the project named as a project in Metro's capital plan, a critical step in the path forward. Unfortunately, the funding the council worked so hard to secure last year was not included in the mayor's budget proposal. It is difficult to conceive today, but for decades there was no metro station on the Red Line between Union Station and Rhode Island Avenue. In retrospect, the wisdom of the infill metro station is obvious. In the first decade alone, following the station's opening in 2004, it had a nearly $5 billion impact, including producing more than 17,000 residential units, more than 20 million square feet of office and retail space, and 2,600 hotel rooms. It has anchored growth not only within NOMA, but in the neighborhoods surrounding it. Maintaining mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhoods throughout the city is going to be key for the district's economic recovery in coming years. As powerful as the impact of the NOMA metro station has been, however, there is still value that is yet to be tapped. Inadequate transportation infrastructure in the area makes it dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and other travelers on other modes to access points to the northeast part of the neighborhood, including Union Market and Gallaudet University. I'm gonna skip ahead, recognizing that my time is running low. But the good news is that the proposed station entrance addresses all of the current challenges with infrastructure in and around the NOMA station now. And I understand that 50 million is a significant amount to ask the council to reincorporate into the budget. However, the council has been a leader in supporting this project since 2021. And with funding set aside in the 23 CIP, further study, and continued work on the proposed project implementation, we are ready to move forward with this project. We would be very grateful if the council were able to fully fund the project again in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brophy. Michael Stevens.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on the mayor's proposed FY24 budget. I'm here testifying on behalf of the Capital Riverfront bid and our stakeholders on a number of issues that are impacting our 480-acre new growth area, parks and accessibility. I'm here to ask that the DC Council reinstate the $1.2 million that the mayor has cut from her budget for the maintenance and operations of Yards Park and Canal Park. This is an annual agreement we've had with DPR, and it was cut from the budget this year. The parks, as you heard from Meredith Fawcett and my colleague Bonnie Trine, are very, very valuable to our neighborhood in building community, economic development, inclusion, as well as outdoor activities and programming. So we would ask that you restore that funding of $1.2 million. At the same time, we're looking at trying to build a new park in Buzzard Point. Parks are foundational to our neighborhood and developing community and attracting residents. NPS controls acreage on the Anacostia River at the tip of Buzzard Point. And in last year's budget, $1.1 million was set aside and approved for the design of that park, yet it has not been transferred from DDOT and has been cut from the budget. At the same time, $2.9 million was set aside and approved for the construction of an Anacostia Riverwalk Trail to serve that park and the other connectivity to the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail. We would ask that you restore both of those fundings that were approved last year in the budget so that those projects can proceed and support the growing residential community in Buzzard Point. Regarding transportation and accessibility, we have three issues that we'd like to bring to your attention. First, there is a lack of funding for the completion of the South Capitol Street Corridor Enhancement Project from the new Memorial Oval northward to the Southeast-Southwest Freeway. We think this is a critical project in trying to eliminate the divide between the Southwest and Southeast quadrants and provide better East-West connectivity. So we would ask you to ask DDOT to restore funding to the planning and design and engineering of that, and then future capital improvement dollars for it. Second, transportation, the funds for the entire route of the L'Enfant Plaza Eastern Market Circulator route has been cut. This is an important east-west mass transit system that serves residents in Southwest and Southeast, connects us together, as well as to the community to the north of us in Eastern Market. So this is a very important transportation project for us as well. And third, the 2nd Street underpass at the Southeast-Southwest Freeway is a great connection through Garfield Park beneath the underpass to connect us to Canal Park. It is in a dismal state, and there were design plans for it done over 13 years ago. We'd like to see that project funded so that the underpasses start to serve as transition points and destinations between our two neighborhoods. As my colleagues have stated, we know this is an incredibly difficult budget year, but we think it's important to invest in the neighborhoods that are throwing off such high cash yields in terms of tax revenues for the district, and those funds can be used for other programs. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Kristen Connell.
Yes, Connell, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify on the FY24 district budget. My name is Kristen Connell, and I am a Ward 4 Petworth resident and a vice president at Ackridge, a commercial real estate firm based in Washington for almost 50 years. Ackridge is leading the development of the Stacks, which is a hallmark master plan development under construction in the heart of Buzzard Point, located 1 block from the Anacostia River. At its full build out over 2 phases, the Stacks will contain over 2,000 residential units, hotel and office space, and roughly 80,000 square feet of neighborhood retail and services. I am testifying today to ask for the council to ensure that its support of Buzzard Point Park infrastructure projects that was incorporated into last year's budget does not go unfunded by DDOT in FY 2024 as their latest budget contemplates. Following the FY23 council budget hearings last spring, the council allocated a total of roughly $4 million within the district's FY23-24 capital improvement plan budget to pursue National Park Service's completion of the park redesign documents, as well as temporary improvements to the park for an interim trail and landscape upgrades until the full permanent construction could commence. As part of its trails program, these funds were more specifically allocated into DDOT's capital budget for ultimate oversight and release of the funding. However, here we sit today, over 6 months after the funds became available and 9 months after the council budget DDOT allocation, and no observable progress has been made, with minimal communication or updates from DDOT despite nearly weekly outreaches. Councilmember Allen pressed this issue during both his February and April 2023 committee oversight hearings, during which DDOT Director Lott assured him that, quote, progress was being made and would be resolved in short order. 1.5 months later, there are still no updates, no apparent progress, and worse, step backwards, as DDOT's FY24 capital improvement plan was released last month and shows that DDOT has actually cut the $3 million in FY24 funds that the council had earmarked for Buzzard Point Park. The $1 million earmarked for FY23 will similarly be for naught if a viable fund transfer is not determined before this September, in spite of stakeholder coordination efforts beginning back in June 2022. Therefore, this portion needs to be transferred or otherwise granted to NPS immediately. The completion of the first phase of the Stacks will bring over 2,000 additional residents just half a block from Buzzard Point Park and the river looking for outdoor spaces to enjoy. While we at Ackridge feel proud to have designed a very public-centric project, which includes its own half-an-acre public park, that will not be enough to satisfy an entire neighborhood of over 8,000 current and future residents. To that end, I genuinely implore the city and DDOT to meet the needs of a growing neighborhood, stand behind its Vision Zero goals, and help finish what the private development community has started in completing this missing trail segment and finishing the permanent park design. While Buzzard Point Park holds great promise, that promise is currently sitting on a shelf in unrealized concept plans that will likely never come to fruition without the district's help. Therefore, I appreciate your time today in considering an immediate FY23 $1 million DDOT funding transfer and reinstating the $3 million FY24 portion of the DDOT budget towards this incredible, meaningful, natural amenity. Thank you very much for your time. My more detailed written testimony was submitted this morning, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Connell. Drew Turner. If you are speaking, you are muted.
I apologize. I was muted. That's my fault. My name is Drew Turner. I am with Douglas Development, and as a local developer who has been very active in the DC community for the last 30 years, I'm here today to, similar to Kristen's testimony, request the council to reinstate the funding that they had established into the fiscal 23 and 24 budget for Buzzard Point Park. We are also a property owner in Buzzard Point and have been there for maybe a decade. The most recent, roughly 2 years ago, delivered 450 apartments at 1900 Half Street. That building is now full. We've got over 500 residents calling Buzzard Point home, and those residents, they need outdoor space, and Buzzard Point Park is a great opportunity to take advantage of pre-existing public land that is there and in place and ready, and a great opportunity to be recreated. We also have a school in Eagle Academy at our building that services pre-K 3 through 3rd grade. Those students desperately need safe outdoor space that they can play. And in addition, as a private developer along the water, along the Anacostia and Buzzard Point, we also, each different property owner has an obligation to create their portion of the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail. This is done in front of our building, also done in front of Ackridge's building, and it is a great opportunity once again to really bring people and bring residents to the water. And unfortunately, our section of the Riverwalk Trail, a roughly $4 million investment, stops at Buzzard Point Park and will not connect around the point to the other properties until Buzzard Point Park finds the funding it needs, and it can't get done without the city. So thank you very much for the time, and look forward to any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I don't have a copy of your statement. It would be helpful to have that if you would provide it, please. Tom Wilbur.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Not sure Tom Wilbur is here. Keep moving. Shamika Gaskins,
Hello, I'm here.
please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Shamika Gaskins, President and CEO of Grace in Child Poverty, California. I would like to thank Chairman Mendelson, the Councilmember McDuffie, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. While I currently work and reside in California, I am a DC native and was so proud of the District of Columbia for being one of the first jurisdictions in the country to embrace baby bonds programs through the passage of the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021. In the District of Columbia, the typical white household has a net worth of $284,000 compared to just $3,500 for Black households, according to the Urban Institute. The racial wealth gap and traditional transfer of wealth will not cease without intentional policies to support those who are wealth poor. We must address the racist, classist, and exclusionary policy choices keeping wealth building assets out of the reach of BIPOC and low-income children. The ability to build wealth is pivotal for transformational intergenerational change, and baby bonds as the public provision of substantial funding kept in a public trust is a pathway for that change. We have the opportunity to ensure that every child has access to a seed fund of capital that they can use to invest in their future. We firmly believe that baby bonds are one of the best policy tools at our disposal to combat the enduring effects of history and chart a better path forward should be fully funded as previously planned. In California, we recently established our own first statewide baby bonds program, Hope Accounts for children bereaved by COVID and our foster youth. We want to see the District of Columbia likewise restore full funding for the Child Wealth Building Act for the fiscal years 2024 through 2027 to ensure children experiencing poverty have opportunities to not only meet their basic needs, but to also be able to thrive and build their intergenerational wealth. Thank you, and I will be submitting my written testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. So your connection is that you're originally from DC and the programs are somewhat similar.
That's correct, Chair. So I was born in Washington, DC and DC General, so I'm very proud of that. And I currently work here helping to push for the establishment and implementation of our own program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Christopher with Ackridge.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Andrew Christopher, and I'm with Ackridge, and like my colleagues and neighbors before me, I'll be testifying in support of funding for Buzzard Point Park. Ackridge, along with Western Development and OR Partners, co-developed River Point, a mixed-use project with over 480 residential units and 70,000 square feet of restaurant and commercial space located at the tip of Buzzard Point. Last June, with the strong support of former Councilmember Che and Councilmember Allen, the DC Council allocated $4 million for Buzzard Point Park, split between fiscal years 2023 and 2024. As my colleagues before me explained, over 9 months after first being allocated, the funds for fiscal year 2023 are still in limbo in DDOT administrative bureaucracy, and worse, the balance of the funds in fiscal year 2024 have been removed from the mayor's budget. I'm here today to strongly recommend that the council request that the funds designated for use in fiscal year 2023 be transferred by DDOT to the National Park Service as soon as possible, and that the funds for fiscal year 2024 are not removed from this upcoming budget. Over the past 5 years, Buzzard Point has gone from being an industrial, underused waterfront area to a new up-and-coming mixed-use neighborhood. DC United's construction of Audi Field with the city's support helped spur private development, but did not contribute to the recreational areas or green space needed in the neighborhood. While our projects have been well received, our new residents and businesses who are also pioneers in this neighborhood want to see more progress on retail development and public amenities in order to encourage additional new residents and, more importantly, retain our current residents as members of the community. As we've seen along other parts of the waterfront, and as former panelists, including Michael Stevens and Meredith Fawcett, testified to, green spaces and parks are critical neighborhood amenities to attract new residents, new businesses, and new retailers by giving everyone more access to the riverfront and public spaces to gather. Retailers want to be where the action is. And throughout our city, we have seen that quality public spaces attract quality retailers. This critical symbiosis between public space and successful retail is evidenced across our cities and in other parts of the Capitol Riverfront neighborhood, but is lacking in our Buzzard Point sub-area, the next burgeoning neighborhood along the city's waterfront. This park will also contribute greatly to connecting Buzzard Point to other existing neighborhoods to the west and the east. The fulcrum of the 27-mile Anacostia Riverwalk Trail is at Buzzard Point, and a part of our project at River Point, we've built 100 yards of the trail at this critical node. To the west of our site, this trail continues to the wharf, downtown, and other trails in Maryland and Virginia, and to the east of our project. But to the east of our project, the trail dead ends at Buzzard Point Park, the beleaguered NPS property, leaving a critical gap in this waterfront trail network. Fully funding of both the design of the trail and of the temporary Riverwalk Trail through Buzzard Point Park as allocated in fiscal year 2023 and 2024 is a critical need to our neighborhood and will give dividends well into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and like my fellow panelists, I'll be sticking around if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher. I do have one question. Can we get a copy of your statement?
Yes, I believe it was submitted earlier today, so there may be a delay, but I'll submit it again to be sure.
Great, thank you. Vinu Lakavan?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and DC Council members. My name is Vinu Lakavan, and I'm testifying on behalf of the DC School Behavioral Health Stakeholder Learning Community, which is convened by the Center for Health and Healthcare in Schools at George Washington University. Our goal is to ensure every child in DC schools has early access to supports and services to improve their mental health and well-being. Our approach to this goal is rooted in equity and justice and involves directly engaging with students, caregivers, teachers, and stakeholders across education, healthcare, policy, research, and other sectors. For several years now, we've been taking a community-driven and participatory approach to building systems dynamics models and examining the local policy landscape to work towards this goal. So first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to testify regarding the proposed FY 2024 budget. Today, I'm going to focus on the Department of Behavioral Health School-Based Behavioral Health Program, or SBBH. My written testimony provides greater detail from the SLC's 2022 report called Strengthening the DC School Behavioral Health System and Enhancing Equity, which was funded by the Bainham Family Foundation. Our report findings underscore the need for an array of core services, what we call a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, in schools, and the imperative to retain and equip the behavioral health workforce so that these services and supports can be provided to our children. The district's SBBH program is an example of MTSS with a focus on school-wide social emotional support and school culture at Tier 1, identifying and monitoring need and providing early intervention at Tier 2, and referrals to needed clinical services at Tier 3. Across these tiers, co-locating mental health services and supports with schools, where children already spend so much of their time, removes so many of the access burdens and barriers students and their families otherwise face. Our report found implementing school behavioral health effectively requires sufficient infrastructure and resources, financial incentives, accountability, adapting approaches on the ground, and information and data sharing. It's simply not possible to have an effective school behavioral health model without a sufficiently large and qualified workforce. Our report recognized the clear need for a more diverse pipeline of school and healthcare workforce generally, and the need for more equitable and streamlined licensing specifically. We also have to take action to reduce burnout and turnover in order to increase retention. Appropriate compensation is foundational to achieving this adequate workforce, to implement supports, and to undertake the deliberative work needed to improve the program. So I joined members of the Strengthening Families Through Behavioral Health Coalition to request an enhancement of $3.45 million to fill the gap between current CBO funding per clinician and the amount in the proposed FY24 budget, along with an inflationary increase. We also support proposals to advance workforce development and social work. The district must continue its investment in workforce capacity, system improvement, prevention, and treatment services if we want to ensure equitable, sustainable, well-utilized programs. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm pausing for a second just to see if I do have any questions other than what I've already asked. I don't have any more questions for you all. Thank you for your testimony. Some of you said you would be submitting, please do. And you all are excused. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. So thank you again. The next 10 witnesses were registered as excluded workers with ROC DC. ROC is Restaurant Opportunities Council. Margarita Crespo, Teresa Garcia, Socorro Crespo, Agustina Diaz, Francisca Tejeda, Laura Ramirez, Norma Castillo, Lorena Solano, Rodrigo Torres, Nayeli Pineda, Jacqueline Lopez. I believe one of you is present. You'll have to click to accept. EMS Rock, Woodna, and Dia King, also with Rock. Rochelle Ellison, Senior Mentor Advisor at PFFC. Robert Warren, who's Director of PFFC. I think PFFC is People for Fairness Coalition. Sila Gebrehirstos with Black Swan Academy. Sophie Miyoshi, who's the ROC DC lead organizer. Helen Abraha, also with ROC DC as an organizer. Norma Chavez, ROC DC. Miguel Castro, organizer with ROC DC. Jermaine Williams, listed as a student. Candace Cunningham, organizer and programs manager at Rock DC. Marcus Williams, listed as a student. Fenerica Tucker, listed as Rock DC. LaGeorgia Callahan, listed as a student. Anisha Marie Perry, listed as a student. Tendani Mpulabusi, who's listed as DC Community Development Consortium Director. Gloria Nowden, DC Community Development Consortium. Chris White, Senior Advisor, DC Community Development Consortium Institute. Timon Freeman, co-founder of We Act Radio. Rodriguez Norman, listed as Versa Traffic Management. And Ron Moten, listed as Don't Mute DC. All right, so if I called your name and you got a message to accept or to join, please click so you can join. So I think I'll go through the names again and staff will tell me if they're here or speak up if you are. Margarita Crespo, Teresa Garcia, Socorro Crespo, Agustina Diaz, Francisca Tejeda, Laura Ramirez, Norma Castillo, Lorena Solano, Rodrigo Torres, Nayeli Pineda, Jacqueline Lopez, Laura Ramirez, I understand you're here. You've unmuted. Can you turn on your camera? Excellent. And why don't you proceed?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Laura Ramírez. Vivo en Ward 2 y soy un trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, el alcalde Bowser está intentando robar los 20 millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Nosotros decimos, Bowser, no te lo robes.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. I will note a number of these, in fact, I think everyone from here on signed up yesterday, and we received a request for a translator yesterday evening. Our hearing notice standard says that we need about 4 days notice to get a translator. So I'm fine with the testimony, but we don't have a translator. Let me keep going. Yem Mesrock Woodne. Norma Castillo, are you here?
Francisca Tejeda and Norma Castillo are here.
Francisca Tejeda.
Hola, mi nombre es Francisca Tejeda, vivo en Ward 2 y soy un trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, el alcalde Bowser está intentando robar los 20 millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Nosotros decimos, Bowser, no te lo robes. Bowser, no sweeping.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me see, who else is here? Norma Castillo,
¿Me escuchan?
please.
Hola, mi nombre es Norma Castillo. Vivo en zona 2 y yo soy un trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, el alcalde Bowser está intentando robar los 20 millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y de detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Nosotros decimos, Bowser, no te lo robes. Bowser, no sweeping.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miyoshi, since you seem to be helping me here, is there anyone else present before you? Dia King?
Yes, Dia.
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Thank you for your time. Do I go?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you for your time. Hello. Good. My name is Dia King. I live in Ward 7. I am a member of ROC DC and an ally of excluded workers. You have heard their stories. You have seen their faces. You have acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal the $20 million we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must keep its promise and stop this theft from DC residents. We say, Bowser, no swiping. Bowser, no te lo robes. Thank you. That's my testimony. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Rochelle Ellison?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and DC Council members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm the Senior Mentor Advisor and leader of the Rhonda Whitaker Street Side DC Women's Initiative, a fellow of Marriage Kitchen. I'm on Community Voices Working Group of CNHED, and I'm a member of the Way Home Steering Committee. I'm a woman with long-term recovery coming from housing insecure population. I was homeless for 17 consecutive years with co-occurring disorders, and now I work in the same field of my own personal recovery journey. I was housed in 9 days in 2009. I have Pathways to Housing DC. In 2009, with wraparound services and the continuum of care, resources were immediately given, such as SSI, SNAP, medical insurance, and mental health services, so I know it's very possible. I want our homeless neighbors to have the same advantages that I did, so I do outreach, and it's sad to see 70 and 80-year-old men and women sleeping on the streets of the nation's capital. This is the nation's capital, and we must do better. The mayor's budget does not show she is prioritizing the homeless population in the District of Columbia at all. She did not fund any new PSH vouchers, instead focusing on the downfall of case managers to provide people that were matched to Lisa. There are over 100 individuals that are housing insecure, sleeping on park benches in encampments in the concrete sidewalks that have a voucher and no one to process them into the system. She did not prioritize public restrooms, so the housing insecure have some dignity having to use the restroom as the anti-discrimination initiative that was passed in the Human Rights Enhancement Act stated it would be. She removed that money from there and didn't add any funds in FY24. She has not prioritized the ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as a housing instability resource either. She only set aside $8 million for ERAP after $54 million from last year's budget, and that was depleted before the fiscal year was over. What it's going to do is add more homeless people to the homeless population in the nation's capital. I'm asking if the council makes this right by not adopting the mayor's budget until the proper adjustments are made to include new PSH vouchers in the FY24 budget proposed by the mayor, and that $9.7 million are added for new LRSP vouchers to what is already there. I understand difficult decisions need to be made, but why should the homeless have to pay the price because of the mistakes made by the DC government? Housing is secure. Individuals are still someone's family members. It could very well be your own. We must be the change we want to see. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison. And I have your statement. Robert Warren?
How you doing, Councilman? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you.
Thank
And I have a copy of your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I am one of the founding members of the organization People for Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human right. In that effort, PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing voucher assistance based on HUD's definition of affordable housing being 1/3 of an individual's income. As I have testified in this budget season, the big part of bringing about that affordability in the city's ability to map out a plan to rebuild our social housing public infrastructure. And that would be our 13 public housing properties and other housing programs that fall under DCHA, DHS, DHCD, and DOH. Experts have determined housing is healthcare for many of our most vulnerable residents. Being the elderly on fixed income, those individuals over the age of 55 may suffer from co-occurring disorders, young families who may have special needs children, and stable social housing for our youth and young adults. It has been noted through this pandemic that we have failed in many of the above agencies to provide adequate care and implementation of the resources that were allocated for the most vulnerable populations. As has been previously noted, the former director Garrett testified that the current public housing stock was $2.2 billion in disrepair, with investment of $115 million to put a Band-Aid on several different issues while we continue to figure out the most cost-productive way to replace our public housing infrastructure. In all of the mayor's budget forums that I have participated in the district, residents' ability to obtain affordable, sustainable, accessible housing has always been 1, 2, or 3 of how our tax dollars should be allocated. In the mayor's current budget of $19.7 billion, if there was true racial equity, housing justice, and some form of aligning with Councilmember McDuffie's bill to provide descendants of slavery economic justice, where we are not being economically discriminated against, $6.5 billion would be allocated for our housing infrastructure. Our 13 public housing properties, a fully funded LSRP voucher program for anyone who may qualify over the age of 55, PHS voucher programs with all the wraparound services in the continuum of care, along with a fully funded ERAP to prevent anyone from falling into housing instability. Chairman Mendelson, I heard you say to me personally that your goal was to prevent concentrated poverty in our community. I've also heard you say, along with many of your colleagues, that you believe that housing is a human right. As we live in a human rights city, I'd like to leave you with the United Nations declarations on homelessness and what we should be doing as a city. Thank you for this chance to testify, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Alcila Gebrechistos with Black Swan Academy.
Hello, are folks able to hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Hello, Chairman, council members, and community members. My name is Sela Gebrechistos, and I am the Youth and Community Outreach Coordinator at Black Swan Academy. BSA is a youth-led organization that creates a pipeline of Black youth leaders that are committed to improving themselves as well as their communities. Black Swan is committed to the safety, empowerment, and creativity of Black youth in DC. Today, I'm here to uplift as much as I can from testimonies written by youth who couldn't attend. We also have youth present who will speak soon. We will also make sure to submit them in written form. And these testimonies will focus on youth demands for additional mental health and health resources to our communities. So the first testimony reads, my name is Noelle Red. I'm a youth leader of the Black Swan Academy. I attend Washington Global and I'm in the 8th grade. I live in Ward 5. Today, I'm here to talk about mental health and why it's important for youth to always have access to mental health in and outside of school, especially for Black and Brown students. In school, I had a manic episode and was called a monster, crazy, and an escaped patient by my counselors and principal. This makes me feel like I'm not seen as a person because of my mental issues, even though they are not something that I can control. I'm asking you to not only educate our staff and students, but to help those who are just like me, because we don't deserve to be treated like this and should be seen as people like everyone else. I believe that we can move towards a better reality for people struggling with mental health by meeting the demands outlined in Black Swan Academy's 2023 Black Youth Agenda. Create a pipeline to Black health/mental health professionals, confidential mental health services in school and communities, not mandated reporters, access to varying mental health and well-being services, expand childcare options for people who have or are supporting children living in the district, allow youth to have access to public benefits, especially when no longer able/allowed to live at home, improve DC's comprehensive sex education curriculum, and potentially begin sooner. I'll also read another middle school youth leader who says, my name is Naomi. I'm a youth leader at Black Swan Academy. I attend Washington Global Middle School and am in 8th grade, live in Ward 6. Thank you for your time. Today, I'm here to talk about mental health and healthcare and why it's important to create a pipeline of Black, Brown mental health healthcare professionals. 1 in 5 Americans are currently experiencing or have experienced mental health issues in their life. 1/4 of Americans cannot access their prescribed medicine because they are not affordable. In my personal experience, I don't think that my mental health has been properly dealt with, which has affected my physical health and led me to feeling a lot of doubt about my existence. At some points, I felt off and like I don't belong and had no one to turn to or help. I often feel regret for holding so much pain and others' pain on my back and not speaking of my experiences with anyone. I just silence myself and still continue to do so. I'm here asking you to present more opportunities for Black and Brown people interested in the healthcare field, to create safe spaces and mental health care resources for Black and Brown people in school. Bring in confidential mental health services in school and communities, not mandated reporters. Create access to varying mental health and well-being services. Expand childcare options for people who have or are supporting children living in the district. Allow youth to have access to public benefits, especially when no longer living at home. And last but not least, improve DC's comprehensive sex education curriculum and potentially start sooner. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Sorry, I mispronounced your name. And if you
All
could
good.
provide a copy of your statement, I'd appreciate it.
Will
Sophie,
do.
thank you. Sophie Miyoshi.
Thank you, Chairman. Socorro and Rodrigo have been able to join, so if they can go first, that would be appreciated.
Rodrigo Torres, and who is the other person?
Socorro Crespo.
Okay. Let me see. I don't see either of them.
99 and 105.
Socorro Crespo, could you go?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Socorro Crespo. Vivo en Ward 2 y soy trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, la alcaldesa Bowser está intentando robar los 20 millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Hemos estado trabajando arduamente para poder conseguir todo este dinero, así que nosotros te decimos, Bowser, no te lo robes. No te lo robes porque es nuestro y para nosotros.
Thank you. Rodrigo Torres. You need to unmute if you're speaking.
Rodrigo, estás en mudo. No escucho.
A ver si te puedes salir de silencio, Rodrigo. Si estás en el teléfono es la parte de abajo.
I'm going to have to keep moving. Ms. Miyoshi, why don't you proceed if you're testifying?
Sure. Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Sophie Miyoshi, and I am the lead organizer of Rock DC, the Restaurant Opportunity Center of Washington, DC. And I'm also a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here to express my support for excluded workers and my disappointment and frustration in the mayor's budget cuts. On Wednesday morning, as in 2 days ago, we were informed that the money that excluded workers had won last year had been taken by the mayor, and we were told that she's attempting to redistribute it. That same day was also the deadline for us to register for folks to testify today. And so the Excluded Worker Coalition scrambled to let our members know about this devastating news. And we were able to mobilize about 40 people to testify at this hearing. Unfortunately, due to the timing and inaccessibility of this platform in terms of technology and language, several of these members have been unable to be present to testify today. As you have heard, our members are reading the same statement to get their point across that we should not be here again testifying about the need for excluded workers. This was money allocated to them that they had fought and won. And they had fought really, really hard for and won last year. And so I'm just going to read the statement that our members are reading in Spanish to you. So what they're saying is, you have heard our stories and you have seen our faces and you have acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal the $20 million that we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must keep its promise and stop this theft from DC residents. We say, Bowser, no swiping.
Thank you, Ms. Miyoshi. And if you have a written copy of your statement, please provide it. Helen Abraham.
Hello, I am here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Helen Abraha, and I live in Ward 2. I am an organizer at Rock DC and an ally of the Excluded Workers Campaign, as I was initially excluded and unqualified from receiving unemployment and other financial and life-saving benefits or cash assistance offered to DC residents during the pandemic in early 2020. I wanted to say a quick thank you to former Councilmember Silverman for your help in helping us push this forward. You have heard their stories, you have seen their faces, and you've acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Thus, our efforts will not be ignored, and our community will seek to hold accountable the commitments you all have made and the responsibilities you hold as elected leaders. In addition, the lack of oversight and the disorganized and careless nature in which the cash distributions have occurred in the past 2 budget cycles. You have heard their stories, you have seen their faces, and you've acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Today, you will notice most of us are saying the same thing because in the past 3 years / budget cycles of the Excluded Workers Campaign, DC residents have come face to face with their public servants. They have shared their struggles repeatedly, both publicly and privately, despite how traumatizing and disembodied it is for them to ask for the help that they need. Again, it can be traumatizing to repeatedly share one's struggle just for asking for the assistance that you need. Traumatizing to do our part as citizens and voters to participate in local governance and budget decisions just to get what they need, as the budget is everyone's business. You have heard their stories and you have seen their faces, and you've acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. They deserve the help that they need. The allotted $20 million only gives excluded workers $1,000 each. To be frank, you and I know that this is not nearly enough to exist and pursue a fulfilling life in one of the most expensive cities in the United States. But for our most vulnerable communities, this will be life-saving, as many of them have repeatedly been asking community organizers when they will be receiving the cash assistance that they fought hard for and won at the end of last year. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal the $20 that we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must keep its promise and stop the theft from DC restaurants. You have heard our stories, you have heard their stories, you have seen my face, you have seen their faces. Thank you for your time, and we say Bowser no swiping. Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. And if you want to provide us a copy of your statement, please do that.
Will do. Thank you.
Norma Chavez.
I'm here. Good afternoon. My name is Norma Chavez. I live in Ward 2. I'm an excluded worker. I'm here to tell you again our stories. You have seen our face and you have recognized our responsibility towards us right now. Mayor Bouncer is trying to take our 20 millions we won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must to keep its promise and stop this thief of DC residents. We say, Bouncer, don't take our money. If you don't listen, we have to come back and say again and again the same thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Miguel Castro.
Hello, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council member. My name is Miguel. I'm the ROC bilingual organizer of ROC. And I'm here also to testify in behalf of my community and myself and my friends and family who are not able to be present because of the lack of technology accessibility. I just wanted to repeat a little bit of what my other friends and community have mentioned, and even before that, like, is to say, like, it's not fair for our community, for the DC residents to be here, to be on a Friday fighting for whether it's for the money that has been promised to them already. It's not fair that we have to keep coming, going to houses, going to meetings, coming to testify over here when it should be already under plans. This is a plan of living situation. This is like the bare minimum that the city council should do for their residents, for their workers, for the family and children who live in this city. So please, council, we have heard you. You know us. You know our faces. We went to your house how many times? We eat lunches. We talk to you. We wait for you outside your house in the middle of the night. You know us already. You know who we are, and you know we are gonna keep fighting. So please help us, help everybody, and make this easy for everybody too. Like you're not making it easy for yourself and for ourselves either. So if you wanna see us again, we're gonna be there, and you know we're gonna be there again. So please, we're asking you to allocate this money and give it back to what has been promised already. And that was it.
Thank you very much. Jermaine Williams.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Jermaine Williams. I'm a youth leader of Black Swan Academy. I attend Anacostia High School. I'm in the 10th grade. I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today, I am here to talk about sanitation in school and why it's important to my demand for more funding and deep cleaning and repairs in school. Some of the factors that the schools in my bathroom are constantly flooding. The sinks and toilets are always broken, and there's no soap dispensers for us to clean our hands. And also the janitors that are in our school don't clean very well. And that the toilets are always flooding and it's making our bathroom stink. My personal experience with sanitation in schools is that the boys' bathroom will be flooded and the janitors won't do anything. I can't wash my hands because there is no soap and the sinks don't work. I don't like using the bathroom, so I hold my water until I get home. I am asking you to at least fix the bathroom situation because you wouldn't want to use the bathroom that there's no sinks and there's no toilet. my demands are more funding in deep cleaning, more funding in time and repairs in schools, expand funding to better support young people with emergency needs like cleaning products, toiletries, food, or clothes, personal hygiene vending machines at community schools, clean water fountains and water bottle services.
Thank you very much. Candace Cunningham, who's with Rock DC.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Okay. Hello, Chairman and other members of the Council. My name is Candace Cunningham. I am an organizer and program manager at Rock DC. I am also here to test. I am a Ward 1 resident, and I am, again, an ally of excluded workers. And I'm also here to, again, testify in solidarity with my coworkers at Rock DC and our Rock members, as well as our fellow community members who are, as so many have said before me, who are experiencing the grave disappointment of the funding that was already allocated to our campaign, to members of our campaign, because of the lack of support that they were not offered or provided because of their status as excluded workers during the pandemic. And again, as Miguel said, Chairman, you've seen many of us in front of your home. The mayor has also seen us, many of us in front of her home, and other council members have seen us in front of their homes, pleading, asking, and again, making a case for this very necessary funding. And you heard us, and we appreciate that. But unfortunately, the fact that you heard us is essentially doesn't matter, because that funding is now being attempted to be taken away by the mayor. And again, funding that is desperately needed by members of our community. So again, like I said, you've heard our faces. I'm sorry, you've seen our faces, you've heard our stories. And again, you've acknowledged that this community of people are in need of this funding. And again, Mayor Bowser is unfortunately attempting to take that from us. And again, we ask that you keep your promise to ensure that our funding remains and is able to be given to and provided to the members of our community that need it the most. So yes, thank you for your time. And yes, Bowser, no swiping. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Marcus Williams.
Well,
Hi, my name is Marcus Williams, a part of Black Swan Academy, and today I'm going to be talking to you about mental health care and why there should be more low barrier programs that are affordable in Southeast. Mental health care in Southeast is a major thing, and many people go through stress, depression, and so much more. But there's not many areas or affordable areas people can go to. I go to school every day, and I don't have a therapist in school anymore. I try to ask for other locations outside of school, but I was told that the places that I could go to are not near where I live. To me, this is unacceptable, and I just can't stand it anymore. I find it outrageous that I have to travel out of Southeast to get good mental health care, and so many others do too. Black young people are at risk of depression, anxiety, and stress due to the pandemic and to recent spotlight of violence against Black people, according to a December advisory from the U.S. Surgeon General. So knowing this, why not add more areas that are affordable in Southeast? Adding more affordable areas will allow for more people to act safer in their community and also help young people in their schools and as well, more than 20% of children show signs of mental health problems in DCA. So adding more affordable mental health care can help nurture people's behavior and also allow for better work ethics in schools or just around the community. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And if you want us to have a copy of your statement, please provide it. Veronica Tucker, who's with Rock DC.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for an opportunity to speak to you today and the other members of the council to be able to listen to what we have to say. My name is Benorica Tucker. I'm a hospitality worker in DC. I'm also a member of ROC DC and an ally of excluded workers. You have heard our stories, you have seen our faces, and you've acknowledged your responsibility to excluded workers. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal $20 million that was won last year for excluded workers. The DC Council must keep its promise and stop this theft from taking place. And we say to Mayor Bowser, Bowser, no swiping. Bowser, no swiping. Thank you.
Thank you. LaGeorgia Callahan, who is listed as a student. Maybe not here. Anisha Marie Perry.
Hey, my name is Anisha Marie Perry. I'm a sophomore at Anacostia High School and a youth organizer of Black Swan Academy. I'm testifying for low barrier programs, confidential mental health screenings, mandatory therapists, and non-mandated reporting and access to free mental health and well-being services. I think that there should be more social workers in schools and also having different counselors in schools, not just having one of the two focusing on everything at once. I also think there should be more social workers in schools so kids could have more time to talk with them. Since I was in elementary, I've had social workers. I've only really had 30 minutes with them. And everything I had going on was never always said. I'm now in the 10th grade because I never had that much time with them. I just shut down and tell them there's nothing going on because I feel like it's a waste of time and I can't get everything out. Also, when I need them the most, they're always busy. Because I started to shut down in middle school, I was going through so much and I began to cut myself. I'm now 16 in high school and I still cut myself and develop anger issues. I get so angry and don't know how to control it because I feel like my social worker doesn't have enough time. I just recently told her about me getting raped in a toxic abuse household I used to be in. But I still push it to the side with her and don't talk about it. Imagine if I go through this or feel this way. Think about how other youth does not speak enough feel. I feel like social workers sometimes don't have enough time to get to the bottom of the problem. So I feel like it's a waste of time. Imagine how many youth feel this way. Also, youth that have a certain healthcare is not able to get a social worker that is inexcusable. Any youth in any school should be able to access social worker. The decrease in youth mental health and the caretaker is ridiculous. According to the NCS, the most prevalent mental illness among children were anxiety disorder 32%, behavior disorder 19%, mood disorder 14%, and substance use disorders 11%. People with Medicaid cannot access treatment for their mental health. Mental health access for treatment for any insurance should be available because some people cannot afford other insurances. For DC children enrolled in Medicaid managed healthcare organizations, MCOs, nearly all 88% of those with a diagnosed mental health disorder did not receive treatment for it in fiscal year 2010. Us youth are mentally struggling. Us youth are screaming for help silently. And there's not enough social workers to hear our cries. So I'm speaking up for us youth. Increase our social workers and decrease the rate of youth dying. Thank you for listening to my testimony and hearing my concerns today.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. And with you as well, if you wish us to have a copy of your statement, please submit it.
Okay.
Gloria Nowden, DC Community Development Consortium. If you haven't accepted Tendani Mpulabusi.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep moving.
Right here. Tendani is in the house.
Let's.
Then can you hear me too?
I can. Are you Miss Nowden?
Yes, I am. Thank you so
Why
much.
don't you
A little bit of
proceed
technical difficulties.
Why don't you proceed, and then when you're done, we'll go to
Yes,
Mr. Mpulabusi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So my testimony today will briefly discuss why the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund. My name is Gloria Naughton. Let me start off with that. And I'm a co-founder of the DC Community Development Consortium. So my testimony today will briefly discuss why the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund is a powerful intervention for meeting needs for small businesses in Ward 8. The request is to fully fund the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund at the $800,000 level as introduced by Councilmember Trayon White. This will allow us to roughly deploy about 1.2 million in working capital to Ward 8 entrepreneurs and small businesses. So I'll summarize the success of the inaugural round of the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund. In FY23, with the support of the council, DSLBD provided us $250,000 grant to launch the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund. So then DC CDC, what we really did is developed a innovative new financial product called a grant secured loan, which expanded the impact of these funds to $350,000 in matching to fund 30 Black-owned businesses in Ward 8. So these 30 recipients were selected from a pool of about 140 applicants by a selection committee composed of well-respected Ward 8 residents, community leaders, and business owners, where each business received a loan range of between $2,500, $5,000, and $10,000. Each loan was paired with a matching grant, which is held in escrow at City First Bank. And the loan was provided by Life Asset. Both of them are CDFIs in Washington, D.C. So the way it works is that once the loan is repaid over the course of 12, 24, 36 months, depending on what the recipient wants, the grant funds that the city provided are then released to the recipient. Any of these missed payments are deducted from the collateral funds at City First to protect the lender Life Asset. So to date, the inaugural cohort of 30 recipients, we're proud to report, has an 85 to 87% repayment rate, and the lenders are fully protected by the grant collateral. So one point about the Ward 8 SIF is that that we want to make very clear is that it is a grant secured loan product and is not a handout. It's considered, according to City First Bank, a performance-based grant. And so this is a very unique financial product. So grant funds are only released to an awardee once the loan has been repaid. In addition, the credit histories of these borrowers are built up. Life Asset is reporting to credit bureaus during the loan repayment. The plan is the success metric is that their credits would be improved to help eventually on-ramp them into the mainstream financial services. So given the extremely successful pilot program, the $800,000 request by Councilmember Trayon White for the Ward 8 SIF should be added into the FY24 budget, as it is not currently. One of the Ward 8 Community Investments' unique strength is the ability to overcome a persistent market failure by connecting underfunded Black Ward 8 entrepreneurs with a built-in, built-for-purpose financial product. To understand who these business owners are, a brief survey of Wardies was conducted, and a complete breakdown of data can be found in an appendix that we'll send you. However, I would like to highlight a few key findings. The cohort spanned multiple sectors, from retail to caregiving to food services. And the main point is that 70% of these inaugural grant recipients had never received bank capital or any capital for that matter, including seed capital or friends and family round prior to this. And, we're just really proud that this happened, and we received significant media coverage from NBC4, WTOP, WJLA, WHUR, The Afro, The Informer, the Washington Business Journal, Urban Turf, and USA Today, as well as, famous football player Stephon Diggs at Black on the Block was there for us to receive that Ward 8 Community Investment Fund check last year. We're also working closely with Georgetown's University McCourt School of Public Policy in their Policy Innovation Lab. And so with that, I will yield to the rest of my colleagues that are working on this program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I would really appreciate it if I could get a copy of your testimony.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you.
Chris White, be here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do have a copy of your statement, so please proceed.
Wonderful, thank you. So Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff, Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee of the Whole. My name is Christopher White, and I currently serve as the Associate Director of Community Wealth Building for the Georgetown University Law Center's Coalition for Racial Equity and Democratic Economy. The views I express today are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the university. I also serve as a senior advisor to the DC Community Development Consortium, the 501c3 nonprofit that developed and executed the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund with the support of Council Members Trayon White Sr., Kenyon McDuffie, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, the law firm of Ballard and Spar, and the two community development financial institutions, Life Asset and City First Bank, mentioned by my colleague, Ms. Naughton earlier. I'm testifying today in support of Councilmember Trayon White's request for $800,000 in the FY 2024 budget to increase funding for the next round of the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund. My testimony today will briefly summarize what we already know, that Ward 8 needs more small business funding and also to encourage the council to fully fund the Ward 8 CIF, again, the Community Investment Fund, again, at the requested $800,000 level. This funding will actually allow the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund to deploy $1.2 million in working capital to Ward 8 entrepreneurs and small businesses. Now, several data points confirm that small businesses in Ward 8 are largely cut off from adequate small business funding, and therefore the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund is needed to help remedy a persistent market failure. The ability of traditional banks and CDFIs to lend to this market segment are constrained by structural barriers, including banking regulation, traditional underwriting criteria, small business model limitations, and perceptions of risk. Plenty of research has backed this up. According to the research from the Urban Institute, the annual unmet need for small business working capital in Ward 8 is estimated at $1.6 million. To further support this assertion, of the $876 million in working capital that banks loaned to businesses between 2015 and 2019 in DC, only 20 million, or 2.3%, went to businesses in Ward 8. Similarly, of the 16.2 million in working capital loans made by CDFIs in the district from 2015 to 2019, only 387,000, again, just 2.3%, went to businesses in Ward 8. The last data point I'll mention is that during the pandemic, DC businesses received over $3 billion in emergency funding under the Paycheck Protection Program. However, less than 5% of that went to Ward 8. The persistence of the underlying barriers is further validated by the findings of the council's own disparity study, which cited lack of access to capital as a barrier to growth for Black and Brown businesses more than 19 times. This lack of working capital limits the ability of Ward 8 businesses to build household and community wealth, and more detailed information can be found in my written testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. And again, I encourage the council to support the full funding request of $800,000 for the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund in the FY 2024 budget. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Kimon Freeman.
Peace and blessings. How you doing, Chairman?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Freeman?
Always good to see you. All right, Kimon Freeman, Anglo Black Man in Therapy. But as a board member of the Douglas Community Land Trust, we are very appreciative of the council's support. As you may know, Douglas CLT is a membership nonprofit centered on racial and economic equity and organized to secure permanent affordability for current and future generations of Douglas Commonwealth residents, including home buyers, renters, and local business owners through collective action. We are thankful that the council passed the FY22 budget with a $2 million allocation in ARPA funds specifically to Douglas Community Land Trust, but we never received the money. DHCD did not put those funds into an agreement, though we have been working with them for more than a year to do so. And we have just learned last week that the funds were swept to funds items in this proposed budget. As DHCD knows, an estimated 54 households and generations of households with each successive sale would lose access to permanently affordable housing with the loss of this initial capital. We respectfully request that you do not pass a budget that uses funds that the council already committed to the Douglas Community Land Trust or to otherwise ensure that the funding you intended to secure permanent affordability and community ownership for low-income DC residents via the the Douglas Community Land Trust actually goes to the land trust. Now, switching hats, as co-founder of We Act Radio, an anchor institution in Anacostia for the past 11 years, I am proud to have had the honor of being among the first cohorts of the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund's Grant Secured Loan Pilot Program. The DC Community Development Consortium, in partnership with Ward 8 Councilmember Trayon White, has rose to the occasion with effective efforts in closing the racial wealth gap through economic equity strategies. Now, I heard it said today that we are at a tipping point, that this is the most significant budget since the recession. I fully concur, but I must remind everyone that Martin Luther King said that a budget is a moral document. Well, with the average white family having 81 times the wealth of the average Black family in this city, where is the morality in the mayor's budget? Where is the morality when 30% of the children in DC, all Black and brown children, I may add, are terrorized by poverty and the absence of a universal basic income, which is the leading cause of violent crime? Where is the morality when 35 million is being cut from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and 300 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund, while simultaneously raising rents by 8.9%? The Rental Housing Commission is not even required to assess whether its determination on allowable rent increases are even affordable for DC residents, which by default, due to the racial disparities in this city, will only be Black and brown DC residents. Where's the morality when Black people are 43% of the population in this city, but only own 14% of the businesses, and most of those businesses don't even own their buildings? So there's a lot of things wrong in this immoral document that refuses to acknowledge the validity of the Racial Equity Action Plan agenda. Please expand the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund's Grant Secured Loan Program implemented by the DC Community Development Consortium and provide a racial equity action lens to each line item on the mayor's budget. Thank you for your time, Chairman, and I hope you do a great job in offsetting this immoral document here today.
Well, there's a lot to offset, but trust me, and I say that with a little bit of bemusement, but I don't mean to treat it lightly. I think every council member is struggling with how we fix things that we disagree with. So thank you for your testimony. Rodriguez Norman. Rodriguez Norman. I'm gonna keep moving. Ron Moten.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I think I have the answers to your solutions, to everybody's solutions. As we sit and fight back against the attack on our democracy, we can't forget the feeling and turn a blind eye with silencing the voices of the people 7 to 8 by imposing the will of the government on us with not listening and not incorporating our voices in the budget and policies. Most people I talk to feel the same way as it relates to initiatives and policies that will affect people east of the river. Over the past 4 years, the city has done, in my view, a great job of putting more resources east of the river, but we are still playing catch up because of decades of neglect. Talking to many in Ward 7 and 8, we ask city leaders, I'm gonna repeat, we ask city leaders to stop the bike trail installations in Ward 7 and 8 because they are not a priority for us. I'm fine with the bike trails at Anacostia right now to take us all over the city, especially during the recent budget forecast over the next 3 years. Secondly, this biking system that was recently put in Minnesota Avenue is affecting our ecosystem drastically, from ambulances not being able to get people to the hospitals, to people not being able to get to work, from people not being able to get their children to daycares. I find it very, very saddened that you would put something in our community without talking to residents and basically taking all this money. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that's forecast to go into these bike lanes. And we're saying, just pause for a minute. We're not against bike lanes, but pause for a minute and let's take care of our priorities. And our priorities are not bike lanes. And then when you do bring them later, let us be in on this so that you don't put them in the wrong places. Instead of spending billions on bike lanes, let's look at things we can do. For the Ward 8 Community Investment Fund, we need $800,000 that Councilmember Trayon White proposed as an economic justice priority for 2024, so that we can expand and strengthen our small business economy while at the same time continue to fund and expand these efforts. There are 890 licensed businesses in Ward 8. Me included, we need access to affordable and fair capital to grow to be businesses that employ our people. This is so important. These initiatives are so important. In Anacostia alone, where I'm at, we have 104 Black businesses. And many of these initiatives, like We Act Radio, these companies are supported by these companies. The Community Land Trust, these people have helped all the businesses, not only get storefronts, but they've helped people get housing east of the river. They have initiatives that empower our people. We need to make sure we do that. The baby bonds, we need to make sure we do that. I mean, I go down a list of things that are priority. And the answer is stop the bike trail east of the river right now. And we can redirect that money over here on every project everybody's talking about today. Case closed.
Thank you, Mr. Moten. I appreciate your
economic justice.
Your passion. I appreciate that, and your economic justice. Unfortunately, I don't think that the bike trails are costing $1 billion. I don't think they're even costing 100 million. I doubt they're costing 10 million, especially if we're talking about only the bike trails east of the river.
We're talking about three-year plan for bike lanes, and it's a lot of money. I think we need to go back and look at this. It's a lot of money.
Well, if it's over 3 years, then it might be capital. And if it's capital, that's not operating. You know, these are the complications of the budget. Okay. In order for us to fund something, because the mayor gives us a balanced budget, we have to cut something. And I'm not arguing against what you're saying, but the choices aren't so easy. And the bike lanes, there might be another reason to not fund them, but
we don't need to fund them at all, because not only do they, what I was talking about, they affect our businesses as well. So when they come over here, the people need to be at the table, right? Just like the people at Connecticut Avenue are now at the table and tell you how they're affecting them. We don't need to make the same mistake east of the river when we know they're not putting the right places what they do. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. So that might be a good reason to put them on hold, put them on ice, or not even have them. But in terms of funding other projects, it may not free up.
Yeah, I might get it wrong, but I'm thinking it's come out of DDOT budget and it is city funds. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Let me see. I feel guilty because I suggested to Mr. Mpulabusi that he would come after Gloria Nowden, and then I proceeded with the other folks from this group. So why don't you go next? And then I think Rodriguez Norman is here, and he'll come after you, Mr. Mpulabusi.
Mr. Mendelson, it's been a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. And I'm going to pick, actually, I never read from my written testimony, but I've submitted it for the record. I'm going to actually pick off where Mr. Freeman left off on the wealth gap, and I'm going to connect you to our mission and our requests by piggybacking off of what Kimon Freeman said. You know, we know why there's an 81% wealth gap, because there's a historic practice of policies that are economically and socially discriminatory against Black people, and this creates the wealth gap. And if we go back a few more generations, we'll see that the ancestors of these Black people who don't have access to capital were those who created capital in America by building the infrastructure and providing all these services for free for generations, right? And so in order for us to balance our books and our communities, we need to catch up. So we need to do things differently and stop, expecting change from doing the same things, right? And so what we did differently, right, during COVID, is we got together and we started brainstorming, and we came up with the DC Community Development Consortium. And what you said, you know, we're going to do, we're going to try to be a think tank for Councilmember Trayon White, who has a lot of social ills to deal with, but at the same time, we can't fall asleep behind the wheel on the economic issues, right? Because we're trying to rise with the tide of economic development. However, a lot of businesses aren't positioned, and then our ecosystem has just been heavily social service based for so many years that the for-profit side isn't really there with the businesses. And we know small businesses create the most jobs in communities. We just don't have enough, and then we don't necessarily have the disposable income. So we're looking at multi-tiered approach. How do we bring industry here, jobs here to raise the disposable income of Ward 8 residents? And how would we make access to capital become present so that businesses can get a leg up and get ahead, right? What we ended up doing was coming up with 5 strategies. And one of the ones that stuck was the Community Investment Fund, in which we created a grant secured loan. So we guarantee that the lender is going to be good regardless. And then we guarantee, hey, you're going to get this grant when you pay back. It's very innovative. It's new. It needs to be supported because these businesses, they have not had equal access to capital, point blank, period. The lender institutions hasn't been able to even reach the communities. The city, the district government, you know, hasn't been able to reach the communities in some cases with their offerings. But in over 50% of our engagement was word of mouth, and that's how we got it. So we did something different. We're doing something different. We were disappointed not to see this in the budget, and the Community Investment Fund needs to be refunded again this year.
Thank you. And as I said, I do have your statement, or at least I think I said that. Rodriguez Norman.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? And thank you, Councilmember. Excuse me for missing you guys. I have a newborn, so he had it keeping me a little busy. But my name is Rodriguez Norman. I'm the owner of Versa Traffic Management Group. And today I'm here in support of Councilmember White with DC Ward 8 Investment Fund for $800,000. And I really hope that you guys keep it. You know, for so long, we always talk about social injustices, but we leave out the part about economic justice and how we need it so badly in Ward 8, especially for our Black-owned businesses. You know, when we go out to get loans, for the most part, it's always at a very high rate that we can't afford at 24% and even sometime at 30%. With this program, we were able to come in and get loans with a 6% interest rate. And those are the things that kind of close the gap in our communities with individuals like Mrs. Jajani said, when it comes to empowering people in Ward 8, understanding that we have a huge problem in Ward 8 and in our city with a lot of things going on as far as crime rate and things of that nature. But if you guys don't come out and help small businesses and people in the community with programs like this, then those things will continue. If we continue the continuous cycle is with this and not being able to bridge this gap, then we'll have these issues forever and ever. I'll be quick, but I would like to just close that with saying that I'm in full support of this, and I hope that you guys can be in support of this as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. And if you want us to have a copy of your statement, please submit it.
Absolutely.
That's going to conclude all the testimony for the witnesses in this group. I do want to emphasize what I said earlier. The mayor sends a balanced budget. I would say that every council member is unhappy with a lot of the cuts that the mayor's proposed. And it's a broad range of cuts, from transportation to human services, to public safety, to schools, and more. But it's balanced. And that means in order for us to fund something, we have to cut something. I had earlier outlined just a few of the big ticket items that I know members want to restore. I've said that I would try to restore $30 million cut from individual schools, a lot of them east of the river. I know that there are members who would like to restore the $18 million cut from access to justice, which provides legal services and representation to low-income residents. The funding gap for ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance, is probably $85 million. The baby bonds program, which now the mayor and the chief financial officer say it was a mistake to cut. It's on the council. If we want to restore the program, that's wealth building for children born in poverty, $54 million. The fare free bus, which is definitely equity since the transit system buses are used much more by lower income residents. That's $40 million a year. Those alone are $227 million. And so as folks are talking about our funding programs, we will see what members are able to come up with and what the different committees propose. But it's a challenge to find money for all of the different programs. So I just want to put that out there. Again, I want to thank each of you for your testimony. A number of you didn't have statements. If you would submit them, that would be great. We will include them in the record. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Jasmine Graham, who's listed as a student, Kamara Crawford, who's listed as a student, Tayella Dawson, who's listed as a student, Artemis White, Excluded Worker Coalition, Reina Sosa, Excluded Worker Coalition, Sylvia Hernandez, Excluded Worker Coalition, Ermelinda Guardado, Excluded Worker, Maria Beltran, Excluded Worker, Mary Lou Nava, Excluded Worker, Germa Tadezi or Tades, Germa Tades with Rock DC, Mary Pinzon, Excluded Worker and Rock DC, Maria Jackson, Legal and Advocacy Fellow with Mothers Outreach Network, Tiffany Blackney, Legal and Advocacy Fellow, Mothers Outreach Network, Angelica Lopez, Excluded Worker, Rishan Berhane, Rock DC, Nomi Lopez Sanchez, Excluded Worker, Anika McEachin, Outreach and Advocacy Fellow, Mothers Outreach Network, Devon Gray, President of End Poverty in California, Sharon Harris, Mothers Outreach Network, Carol Robinson, Mothers Outreach Network, Bill Mefford, Executive Director of the Festival Center, which I know is in Adams Morgan or Mount Pleasant, Andrea DePaz, member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Estefany Iglesias, member of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Carlos Mahia, member of DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Abel Ameni, Carmen Mahia. I don't know if that's the same person as the cited, member DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, Francisca Mendez, Excluded Worker, Beatriz Pajeo Vidal, Excluded Worker, Nayeli Pineda, Excluded Worker, Nadia Salazar Sandy, Organizing Director, DC Jobs with Justice, Tabundo Iguatu, Advocacy Coordinator, I think I actually called him earlier, Jamal Jones with Academy of Hope, and Madeline Brown with Urban Institute. I will begin with Jasmine Graham. Jasmine Graham will be followed by Tamara Crawford. Old Jasmine Graham is here, but I don't see him. You need to accept when you're asked to join. I'm going to keep moving. Kamara Crawford, Ayala Dawson,
Okay.
Mr. Graham, why don't you proceed?
My name is Jasmine Graham. I am the youth organizer of Black Swan Academy. I attend Ballou High School and I am in the 9th grade. I live in Ward A. Thank you for my time. Today I'm here to talk about sanitation in schools. This demand is important because unsanitary schools can increase body issues and worries. For example, Prince George County School has a pest problem. The cafeteria has roaches and insects. If the food gets in an infestation, then that can lead to body illnesses and problems. Other problems is that there's only one inspector that is present for all 235 schools. That isn't good. I go to a school where my shoes get stuck on the floor. I touch gum under the tables, and sometimes I might sit in something wet, and I might get sick because of something in the air, not just COVID or nothing that has been mandated yet. Also, there's not enough toilet tissue and feminine products in the female's bathroom. I worry I am going to go to school and catch something or not have enough feminine products for me to use in the bathroom. I want to go to a school and not have to worry about the things that I am going through right now. I am asking you to hear me out and add more feminine products to the girls' bathroom and sanitize the school better, meaning add more janitors. Also, take care of the school. Requirements, more janitors, and more school checkups. Make sure that the school is up to par and not just dirty as it seems. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Graham, this has been a continuing problem. The council members have been struggling with DGS to get out to the schools and fix them. When you know of a particular school that has some problems, you can contact my office or contact Councilmember Lewis George's office. She has oversight over the Department of General Services. I have oversight over schools. Contact either of us and we can try to press DGS to move more quickly. It's a pervasive problem and it's inexcusable that it exists. But thank you for your testimony. Kamara Crawford, Tayala Dawson. I need people to please pay attention and click accept when you're asked to join.
I'm here.
Okay, is Tayala Dawson here? Come next. I'm going to skip people. I'll come back to you, Ms. Crawford, in a second. Artemis White is.
I'm here.
Accept. Reina Sosa needs to accept. Sylvia Hernandez needs to accept. Let's go back to Ms. Crawford. Please proceed, Kamara Crawford.
Kamara.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kamara Crawford. I am a youth organizer of Black Swans Academy. Today, I'm here to talk about sanitation in schools and why it's important to expand funding to better support young people with emergency needs. That includes cleaning products, toiletries, food, or clothes. First, I want to start off by saying the lack of sanitation is related to hygiene. It's been documented that nearly 900 million children worldwide lack a basic hygiene service at their school. Also, the fact that in 3 schools have no hygiene service and over a quarter of secondary schools have 0 hygiene product services. Not only is that already disgusting, but a leading note factor for infectious diseases. My personal experience with sanitation in schools definitely correlates with the data. As I said before, I attend Eastern Senior High School, where the sanitation and hygiene products and services are non-existent. The bathrooms are always dirty. There's never any tissue or soap, and the sanitary hygiene products, well, they want us to pay for it. Imagine not having the products at home, going to school, and they want you to pay for it. Not to mention the sinks are falling out of the wall, the stall doors are broken, and on top of that, they don't close. As a young female, I shouldn't need to experience this. I am asking you to provide better funding to allow myself and other kids better sanitary and hygiene products and services in schools. We need to touch base on everything, including cleaning products, toiletries, food, and clothes. There These are the demands on the Black Swans Academy's 2023 Black Youth Agenda. More funding and training for deep cleaning, more funding for and timely repairs in schools, expanding funding to better support young people with emergency needs like cleaning products, toiletries, food, or clothes, personal hygiene vending machines at community schools, and clear water and fountains and or water bottle filters. And once again, my name is Kamara Crawford. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Tayalo Dawson. Artemis White. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Member Phil and everyone on the panel. My name is Artemis White. I live in Ward 4 and I am an excluded worker. You have heard our stories, you have seen our faces numerous times, and you have acknowledged your responsibility to us. Right now, Mayor Browser is attempting to steal the 20 million we won last year for the excluded workers. The DC Council must keep its promise and stop this theft from DC residents. We say no, Browser, no swiping. And I mean, our excluded workers have struggled and fought so much for this money. And I do understand there are other things that needs to be paid and there money that needs to be found to put in the budget, but it's not the excluded workers' responsibilities. We have suffered as well, and we need this money. So I'm asking you to stand up and fight for us so that she does not steal this money from all the excluded workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Reina Sosa. Sylvia Hernandez.
Hola, mi nombre es Silvia Hernández y vivo en la zona 2. Soy trabajadora excluida. Recordando tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros en este momento, el alcalde Bounce está interesado robar los 20 mil millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Nosotros decidimos no te robes el dinero. Gracias.
Thank you. I believe Ermelinda Guardado is not here, and I believe Maria Beltran is not here. So the next witness would be Mary Lou Nava. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Hello.
Mi nombre es Marilu Nava, vivo en WhatsApp 2 y soy trabajadora exclusivo. Has escuchado nuestra historia, has visto nuestros rostros, has renunciado y tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros en este momento. El alcalde Brown está intentando robar los 20 mil millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores incluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir con su promesa y detener este robo. Y los residentes de DC, nosotros decimos, Ward, no te lo robes. Ward, no te lo robes. Gracias.
Thank you. I believe Gurma Tadesi is not here. So the next witness would be Mary Pinzon. Mary Pinzon.
No puedo poner el audio.
Sí, escucho, Mari.
¿Escuchas?
Sí.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mari Pinzón y vivo en la zona 4. Yo soy un trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, el alcalde Borcel está interesado robar los 20 millones que ganamos el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los residentes de DC. Nosotros decimos, Bronce, no te lo robes. Bronce, no Springfield. Gracias.
Thank you. Maria Jackson, I believe is not here. Tiffany Blackney, I believe is not here. Angelica Lopez, I believe is not here. Rishan Bahrain, I believe is not here. Nomi Lopez Sanchez, I believe is not here. Tanika McKeechin.
Hi,
Hi, please proceed.
good evening. My name is Tanika McEachin. I have been a resident of Washington, D.C. for 31 years, and I'm a member of the D.C. Guaranteed Income Coalition. The coalition has its mission, among others, to build a permanent guaranteed income program in Washington, D.C. while preserving existing social insurance and safety net programs. Some things I would like for you to know about my story are that I have lived in Washington, D.C. all my life, and I'm a single mother of 3, ages 13, 10, and 9. I currently work a part-time job that goes well with my children's school schedule. The district's FY24 budget should demonstrate its commitment to communities of color disproportionately harmed by policies and practices that place their families at economic risk. For all district families that the DC City Council fund additional guaranteed income programs, $13.5 million for GI pilots and $6.5 million for a whole harmless fund for 750 household families over 3 years and paid $500 monthly. The whole harmless fund will primarily cover housing costs. That the guaranteed income program is transparent about who receives benefits and for the program to be inclusive to parents across population and ward. That the DC City Council establish a fund to protect families who participate in the GI pilots. The DC City Council passed the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act, which will provide up to $500 per child tax credit to low and middle income individuals. That the council passed the Financial Support for Families with Children Amendment Act, which will provide a $1,000 cash payment per child to families living in deep poverty in the district. That the council will remove the work requirements for the career map program, which is allotted $13 million in the mayor's budget and which will provide cash only to TANF recipients who are employed. That the council expand eligibility for Strong Family, Strong Future programs, which is currently open only to mothers in wards 5, 7, and 8, so that mothers from around the city can have access to this program. In addition, we thank the council for the work it has started doing to protect benefits, but the work is not done, and we hope that you will ask for any and all waivers needed to protect other benefits that may be at risk, such as housing and SNAP benefits. Likewise, we urge the council's full support for DC pursuit of waivers for the federal government agency and permanent legislation on the federal level. For example, DC should pursue a state plan to exclude payments from calculation of eligibility under the 7 CFR 273.9. Finally, there is a coalition that will welcome our mayor for understanding and aiding efforts for a guaranteed income that will likely welcome many of you. Mayors for a guaranteed income to work and study locally and nationally issues that impact benefits levels for participants. This is important to me because when families try to get additional funds to help with expenses such as through guaranteed income projects and benefits are affected and reduced by these additional funds. This in turn does not make the additional funds beneficial. The extra funds from the guaranteed income program will help me and my family by giving my children a better financial situation, which will allow us to have recreation time without worrying if I should still have enough money for my bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McEachin. And it would really help if you gave us a copy of your testimony, your statement.
Okay.
Thanks. Devon Gray. Followed by Sharon Harris. Is Mr. Gray here? Doesn't appear that Devon Gray is here. Sharon Harris. Doesn't appear to be here. Carol Robinson appears not to be here. Bill Mefford. Andrea De Paz. Estefany Iglesias. Carlos Mejia. I don't think is here.
Estefany was in the wait room, I believe.
Oh, they may have signed in under a different name or they left. We don't see them in the waiting room. And in fact, there shouldn't be anybody in the waiting room.
And Reina Sosa.
Carlos Mejia, Abel, or Abel Amini.
Here, sir.
Apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Abel Amene. I am a Ward 4 resident. I wanted to come today to talk about a few budget concerns and funding that we are in need of. I'm part of what is called the DC Immigrant Justice Platform, a group of immigrants and immigrant advocate organizations that have been pushing for certain bills. I want to talk about each of them a little bit. One in particular, I think you are intimately familiar with, is the Street Vendor Advancement Act. The council just passed that bill just a few weeks ago, and I thank you for that. I want to advocate for finding funding for this bill as soon as possible. As you know, the vendors are waiting for the amnesty program so that they can obtain clean hands and get their licensing and enter into legal business. This bill still requires funding, not only in the next fiscal year, but I'm asking that you include immediate one-time funding in the supplemental so that the bill goes into effect and rulemaking can begin for licenses. Right now, vendors are going to have to wait till October 1st for these licenses on the amnesty program and also to be available. Even then, we might not be expecting rulemaking immediately. So I want to encourage that. Another bill is the domestic workers. You've heard earlier today much about that. They're looking for $900,000 in funding from 3 different committees. We ask you to fund that. Finally, I for myself would like to advocate for the Local Residents Voting Rights Act. Many of the people that testified today, you will notice, are immigrants, and many of them cannot vote. They will not be able to vote until this bill becomes implemented. We require something like $2 million to make sure this bill goes into effect before the 2024 elections. It is very important that we begin registration as soon as possible, but that is not possible until there's funding and then there's implementation. If we begin October 1st, we're starting too late. That's about, 13 months before before it has to be ready. So we need immediate funding for that. And finally, I want to echo the words of the many excluded workers that have spoken before me and asking for you to restore the funds that the council appropriated for that purpose. Mayor Browser is raiding almost every fund that we've created to support the working class people of this city. This is one example of that. Another example is the emergency rental assistance program. And I believe we've spoken about that before. And it's
you know, we were at the brink of ending evictions in this city. If we only funded ERAP well, we could once and for all end all evictions by just creating that safety net and trusting people when they need that assistance and asking for it. So I'm asking you to restore most of these fundings and to create funding for some of these bills that have been passed in the past year to ensure that this is a true sanctuary city for immigrants and that all of us are included in your budget. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, but you were a little bit over your time. The vendor bill costs about 2.4 million over the financial plan, and it cannot be funded with one-time dollars. I heard you say one-time funding. That's the challenge with these bills, is to fund them. Most of them require recurring revenue and has to be over the financial plan. The vendor bill, since it just came out of my committee, is on my list, but it's got a lot of competition.
Yeah, we were just hoping to start it early so that they can begin the licensed rule making process.
I totally understand. Give me just a second. Estefany Iglesias.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Please proceed. Right here. I'm here. Hi, my name is Stephanie Iglesias, and I live in Ward 4, and I am an excluded worker. You have heard our stories, you have seen our face, and you acknowledge your responsibility to us. Right now, Mayor Bowser is attempting to steal that 20 million we want last year for excluded worker. The DC Council must be keep it the promise and stop this threat from DC residents. We say Bowser, not sweeping. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is, let me see, Carmen Mejia, I believe, is not here.
Yeah, Carmen's not here. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Please proceed. Oh. See the name.
This is the names got messed up. Carmen's not here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Francisca Mendez, I believe, is not here. Beatriz Paquico Vidal, I believe, is here.
Yes, sir, I hear.
Please proceed.
Hola, mi nombre es Beatriz Pacheco y vivo en la zona 2. Soy un trabajador excluido. Has escuchado nuestras historias, has visto nuestros rostros y has reconocido tu responsabilidad hacia nosotros. En este momento, el alcalde Bowser está intentando robar los 20 millones ganados el año pasado para los trabajadores excluidos. El Consejo de DC debe cumplir su promesa y detener este robo a los trabajadores de DC. Nosotros decimos, Bowser, no te lo robes, Bowser, no te lo robes. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Nayeli Pineda is not here. Nadia Salazar Sandi is not here. Chabundo Aguatu. While that's happening, I'm going to call on Jamal Jones. Jamal Jones, just saw you.
Yes, sorry. For some reason, my video disconnected then reconnected suddenly. Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jamal Jones, and I'm a Ward 7 resident and an educator in Ward 8 in the charter school for adults. I know I'm at the tail end, so I'll try and make it clear and simple for everybody. But the big thing that I'm here for is really about relationships and mental health. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So, as I said, my big
I think we just lost him. If he comes back, Chibundo Iguatu,
Yeah,
and I
that's
apologize for mispronouncing your name.
no worries. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee in the DC Council. So we have sent our entire testimony through writing, but I'll present an abbreviated version focusing on our 24/7 harm reduction infrastructure ask and the opioid abatement funds issue, which we're heartened to hear that several council members share some of our concerns. But we have been in an undeclared public health emergency for several years now, and every year it continues to worsen. We have an average of 37 overdoses every day within the district. We are behind only West Virginia by 7% for the most opioid overdoses per capita in the country. And last week, 24 people overdosed within 24 hours between April 3rd and April 4th. So this council has an opportunity to correct the failure of the mayor to adequately respond to this crisis and to push for the funding of 2 24/7 harm reduction centers. So the Decrim Poverty DC's proposal includes 2 centers where Washingtonians can obtain harm reduction services, such as sterile equipment, information for safer use, fentanyl testing strips, referrals to drug treatment providers, primary health care, and other social services. The centers will also include full drug panel testing, a service that's crucial given to the fact that our supply right now is adulterated with things like fentanyl and other synthetic opioids and even more adulterants. These centers will also help respond to some of the complaints we've heard from affluent residents and business owners about public drug use and public intoxication. Further, these centers will provide overdose prevention sites or safe consumption sites. This component features a private room with trained professionals and peers who provide sterile equipment where people who use drugs can get their pre-obtained drugs, test the supply for adulterants, safely administer their drug, and access an array of services on site through referral. According to health workers at the first legally sanctioned overdose prevention centers in the United States, On Point NYC, most participants who choose to decrease their substance use or enter more comprehensive drug treatment do so through those safe consumption rooms at these harm reduction facilities. So by funding these centers, we will also be helping DC's healthcare workforce. The proposed harm reduction infrastructure will be staffed by Washingtonians with lived experience at living wages for this area, addressing a myriad of issues that our least invested in neighbors chronically face, like underemployment, housing costs, healthcare costs, and discrimination. The mayor's proposed budget failed to include a line item for the establishment and maintenance of the Office for Opioid Abatement. Additionally, the existing opioid abatement funds are meant to be moved from the Department of Health to the Department of Behavioral Health, but there's no mention in the mayor's proposed budget in either of those funds, for those funds in either of those budgets. There's no mention of the Opioid Abatement Fund, Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission, or the Office of Opioid Abatement within the mayor's budgets for either DBH or DOH. And then, shockingly, just this week, we heard that the mayor intends to use these funds for purposes outside of its intended appropriation. So the failure of the current budget to include line items for the Opioid Abatement Fund, the Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission, and the Office of Opioid Abatement must be corrected, and these funds must be used appropriately, not to balance the DC budget. We need to actually respond to the overdose crisis. So these exclusions mean that the Opioid Abatement Advisory Council will not likely be established anytime soon and will damage the district's ability to actually use these settlements to fund new strategies and new interventions to combat the overdose crisis in DC. And of course, we believe that these funds can be used to help create these 24/7 centers with that outreach component, with the hiring of Washingtonians with lived experience who've been facing just underdevelopment of their communities for decades now. So we urge this council to ensure the funding of the Office of Opioid Abatement and the disbursement of the opioid funds as line items in the upcoming budget to ensure that money is being accounted for and in accordance with recently passed legislation. We also urge for the creation of a unique budgetary code for the fund, the office, and the commission, which will help us ensure that the Opioid Litigation Proceeds Act is being used to create new programs instead of just contributing to existing, if underfunded currently programs. Finally, we urge that this council uses its budget oversight power to provide safeguards to ensure that the settlement is utilized to fund new evidence-based public health strategies and interventions to combat this overdose crisis, including by funding the harm reduction centers we're asking for in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. If you were present at the beginning of the hearing, you would have heard me question the city administrator with regard to a concern that several members have raised that the mayor's proposal to use funds from the opioid settlement are outside of what's legally permissible. So that's getting worked out. And I trust also that you've testified or your colleagues have testified before the Committee on Health.
Yes, definitely. We testified at the Committee of Health, and also thank you so much for pointing that out too. I don't know how this happened, and I'm glad we're all in the same boat of not knowing how this happened, and the same boat of trying to fix it.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. Give me just a second. Madeline Brown.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony on the mayor's FY24 budget and specifically DC's Child Trust Fund. I'm a senior policy associate at the Urban Institute, and I co-lead a research initiative focused on baby bonds with my colleague Ofrana Mabiu, a senior research associate who also co-authored this testimony. The views I express today are our own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders. At Urban, we define financial health as people's ability to manage their daily finances, be resilient to economic shocks, and pursue opportunities for upward mobility. Wealth is a necessary component of financial health. It's insurance against tough times, tuition to get a better education, capital to build a small business, savings to retire on, and a springboard into the middle class. But wealth in DC is inequitable. Just 0.4% of DC tax units hold nearly half of all wealth in the district. Net worth in the district also varies drastically by geography. With an estimated median net worth of more than $620,000, residents in the Northwest region of the city have 65 times the net worth of residents east of the river. In Southeast DC, the median net worth is less than $9,500, limiting the ability of households to invest in education, entrepreneurship, homeownership, and other wealth-building opportunities. Racial wealth inequities are driven primarily by systemic barriers, not individual choices. For example, the single largest source of wealth for most American families comes from the value in their homes. Here in DC, 35% of Black residents own their home, compared with 50% of non-Hispanic white residents. What this means is that far fewer Black families have access to wealth through homeownership, and the families that do own their homes are often not getting fair value and wealth from it. Systems-level problems require systems-level solutions. The fund created by the Child Wealth Building Program reflects the evidence-based best practices for wealth building programs. Specifically, number one, the accounts are automatic. All eligible children will be enrolled automatically so they don't miss out on the opportunity. Number two, the accounts are financially progressive, with funds for each recipient increasing based on the economic position of the household. Number three, recipients can use the funds for a number of different wealth building purposes. Number four, the accounts are publicly funded. Public agencies, much more so than private entities, have larger budgets to cover the costs associated with the program and have better access to the administrative records necessary to determine eligibility. Number five, the accounts yield substantial endowments for recipients. DC's estimated endowment is between $15,000 and $25,000 per recipient, assuming their annual deposits. And finally, number six, the accounts are individually held, meaning that young people will be the ultimate beneficiaries and decision makers about their wealth and future. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget, which would eliminate the Act's required deposits to the Child Trust Fund, will drastically reduce the expected endowment for each child at adulthood. Our research indicates that child trust funds have the potential to reduce the racial wealth inequities in the city. However, they can only do so with substantial investments. I appreciate your time today and consideration of this testimony and the written version, which I've also submitted, and happy to answer any questions that you or the council might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. And I do have your statement that's helpful. And I don't have any questions for you about it, but your testimony is helpful. Let me just check with staff for a second. I do not have questions for any of you. I appreciate your testimony. A number of you didn't have written statements. If you submit them, we will include them in the record. There have been quite a number of issues that have been brought up at this hearing. And but I think that most of them have been brought up with the individual committees as well, who are responsible for making the initial recommendations to the full council. So I thank you all very much. And I'm just going to note here that I believe the committees are still having their hearings. That will end probably next week. No, not next week because of recess. We're done? The committees are done with their hearings, but the committees won't start to mark up their budgets recommendations until around April 25th. So anyone who wishes to submit comments to the committees, meet with their staff, please do so. Committees do their markups 25th, 26th, 27th. Council members will have a work session on the budget on May 3rd, and the committee of the whole will meet on May 16th to consider and vote for the first, what we call reading, the first reading on May 16th. That will include the Budget Support Act. Second reading on the budget will be May 30th. So that's the schedule. Anyone who might have been paying attention to the beginning of the hearing understood that we are struggling to get complete information from the executive with regard to the budget. And so if some of you might be trying to get information and feel that you're at a disadvantage, you're not alone. But we're working on it. I want to again thank everyone for their testimony. Record in this hearing will be open for 2 weeks. Time is 6:41 in the afternoon, and this hearing is.
I'm actually still haven't testified.
Oh, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Please, because we can hear you clearly. You dropped.
Yes,
You
I know.
dropped, and I forgot about you, and that's a horrible thing to admit.
No, I appreciate the humanity of admitting that things happened, but it's perfectly fine. Good evening, everyone. And also, I know I'm like dead last, so I understand the desire to kind of close this part up. But yes, my name is Jamal Jones. I am a Ward 7 resident and an educator in Ward 8 for adult charter schools. Appreciate you giving me the time to speak, Chairman Mendelson, and the committee members of the committee of the whole. To summarize, really, the big thing I want to talk about is just relationships and mental health. These two things essentially influence everything that happens in education. And there are at least 3 different kind of initiatives related to it that generally, if supported, can benefit not only the staff, but also the learners involved. Starting with the Strengthening Families Through Behavioral Health Coalition, I have been a member of that initiative for at least for the last 2 years. And as an educator who works primarily like in alternative school settings, I know for a fact that trauma essentially trumps any form of academic planning that you can put out. And thus, I know that the significance of having a mental health therapist, a specialized person in their school to be available for help makes all the difference. For our school, Academy, we actually we have person. He's been with us for 2022. And he's only been with us for, well, really even like taking clients for like the last 5 months, and he's already full. His entire caseload has already been backed up because there have already been so many different learners who need supports. And even though it's already full, it was still some effort to get some of our learners there because so many learners didn't necessarily trust or know that they needed therapy. So getting those learners to 1, know that there is a therapist, and then 2, know that there's a therapist in the building, and then 3, trust that the therapist was there to be helpful. It all took some relational work that had to happen over time. It's nothing that could have been rushed. For me, it was a bit easier to work my learners into it because I have a good sense of wellness. Educator wellness is gigantic because part of educator wellness is kind of just knowing when you're actually burnt out and knowing strategies that you need to do to take care of that. So within one of the grants that was recently released and Empower Ed actually had access to and was awarded, they actually focused a lot on relationships. They focused a lot on relationships between staff. They focused on relationships between learners. They focused on relationships between just student population. And that awareness and the ability to recognize those triggers and everything going on in the teachers' bodies made those conversations easier when having it with learners. That's the same thing they had with me. And me personally, as a person who's a survivor of domestic violence, I also know that I needed to have a heavy pause before I even realized that I was not well. And that's kind of where flexible scheduling kind of plays into it. I needed to have some break in my schedule in order for me to realize that I was not okay. I needed strategies that I could only get through like an educator wellness program. And then I needed like a specialist to kind of help me through it. These are all true when it comes to learners. The learners need relationships with their therapists. The teachers need relationships with themselves, understand that they need therapy and they need space in order to actually identify that these things are important for them. So to wrap up my time, the big ask that I want to emphasize is that one, please do not ever in any way, shape, or form cut any funding to the Strengthening Families Coalition. It took about 5 months just to get our learners caseload full, and I already need another James. I need 2 more Jameses actually. So definitely at the very least, if I would suggest add another 3.5 million for that program to make sure that more learners have access to mental health in their school. I would also suggest that at least 5 million be put aside for exploring flexible scheduling so that teachers can actually have some space to breathe and identify that not only are they reaching their burning out point, but that they are also having some triggers that they can identify for themselves. And then educator wellness programs, if you fund at least like another 750,000 for that, you can actually support a lot of teachers supporting others developing those skills, because when they recognize their triggers, they can better verbalize that with their learners and therefore prompting them to actually trust the therapists that they have in school, which are physically there now. So that said, I would like to thank you for your time. I know this is at the very tail end, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but if not, again, thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I don't have questions for you, but much of what you spoke about, I heard at our hearing on education agencies a week ago. So I appreciate you reinforcing that. Again, thank you to everyone. And I'm going to close out the hearing now. Records open for 2 weeks. The time is 6:46 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.